here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline, that's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me back.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Puff, blow the house down.
You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to the EWC LCQ. Only 4 teams do remain today, and we will bring that down to just 1. And that team will get their slot to EWC.
It is a very exciting day. We've had 3 days of action, including today, and we had 16 teams enter the competition. We have whittled them down just to our final 4, and it has been an absolute battle for so many of these teams, Bryce, as they looked to extend their season by just 1 more weekend. It's been sad to say goodbye to a number of our competitors, but our field of final 4 are absolutely incredible, and I can't wait to see them duel today.
It certainly will be. Well, let's talk about how this tournament has been going. We started with 16 teams in our bracket, and we are bringing it all the way down through double elimination, of which only 4 of those matches will occur today, as they have been going over the last 2 days. And each one of those will get their prize money for getting a little bit further. But it is not just the prize money. It is that contract. It is that getting to EWC that matters, and very little else. And this is how it's going to be. We have a best of 7 for our finals.
Yeah, best of 7 finals are always a fun time. Obviously, it has been best of 5 up until this point, but you get to that best of 7 finals and you have to have a very deep map pool to ensure that you win it. And we do have some incredible teams with a deep map pool that have showcased that this event thus far. So it is going to be a great final event for so many of these teams. But again, it is literally a winner takes all moment here. If you do not win that best of 7 finals, your season is over.
Well, we'll see whether or not they can do it. The pressure is certainly mounted. We've got elimination games and we've got games to get to that grand final all coming up onto our schedule. But before we look forward to the games we are going to see today, we need to take a little walk back, a little look at what has happened so far in our bracket to remind you of the journey so far. Realistically, the 16 teams all started off pretty well. A couple of buys, a lot of 3-0s on day 1. Only Rousden dropped 1 map in that first round of 16. But for the teams that have made it into our winners final, Telluride Bush Gaming started off pretty well. 3-0 versus Team Ultra, 3-1 versus Omnia and Victor, and 3-1 against Aerotech Edge, some of their biggest rivals in this tournament so far.
And we said that was going to be a difficult matchup in the winners bracket semi-finals of Bush, and it was. They narrowly managed to beat out Aratech Edge 3-1 to get to their winners finals, but we did have a question of who they would face in said winners finals, and it turns out it's going to be Torn Esports, and that lower side of the upper bracket is dicey as hell. The Pit EU got shocked 3-0 versus BTD Esports before they themselves lost a Game 5 to Torn Esports, who had just come off of that incredible reverse sweep against Bittersweet GG. So it's absolute contest down in that side of the bracket. But it is Torn that will be facing Bush in the upper finals.
Yeah, Torn have definitely gone through the absolute gauntlet with a lot of 3-2s. On the other side of it, though, we have the Pit EU, and we just said they lost up against BTD earlier on, but then their run's been pretty good. We've had them against 2-Unks, 3-0. Bittersweet, they took down 3-1, and Aerotech Edge also fell to the Pit EU to put them in that lower bracket. They'll be facing off against BTD, who did beat them earlier on, but this is a revenge match. BTD in this side of the bracket only had to beat Omnia Invicta to get themselves that rematch.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about the Pit EU being in that lower bracket, how much that changes things up for the teams on the higher side of the lower bracket, the upper quadrant, and you can see it there. I mean, just look at that path they had to take through Bittersweet, through Aratech Edge, to 2-Unks prior to that. I wouldn't say none of those matches are easy, but 2-Unks, they're a pretty good team. That did look relatively easy for the Pit in the lower bracket round 2 matchup. Either way, they had to work to get to this point, and they do have that revenge matchup coming up next. They were 3-0 before. BTD, though, no slouches whatsoever. Even though they only had to be Omnia Invicta to get to this point in the lower bracket, they have proven to be a nasty team to try and go up against.
They certainly have. Well, we'll see how these two actually end up getting on, as that'll be our first game that we dip into here. As everybody knows that they are feeling the pressure. A little bit of a revenge match between the two of them. Whether or not this will be the case, is it will be a very much bad blood with the roster changes that are going on. I was a little bit shocked there. You'll have to forgive me, because I see Steve Vortex sitting down with a headset on for a second, and I wondered if something had happened.
An Aches-esque thumb injury. I was expecting one for a second. Something on the timeline. Something's gone wrong. Steve Vortex has to jump in. Let's be fair. If Steve Vortex jumps in, he'd be a monster in the respawns the way that he's been playing this weekend when he was in that 2-Unks roster. However, I do think they probably want to have their lineups. Yeah, you mentioned the bad blood there, and there is history here prior to not just this matchup, but also the last one as well. Coming into this event, the Pit EU, formerly Project 7, made a roster change. Lind joining the lineup in place of Henry. This is something I very briefly spoke to Henry about yesterday. I was like, look, is this something that is actually deep? Is there any actual beef here? Is there actual bad blood between the teams? And Henry seems relatively past it already. He's happy with his new roster, and I think he would have been happy yesterday with their 3-0. But now the tensions are rising once again, because you've beaten your old team once. That is always something that, irrespective of how you feel about it, is a great thing. Now you got to do it again.
Oh, that's going to be the key. Everything that's happened before has got you to this point. All that really matters now is getting this next win here. And you can see all the players loading in. The lobby is going to be full. The coaches are giving the fist bump. And we discussed this yesterday. Yeah, it's coaches fist bump when the lobby gets in. And then when the players fist bump is when the map's loading in. And it does mean that we are well on the way. Players are put on the headsets. Players are put on the in-ears. And everybody is settled as we get ready to run this for one of these teams, potentially for the very last time.
It is just so much nerves across the stage here. I do want to give a little bit of love to BTD Esports, though, because, of course, they did come in here as a roster with a relatively new team, right? Henry and Cobra joining the line. Of course, we already talked about the fact that Henry came from the Pit, Cobra from Omni Invicta, who they did actually beat in the last round of play. And both of those additions, I think, have definitely revitalized a roster that kind of, in a sense, didn't really need revitalizing. It's worth saying that BTD, while they have flown under the radar, this is a team that almost qualified for Challengers Finals. They were just one match away. They finished second during the LCQs for that event. And obviously now they've got kind of an upgrade here with Henry and Cobra joining the roster. They definitely feel like a team that has flown under the radar here at this LCQs. They are not to be messed with in this matchup against the Pit. They've already thrown them once. Again, I don't remember exactly what the scores were. I believe you got those from Bounce, at least for the first couple of maps, Bryce. But either way, 3-0 to 3-0, BTD, they've already managed to do it once.
That'll be the key here, obviously. With it coming down to it, a little bit of adjustment from both sides coming in. For BTD, they'll be more confident going into those maps. For the Pit EU, whether or not they go and retake them on those exact ones will be something that we will have to keep an eye on. Actually, I think we might have it if we can find it in the depths of our sheets, because I did actually see all of the map sets go through yesterday. But we have so many of the sheets up at the moment, and it is not the easiest thing to find.
I have the maps. So we know what the maps were played yesterday. So for those of you guys who didn't know, it was Scar Hardpoint that kicked off the series. It was Raid Search and Destroy, Den Overload, Den Hardpoint, and then a Gridlock Search and Destroy for map number 5. Obviously, we only needed the first 3 of those. And looking towards this one, again, I haven't had a chance to go in depth just yet. Just literally seeing the maps coming through. But it is a Den that starts this series.
It is a Den that starts this series. And then it looks like we're going to Gridlock. And after that, Scar. And then Scar again. And we'll finish on a Den. So it's double Den, double Scar.
And those aren't bad maps whatsoever. I would say for the pit. We've talked a lot about the pit, how comfortable they are with the current meta, and I think my opinion's actually kind of changed on the pit over the course of this tournament. They are an SMG, or they're mostly an AR-based team, but their SMGs have been firing on all cylinders. Mythics has looked absolutely phenomenal this tournament so far. Anytime you need anybody to step up on the pit, it's pretty much always been Mythics all the time. And if you had to ask me what map Mythics has been showing up on, I would say Den. So this is a great start, a great pick tick off this series for the pit.
See, these are some of the best teams in Europe trying to show down here and see how much further they can go. Grudge match in every bit of the word here. Whether or not we'll see any bad blood erupt onto the stage from the cameras very much will remain to be seen here, but Mythics is certainly firing on all cylinders to kick this off.
Again, it's just Mythics, man. I was actually thinking about this coming into today. It's like, is Mythics one of those cases, almost like a Wee Man-esque case, maybe about the results, in that he is a player that should have been looked at for the league by now. Just kind of the European curse to the fact that he plays in the EMEA region is the only thing holding him back, because he is that good and has been that good for years at this point. And we've already talked about the fact that if you make it to the Esports World Cup, it doesn't necessarily guarantee you a spot in the CDL for the 2027 season, but it does certainly put a lot more eyes on you.
It does have thought about Wayman. He certainly was a talent that probably should have won the league a lot earlier. You are right. Speaking of talent, though, at the moment, Mythics 8-1 on a 5 streak. It's causing all kinds of problems for BTD, who can't even get near this P2 yet. They cannot get the bodies. The trades are not favoring them. And it's a very good start for the Pit EU.
The setup for the pit, and we've looked at this in their hard points throughout the entire tournament. I don't think they've lost many, if any at all, through this tournament so far. As the break does come through for BTD, that is a valuable 20 seconds to grab. But the pit setup in hardpoint has actually been so good. They've been stacking these hardpoints, 2 or 3 people inside the hill at a time. We asked about kind of their SMG pressure coming in towards this tournament, and while we know that Mythics and FDOT can deliver it, they were missing that third man on the map. Linz has been delivering it, and that pressure has been overwhelming for teams at times.
Got to try and hold here. You can see Cobra trying to just find the first couple of kills to get in as they break through lockers. Full headbutt. Will they be aware of this too? Trying to hold. F-Dot's going to be one of them. Looking to try and get a couple of kills going down as he sprays for everything he can do, but the trade's not as efficient as they would like. BTD breaking through the front door.
Now the pit will be spawning out here towards that dojo side. Just one more player left to contend with. It's Mythics, and he can't survive for long. So pit now having a juggle here, holding those dojo spawns while pushing in towards the time. It's going to be a 2-2 split. The TK from FDOT probably isn't going to help the scenario. Now all of this is going to come a little bit one-dimensional through the middle of the map. The pit will be happy with a contest here. Unfortunately, they're not going to be allowed it, as Rush will double up. And BTD, while they haven't got a clean hold over this hard point, certainly not off the back of that 2K from Felix, BTD still are the ones in control of this hill.
I'm also going to bring up, I mean, we talked about Mythics being 8-1. He was 8-6 there, so he's got 0 for 5 in the last couple of respawns, but finally gets himself back onto the board here as we look for this rotation. Very much a trade fest going in around P3, which is just giving us a 30-point lead for the Pit EU going into this next one. It'll be a case of, can they hold this for long enough? Even now, it's playing for position. They're not really concentrating on the point.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, look at Mythics and Linz there on the minimap. Both of those players doing enough to go down. That was a risk from them to make sure that no players transition from your dojo. Unfortunately for them, they weren't covering red at the same time. That allowed players to filter through not just red, but also top blue. And that's exactly what happens for BTD as they overwhelm the hard point. Now the pit have to find a way to fight back through. You do spawn in Narnia as far as this hill is concerned when you do get shot out of it. So you have to hope to try and filter some players through. Trophy system stops Mythics from finding any value, but Pit, now they're knocking at the door.
Big fight going through. Henry's going to try and hold this against him, and he does get his one there. And a second. No snap for the third, but 15 seconds of scrap still available. Will be a swing from BTD as they look to try and get something going. Too many bodies, 1v1. Cobra takes the 7, and we're on to P1.
Looking towards the performances of some of those BTD players towards the back half of that first set. Cobra has stepped it up a notch at 13-8. He's one of the one of the most powerful players on this BTD roster. Historically speaking, has been an absolutely phenomenal player, and really another guy that there's always been conversations around, all right, when is Cobra going to get his chance in the CDL, especially after the Modern Warfare 2 season, where he was, I think, the only Wobblebobs player, I remember correctly, that didn't get a look at for the CDL. And that was always a confounding thing, but he's always had these performances, always been capable of them, and he's shown up here for BDD.
Well, this will be a bit of a turn up. Depending on who makes it, there's always options, there's always opportunities for teams that perform in the final flurries of a season. Right now, BTD just bringing this down for the narrowest it's been in some hills. Mythix, that's a long-range NPC, and he even goes for the chow out towards mid here. And we'll give him an opportunity. The Pit EU will have that second spawn for P2. With 6 seconds to go, BTD can push this.
Yeah, be careful. I was going to say, F-Dot's just all the way through towards Armory, and that's actually going to fit the spawn out for Lin. So now all of these kills towards the backline for Lucifer have to be one, and he can only deliver on one. So back spawn's now locked in for BTD. F-Dot going to fly back towards the hard point to try to hold on. It's not going to happen, but you do have players inside the hard point here for the moment. BTD now need to do the second part of the play, which is actually breaking towards the hard point. But here is that 3 stack that we talked about for the Pit. F-Dot going to take himself out of the equation, just down Harry through the front, and as Cobra picks up 3, BTD have broken in.
Wonderful break from them. Got them positioned in the right places that they need to. And with the back spawn coming through, the Pity, you have to run the corners. Mythix opens up couches, gets traded back out as well. More fights going on towards the stairs, but Detain cleans house. And this is all good for them. There's going to be F-Dot coming across the roofs, but he doesn't have it as Cobra's on a 5. And we are looking at a lead change here. BTD take the lead as we head to P3.
Now it comes the foot race towards that next hard point. Couple of players over here. BTD, technically speaking, outnumbered. Henry and Detain. Might get some freebies, actually. Henry finds one, but you lose Detain on the ensemble. Henry doesn't care, though, finding even more value over here. That should open the door for BTD to get in towards the time. Swing outs being enabled by all the BTD players now as the Pit push further and further back in towards Dojo, and you're losing the men as well. Just down to Lins, and he can't do anything as Cobra continues his reign of terror. 7 in a row, by the way, and it doesn't look like he's going to stop anytime soon.
Trying to look for a little bit of an entry here. He finds one and trying to find a second through the wall here. That pistol swings back out, but to no avail as the rest of the team do swing into action to try and push back as much as BTD as possible. Detain swinging knives in a doorway, gets nothing.
Pit, at the very least, happy they're stealing away this time from BTD here. And they've maintained those spawns as well. BTC have been unsuccessful at pushing in towards Dojo and unearthing the Pit with 3 down, though. That might be the go signal. Mythix is going to push back as far as humanly possible, but it isn't going to be enough. So now he needs to pull off the individual play, and he can only go 1 for 1. This is disastrous here for the Pit, because now you've lost the majority of time on the old hard point. You don't have the spawns for new.
It's getting through here. Cobra has been waiting for a player to get in through servers, but hasn't done so, and has found himself a little bit out of the fight here. That's just unfortunate that he didn't get the timing he wanted to. The Pit EU swarmed through, but that is unfortunate. F-Dot, that's 2 going down. 1 himself, and 1 is going to be his teammate, and that's a break.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I have no idea how that happened. And again, what is going on? Maybe I think F-Dot maybe threw a Semtex at the same time that someone was thrown at him. That feels like the only reason a Semtex would prematurely go off like that. Either way, F-Dot is not having a good time. If I were him, I'd keep his fingers off the R1 button on the controller, but the Pit will break in irrespectively. And that's a big 20 seconds to grab. Should put them about even here with BTD, if not just ever so slightly behind. But the Pit going through a series of unfortunate events means that they will still not be in the lead at the end of this hard point. It has been an absolutely phenomenal affair for these two teams. The Pit, they started strong. We saw the SMGs on the Pit really looking so good through the first set. They have slowed down where it feels like BTD, the likes of Cobra and Rush, have picked things up in an immense fashion. And for that reason, BTD, they're looking like slightly better at the moment.
Oh, we say that as the lead change comes through. The Pit EU taking the lead back here onto a P1. When they're grabbing points over and over again. Lucifer trying to just drill through the players. Detain he's going against here. He wants to clean it out, and what this is doing is pulling a lot of information away from that P1. Opportunity for BTD if they can find anything into the kill feed. Cobra finds nothing in the end with that Hellstorm either, and it does mean that Pit EU hold it.
Still fine for this time though. Cobra only find a couple of kills before falling. You can only ask so much of Cobra, even though he's had an absolutely phenomenal in this map so far. Pit looking to try and steal this time away from BTD, but they will be content with the next hardpoint control. Now, this is where they went wrong previously. They pushed a player forward in towards Armory and Fit their spawns out. This time, they get a bit of unlucky COD timing, and Lucifer spawns out in Narnia. That could be beneficial if they manage to stall the play because he can come from behind.
Oh, trying to just get into it at this point here. Big fight's going down. One in hill, one in couches, and it's going to be one here by the PDU, who hold on to a very small lead. But there is another team kill with Semtexes. The PDU are not moving great with explosives this time around.
Keep your hands off those lethals, boys. It's not looking good at the moment. The team kills are horrendous. I'm getting Eric Boone vibes from this team at the moment. But the Pit now just about shy of the 200-point marker. We're going to be happy with their control over this hill. They're starting to get out of the hard point as well. I like the team play, anchoring those back spawns, having Lins pushed out towards light. These are fundamentals that the Pit have down to a T. Their P2 has looked absolutely phenomenal. And with 20 seconds left, BTD will give this one last shake. Can detain, find anything here. No, nice let Semtex coming through from Lucifer for once. And he follows up with a kill against Henry and the one against Rush as well. That's a big 3K. And this close to a dub. 15 seconds like that can be the difference between a win and a loss.
And Lins just ran through Cobra to try to get a bit of position, but then fails to jump up. Not able to get it through here, but Lins finds Henry at the same time. Lins finds Rush, and Lins says, right, game over, boys. I'm here. That's all 4 in a rotation for Lins. And that might just end the game for him here as well. 19 seconds to go. And the PDU are in the driving seat, foot full to the 4 as Lins gets 2 more. It's a 10 spree between 2 players. There is nothing but Lins on this map as he pushes out as an absolute massacre occurs in Dojo. 4 seconds. The PDU are going to take map number 1, and that has been glorious.
Let's go. Let's go, Tom.
Game over, says Lins towards the back half of that game. It's combined 10 spree. I think it got up to like 12 by all of Lins' efforts through Dojo. There is absolutely nothing that you can do when Lins is frying like that. And that right there is exactly why they brought Lins on the roster. We talked about SMG presence being not necessarily an issue for this team, but I think certainly the one area where they knew that they could improve. And Lins, historically speaking, has been a phenomenal SMG player. There's a reason that he has been looked at time and time again in the CDL.
All 4 in a rotation is mad, but
yeah, 100%.
People in this game really always undervalue it. Hey, I'd even go this far and call this out. A lot of times observers won't get the rotation kills. The rotation kills for people who don't understand are some of the biggest kills you can make on the map. Scrap time for 15 seconds. It doesn't matter if you pop a 3. Rotation kills are what matter. To get 4 of them, to wipe out a team on the rotation is guaranteed money.
Honestly insane. Absolutely insane. I suppose, not to dampen it in any by any stretch of the imagination, you know they're only coming from one lane, and they didn't really try to push through the middle of the map. Like, it was just a straight filter through Dojo. But if anything, that just makes it more impressive, right? Like, even if they're just funneling in towards one lane, the fact that Lins managed to find every single one is insane. Like, straight up, it is just a testament to how good of a player Lins is. Again, that sequence of events, I think, on the last couple of hard points, you want to give the entire team some love for sure, because, of course, you know, Lucifer preceded that with that 3-piece towards the back half of P2, ensure that they get that last 15 to 20 seconds. That in itself sets themselves up for a great hill, and then, of course, Lins does what he does. Just a great sequence of events to close out that game there from the Pit.
Well, they've managed to get that one done here as we go down the line, and you can see that the PDU still locked in, still going for it. Oh, I'm trying to hear what he's saying. What is these words of wisdom that Vortex is giving?
Delay the vetoes for as long as possible. It's the Vortex strategy right there. If I've learned anything over the years, get in their heads. Anything to do that from Steve Vortex. Not a bad person to have behind you, by the way. I know we've given Steve a lot of love over the course of the weekend for good reason, not just in terms of his playing ability, because he is probably, I think, one of the best coaches you can possibly have in a challenges setting. He is just that intelligent.
Certainly is, and this is what they're all playing for, by the way. That is the key. Now, if you've never seen this happen before, what will happen at the end of this tournament when we have one team remaining is they will be given that key. That key allows them to enter into the full EWC tournament that starts on Wednesday. It does mean they will get that key, get their opportunity, and sign their contracts to be allowed to compete in Paris. And it's what they're all playing for. It's what they've all traveled this way. They put in their blood, sweat, and tears to get that final spot. And we are only probably 4 or 5 hours away from finding out who.
This has just been a sensational tournament, hasn't it? Again, you know, the stakes being raised as high as they have been for this tournament, there is no room for error whatsoever. You win or you don't, and that's it. Your entire season is done. You don't get to play at the Esports World Cup. And that just adds so much tension to some of these teams that have competed all season long, have been consistently some of the best teams in the entire Challenger circuit. And that is especially true for a roster like the Pit that have been consistently inside the top 3 in EMEA Challengers Elite. LAN is a different story, but still, for so many of these teams, so how many good teams are left in this tournament, it still feels like a bit of a question as to who is going to be the team that makes it to the Esports World Cup. But that's what they're playing for, and you can see on their screens, folks, we're not that far away from loading into our second map.
And they are in. We are on the countdown. S&D did not go well yesterday for the Pit EU, but they've grabbed map number 1. If they can perform a bit better and find a map number 2, they'll certainly be sitting pretty high in morale. But we'll see how this one does go for them. Rush already going to be out there with a sniper. So there'll be a lot of pressure from the Pit EU on the inside.
Ah, nice nade, though, coming through from Mythics right off the rip here. BTD should hold strong here. That's the only way to play this one. And you've got Bear watching the cross, but Rush doesn't cleanly get away here. Does manage to escape with his life, but he should have got at least 1 kill, and Detain can't find anything either. Every single point of inquest, but Detain will manage to convert for 1. You finally lost Rush on the play. Yes, you managed to bring things down to a 2 versus 3, so it's manageable. But you really wanted something a little bit more from Rush there.
Cobra! Oh, that would have been huge if he'd found it. Just not quite enough there in the end, and now Cobra will find Mythics down to a 2 versus 2.
Back and forth, Linz goes.
Oh, it's timing. It's timing. It's unbelievable timing for Linz.
Just so unfortunate. I think the last bit of information those two players had there in that 2 versus 2 is that somebody was present top side. Of course, you do need to check that as well, because that top window is one of the 2 positions there with the bomb being planted for where it is that you're probably going to be checking bomb from. Of course, Linz and Lucifer, neither of those players anywhere near it. Obviously, not much time in that play as well. So really good play there. Of course, that entire round does kind of fall apart by the fact you've lost the first blood. That rotation call is made, and the one player that could stop it isn't able to. Nice reaction early on there from not having control over A by the Pit.
Round number 2, and BTD making at least a potential push into A here. They've not really gone for anything yet. Effed up with a sniper out. Looking for a duel against Rush. I think a little bit careful. Mythics has got a bit of map information.
Linz has a lot to do here on 8. If you escape for a 1-for-1, I think you're happy with that. If Linz can find more, that's even great. But he's going to back up. Instead, now playing for the retake alongside not just him, but all 4 players are filtering in it.
Mythics back and forth. Oh, he finds one, though. Still a 1 versus 2. He's going to find a second as well. They're giving him everything here. Mythics for the clutch, looking for the last. And it's Mythics the clutch up. What a round there from Mythics.
They just let him regen. Again, I mean, he takes that second fight a little bit weak, but they let him get up back towards 100 HP. And that little hesitation from both players, they could have won that round. Instead, they do not want to face Mythics, and in doing so, they end up losing to him. That right there just tells you how terrifying Mythics is in the eyes of so many of these players.
And this is about as good as a start for the Pit EU as they would have expected. Massive plays coming out of the SMGs. Linz last time, Mythics this time. He did start off very well in the hardpoint actually as well. But adjustment here for BTD could be the name of the day already. Detain knows there's pressure coming through. More aggressive from the Pit EU this time.
And they've got full site control. Now, BTD don't have as convincing of a retake setup as the Pit did in the last round. The reason that the Pit were able to get back through is that all 4 players were here. BTD, they feel a little bit fragmented.
Oh, they're stacked, though. This is a bit dangerous. If there were any nades left, it would be a disaster, but it's not going to be. Cobra, though, finds Linz. There's the first. Mythics finds one back as well here. Lucifer will find a second. Mythics and F-Dot combining to take down Cobra. And Henry finds himself outnumbered, outgunned, and 3-0 for the Pit.
That is just a bloody yoke. Even from Mythic's POV, right? He runs out of bullets in his NPC, switches to the pistol, and perfectly tracks the player going across his way. Only one player left at that point. And again, I did mention it kind of felt a bit fragmented. That was more or less the same play as the pit. It was just a little bit more delayed. And unfortunately, the 1v1s that you did see there on the retake just did not go BTD's way. The pit just looking so much better as a team at the moment, and their gunnies are on point for every single one of these fights. The bit have to find BTD, excuse me, have to find a way to shut down the likes of Mythics and Lucifer, and they've got to do it now.
Got back off there. That nade could have been a bit costly. BTD though, looking back into it this time. Theoretically, it did go pretty well for them last time they broke through, but Mythics clutched up against them. All they've got to do is prevent that from happening again. Bomb going to go down. 4v4 retake.
For the first time in a while, First Blood has gone BTD's way, and a second as well. It's all falling apart. This looks like it should be a BTD round. No reason for anything else to happen there. And that's what happens when you do lose numbers on a retake. Previously, a pit successful at just brute forcing their way into the site. As soon as you lose First Blood, not really much that they can do.
Well, that was much better from them. Just getting that First Blood really put the pressure back onto the pit of you, and they weren't able to rise to the occasion. The pit of you still leading 3-1 here in this search. See whether or not BTD's adjustments are going to give them many more rounds.
I'm wondering when we see a B push out of either of these two teams. A convincing B push, we should say, because there has been one late in the round, but hasn't been one so far. Pit spending the start of this round, hedging their bets. Just waiting for maybe an over-aggressive push from somebody from BTD. Initial nades have gone out. They have tagged a couple of BTD players. So information has been accrued, and now they've made the decision. It is going to be hit on towards A.
Oh, Mythic somehow finds Titanium, though, is ready for it. Cobra, desperate to stay alive with 11 health. Tries to find something happening here. The rest of BT are stacked. Smoke going to go through. That's going to make every gunfight chaotic around that area. As Linz is going to go down as well, but it's a good kill. 2 versus 2. F-Dot dives through the smoke. Goes out towards the side here. Finds one. Goes down. 1 versus 1 now. It's Lucifer versus Henry. 24 seconds to go.
You seen him. Henry knows where he is. Goes for the kill and will manage to deliver on it. A huge round for BTD on the retake. And again, their teamwork is becoming a little bit tighter with every single push and every single round. You saw it there for that push through showers. It was like a 3-chal against the 1 player from the pit that was inside showers. Absolutely no chance. And even with F-Dot's phenomenal play, just Henry recognizes exactly where Lucifer is. Has his number.
Beautiful retake from BTD. It looked like they were a little bit lost for a second, but bring it down to a 1 versus 1, and they walk away. This is definitely an S&D that is already feeling like it might go the distance.
Well, there's going to be an A hit once again, and it is a very similar setup here for the pit, with the Linz being the only player over here. Now, previously he did retreat before finding any value. Looks like it might more or less be the same thing once again. Different strategy, though, here, because keep an eye on Mythics. I think he's pondering a potential hit around the flank, and he might not be the only one doing it.
They'll try and enter from all ways here. The pit EU last time went through the front door. This time, not the same case. They are going through the back. They've left Lucifer playing that anchor position. He's just going to try and find if anybody goes through. He will flank late if he needs to, but Henry already finds Linz. Advantage here to BTD. Time is ticking away. They don't have it. Mythics goes through. Finds the first. Finds the second. Goes for the third. Not going to be enough. The trades go against them, and BTD tie the S&D.
It's not a terrible strategy there from the pit, I think. Just take a little bit too long to do it. And I think a lot of that strategy is predicated on 2 things, right? First of all 3 players on that flank kind of have to hit simultaneously. I think Linz goes a little bit out of sync with the rest of the squad. And secondarily to that, Lucifer needs to find some value on the players. If you're going to try and play catch-up with the players on the other side, you need to actually catch something. And he, unfortunately, only catches another death added to his KD. So good reads from BTD, though. Got to give them some love for how uniform they're playing this Search and Destroy now for the last 3 rounds. We asked them to quieten Mythics and Lucifer somewhat. They've certainly, at the very least, done the latter.
That's a big kill from F-Dot, though. And look at the pressure. I mean, he's pretty calling this out, saying, I think they're pushing, and they are. F-Dot is now running for his life through the middle of the map towards the enemy team's spawn. BTD have gone aggressive.
That's done well. They're getting away. For how long? He's constantly playing runaway here. All of this pressure coming from behind. They should know it, and they are looking in the direction. The issue with this play from BTD is the fact that the pit does have the information as to what's happening. So the pit BTD is now going to have to go for another play call, and this play call expends a ton of time and energy. If the pit are wise to it, they should be able to react in kind.
Information. Oh, looking for it as well. F-Dot's going to go down. Simon not the greatest in that position as well. Lucifer gets one back here. Mythics gets one as well. It's a 1v1 again here. Mythics needs the regen to come through, and he's picked the wrong entertain the clutch up. And BTD retake again. 4-3 to BTD.
I think a sniper rifle in that situation probably wasn't exactly what they wanted. I don't know which player had it out for the pit, but it was F-Dot. Keeping an eye on it, whiffs the initial snipe, gets overwhelmed by a couple of players. You lose Lucifer in the play as well, and Mythics had already been tagged up. There's no way to get out of that situation if you're a Mythics. 4 rounds on the bounce now for BTD. They are well in the groove here on Gridlock Search and Destroy. Looking to pretty much everybody performing across the board again. This is one of those situations where we say, all right, there's not really any individual performer. Everybody on BTD has stepped it up a notch. Everybody is showing us to play. This is the result of 4 rounds of consecutively quality team play from this roster.
BTD playing it slow this time, maybe hoping the Pity U will blink and rotate out, which is what has happened. No information available for either side here. Here it comes, though. The BTD have waited long enough. Now moving in numbers.
He's already found one. BTD been slowed up. That second from Mythics is absolutely insane. Continues his reign of terror here at 12 and 5. BTD don't really have much of a chance to do anything other than try to hit this and even the odds, but that's not going to work out. Roll of the dice has gone awry, and Henry at 87 HP still trying to catch these guys on a potential flank. It's not going to happen. They try to recommit towards the site. No chance.
Just holding it as basically as best they could here. I mean, BTD's strategy was working. We could see it. The information allowed the Pity U to snap back into place and hold it down for as long as they could. 4-4.
That's a big round as well. You've lost 4 rounds on the bounce if you're the pit. They really needed a round to try and regain control. They have done. The bleeding has been stopped, but is it just a plaster on an open wound at this point? BTT, again, have found their groove. Have they done enough to stop it? This is a mirror setup for both of the teams. 3 players on A for BTD, 3 players on A for Pit, 1 player aside on B. Pit starting to transition across here. Can they get across cleanly is the question. Cobra might use the smoke to try and catch them off, and he does, but you're only going to find a 1-for-1.
Rush waiting to try and strike at the right opportunity and looks away for a second, and Linz grabs it. 2 versus 2, though. Tane going to be seen. Linz going to go for the fight here, but tries to stay alive to make sure nobody else goes for the trade, and that's what he was worried about.
I wonder if they plant this. Yeah, I don't think you want to plant this. The issue with planting bomb on B in that situation is you've just got a multitude of angles to keep an eye out. You can't watch Ice Cream and Bottom House simultaneously. And as soon as BTD see this rotation has been made, they should be able to react appropriately. They've decided to just give us one last little check. The pit might be rotating back towards B here. They could be going for it on the hope that they've rotated away, and they at the very least find the opening kill here with 20 seconds though. Detain now brings us down to a 1 versus 1. Back up, might have just seen that player try to scarper away, and does Detain with the ice to win the 1 versus 2.
Huge there from BTD. And the Pity U just ran out of time. There just wasn't an awful lot here. They went for the risk. The risk did not pay off, and Detain again finds the kill they need to make, and they've got it. Puts him in a great position.
Just how many clutches we've seen from BTD so far. Feels like there's been innumerable 1 versus 1s that have gone their way. Get another one there from Detain. 8 and 6. Ice in his veins. Just one round away from tying up this series at 1-1, and it's going to be a fast BTD kit in towards A. 3 stack from the pit on the defense, and well, since they've got the numbers, they've got no reason to retreat out of the site like they normally do.
They've got to put pressure on the flank on the other side of the map here as well here, but it's a big fight into the middle here. First blood to Linz. Not been traded out yet. He's going to go for this one as well. He finds a second, but Cobra will take him down. 2 versus 3, advantage the pit EU.
I could play in this as well. Not long for this. Well, then you don't even need the flanking player to get involved because Mythix will get it all done himself. And that right there is the result of a setup where they just make a play call. They've been hedging their bets on whether it's going to be an A or whether it's going to be consistently. It has been an A kit. The pit work off that. They stack 3 players on towards the site, and they are a brick wall that BTD cannot break through. Mythix with that final 2-piece cements that we are going to a round 11.
Here we go. A map that could very much determine which team goes through, by the way. Defense for the pit EU. Attack for BTD. They're going towards A again. A bit of pressure coming through the mid-map here by Mythix.
Back towards that box standard setup. Lynn's the only player over here. Has not been good at finding one before getting the hell out. And the pit are trying something a tad different. They are sending one player, Mythix, on the longest flank imaginable. The only issue with that is that he's not going to get involved in the play when the first gunfight goes down. And Linz does not come off well from it. So more time expended now. Just 30 seconds on the clock for the retake. And now it's going to be a 4-stack.
Pity you're in a bad place here, but that's a first blood there from F-Dot. It goes down to a 3 versus 3. More players piling in. F-Dot finds a second with the sniper. And F-Dot gets 3 in the final round. They run into the sniper scope of F-Dot when they had the better position. They cannot have been expecting that, and BTD lose the S&D on a 4v4 retake.
I would have loved to have seen that from F-Dot's POV. A double snipe and a pistol kill in the final round in close quarter combat to get the retake going. And you could tell how much that round felt like it was balancing on a knife's edge, right? Because there was a multitude of different looks that the pit were giving to BTD. They had Linz in his usual spot towards the back of the site, backs away. You think, all right, maybe they're just going to commit here to a full 4-stack in. Consider at one point that they might go for a 2-2 split with Mythix on that flank alongside Lucifer. And in the end, a 4-stack on the retake. And F-Dot is the one to blow the defensive setup wide open. That one is going to sting for BTD, considering how much momentum they built up through that search and destroy.
The sniper's like the worst weapon to have on a retake, by the way. It's just so inflexible, but they played around it. The fact he has found 2 and a 3rd with a pistol is insane, by the way. The opening blood by him was probably enough. That's all he needed. He got that first kill. He put a little bit of a dent in the defense of BTD. The fact they gave him a second and he found a 3rd himself with the pistol is magnificent, to say anything else. I kind of wish we had seen exactly what had happened, but ridiculous.
Honestly, it was ridiculous. The fact that he pulls out a sniper in round 11, by the way, is something that not many teams are ever going to have to do. That is a ballsy play and a half, and it pays off for F-Dot.
Oh, it certainly did pay off as well. And the Pit EU now going to be up 2-0 as we go towards the overload. Let's find out what happens, but that is coming after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Back in a sec. Ooh. and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCQ. You are joining us in an elimination game between two massive teams. The Pit EU and BTD are going to Overload.
Yeah, and it has been a phenomenal series if you're the Pit fan in this one, because they are 2-0 up as it currently stands. Although it should be said, barely 2-0 up, because that gridlock search and destroy ended in a round 11 in which F-Dot, with a sniper rifle of all people, managed to call game.
Yeah, kind of a crazy ending to it as well, and puts them in the driving seat. Revenge is just a map away now for the Pit EU. Will BTD have enough to answer back on the Overload? That is going to be the question. For a team that's already beaten them once, they'll certainly have their chance.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, both of these teams have looked very good in Overload the entire weekend so far. I think my concern per se for BTD here is the fact that it is a Scar Overload, and Scar is probably the map that I would say I expect the Pit to have the most successful on, just because they're so flexible on this map. Like, we've already talked about that AR prowess on the roster, the fact that obviously you've got Harry as that main AR, or Lucifer as that main AR, and he is so damn good with it. Both F-Dot and Mythics can run AR when it's required. And then, of course, also both of those players, when need to set some pace, can be running the NPC, which in the current meta happens to be a pretty valuable asset to have on your team. So Scar works like an incredible map for this team, and so I would say this is probably the one that I did not want to be 2-0 down going into if I'm BTD.
Well, we'll find out how this one does end up going. Players into the lobbies. This one's already going through, so everybody is ready to rumble. We can see the map is starting to load as well. The BTD have it in them. Or have the Pit EU just come with a better attitude today? That is the question we are answering. I can't wait to find out.
Just feels like it's such an incredible storyline, isn't it? This is the beauty of Call of Duty esports, and more specifically challenges, is that you have teams and moments like this where, obviously previous to this, if you guys hadn't caught up with what happened, BTD were the team to knock the Pit into the lower bracket. They did so in a 3-0 fashion. Now the Pit have a chance to knock BTD not just out of the tournament, but out of the entire Black Ops 7 season, with none other than a 3-0.
Or Cobra tries to get this one done here, and we'll see if this Overload does make the difference as it goes through already. That's a really good start. That EMP is already moving. We could be seeing a fast cap here. I don't see a way to stop this realistically. Lucifer will fine too, but that's not going to be enough, and that is 1-0 to BTD.
Good news for the Pit there is that they do manage to clear things out after the capture. That could have been a relay setup for BTD with a player towards the back 18-wheeler. But they do stop it. And now the Pit might actually have a counter-attack on their hands here. Players pushed forward. Pit are very good at getting that Overload device in. Not going to be able to do so on the slide out. All just down to Mythics now in the 1 versus 1. And Mythics will get a crucial double and get that EMP device in for the detonation.
Well, if you need a fight back, Mythics has got the answer. 5 streak and caps. Something that you don't see very often. Normally that just gets traded out into that position, but they're going for it again here. Rush is trying to defend against so many players. Back-to-back caps here for the Pit EU.
And just so quick, BTD spawning out towards that plane. Kayak side, no chance to get there in time, with the Pit still having the numbers in and around blue. That right there is the problem with Scar Overload at times for teams. If you don't clear things out, a rally is incredibly easy to pull off, especially with players being a nuisance in and around blue on the Pit side. So Pit now very quickly taking the lead here in this game, and they've got presence around the middle of the map, but they've got to be careful about one player that has filtered through. Detain could cause some serious issues here, and he's already starting to do so.
Eventually will go down here. The EMP has been stopped. Lucifer looking to thread the needle, not going to be able to. They're letting this one reset naturally as they go for the kills first, but Cobra finds a couple, ends in a bit of trouble, goes down to Detain, and oh, they didn't clear it, they let it go, they try to get the reset, and Cobra says, all right, well, I'll just run it in then.
It only takes one player, and Cobra is that guy. At this stage of competition, every single team is very proficient at recognizing opportunities when they open up. BTD do exactly that. Another one now potentially coming through. Unfortunately, F-Dot manages to take out the rest of the team, and there goes Henry, the EMP device carrier, as well. Now the Pit will make their way up. Again, keep an eye out for a player like Lin. This is what they brought Linz on the roster for. He is perfectly positioned in and around blue, but can only find one for the kill. Mythics, though, is there for the immediate follow-up with 2. Harry finds the 3rd, and that is yet again another detonation for the Pit.
I'm looking for some more kills here before they even think about going for it, but it's Mythics who's just running around being a problem. MP going to be sitting squarely in P2 here for a few seconds. A lot more kills will need to be made before it moves again.
Pit just continually getting here, 3 or 4 down. BTD feeling weak. The good news for BTD is the fact that they are spawning back towards back blue here, towards that B side, and that's where the EMP would be going through. That is strengthening their resolve. It's strengthening that defensive line. And it is, I think, more or less the only reason why they're able to solidly hold it in the way that they do. They're holding here for the moment, but the Pit continuing to spawn up here through the middle of the map. Lins with the last little bit of effort, and he finally gets shut down. BTD will now have another opportunity at getting that EMP forward.
You see right now they're just waiting to work out where they need to go with it. God is hunting down here, and Rush is going to call him out maybe a little bit too late, as that EMP will drop here. Got to be careful with the kills. Mythics is already in a position to do something about it, but there are players dropping both sides. Mythics will find one. This is all about just playing TDM for him now.
Does get shut down. Again, BTD trying to get those players forward. It was like they're more often not successful in doing so. Cobra decides to bring the Hellstorm missile in. That is an investment, but the fact that F. finds the first against Henry, that's a problem, because that will stagger the push. Now you've got to try and get through 3 players through Motel. 1 player on the off angle could be the key to making this play happen. It's Rush who does just ride the distraction, but Cobra can't get in and over the top. Neither can detain as F. finds 2. It's a huge stop from the Pit.
Stop, they needed 48 seconds to go. They're not leaving the EMP this time. If Dot grabs it, and they slowly start to move here, but there's a lot of kills that will need to be made before this even gets into a dangerous position. They've sent Mythics in. Mythics is going to go down before too much trouble.
Little wall jump through from Cobra. Good enough to keep these guys at bay. They're finding 2 from the middle of the map now, and that means that the Pit can kind of take their choice as to where they want to go. Players now starting to spawn up, though, and while the EMP device carrier is the furthest player to push forward, that's going to be 4 down Bryce. BTD with 15 seconds left. They've got the EMP. They can equalize.
If they don't go for this right now, they're going to get that extra 30 seconds. Lucifer, though, takes down Detain. They're going to try and thread this needle with the EMP. It's just the EMP left, and Henry will say, right, I'll just hold on to it for then. Don't need to go anywhere. Locked, loaded, and half time. 3-2 to the Pit going into the second half.
Relatively high scoring Scar Overload so far. Both teams have been very good at getting their opportunities through. I would say of the 2 teams, it feels like the Pit maybe a little bit more standard in terms of the way that they've won it. Getting players inside blue being a nuisance. They're finding 3 or 4 down, working off the back of the spawn. For BTD, at least one of those captures came by way of just 1 player surviving, managing to get the EMP through when an opening had presented itself. So they'll still be happy though. 2-3 down as they switch sides. Very much still all on the table here for BTD to try and extend this series. Henry, though, 8-16. Never want to call out a player that's not having a good game, but if he can pick things up, BTD will in a much better position.
Couple going down here as they make their way through. Trying to watch for Lucifer on the outside, but does end up falling as well. Mythics does go down. This is slowly but surely going towards BTD if they can find anything, but Lucifer has gone all the way around the houses to find a couple of kills.
Really do need to try and take these players out if you possibly can. Big stop. BTD do expend some resources in making sure they do remove Detain, though, so the Pit will have a chance now. This is a bit of a splintered push from the Pit, and it isn't necessarily going to work out. Yes, they've still got handle on a potential reset if the EMP device does go over there. Entire side of the map that the Pit can't get through, but now BTD are well on their way here. Rush could be a problem. It's a blue feed.
Oh, a couple of kills going down. Lynn's finding 2, but it's going to be a trade again, and this is always the issue. If you cannot find 3 kills in quick succession, it will just be trade after trade, and normally the defending team will win.
Okay, just parking the bus here for the moment. Getting away with gunfights before deciding they want to move forward. Harry is finding value here through the middle of the map, but does only find 2. Has that opened the door maybe for Mythics to get through? Now switching over towards the NPC here. He did have the M15 out earlier, so I think they want to set the pace up a little bit faster. Flanking play, though, from Cobra is not good enough as Lins will now pick things up. Worth saying he also did not have that great of a start to this half. He's now 13-20, not quite there just yet, but is starting to find some steam.
Still back and forth. A deadlock for the first 2 minutes of this second half. When will the dam break? When will they get some more kills going through? It's not going to be there. Lucifer goes down.
Now, BTD just cannot find a favorable selection of gunfights. Nothing to break, as you said, the deadlock. And the Pit more than happy to keep the status quo unchanged here through the remainder of this 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Kills now starting to go in BTD's favor, though. They need a solid 3 down before they're able to move that EMP device through any of the available lanes. And a flanking play from Mythix. Well, that's the worst case scenario for BTD because the last player is in Narnia.
Mythic's moving forward. Mythic's still moving forward. Should be the blocker that they need to get that one done. And that's 4 versus 2. Lucifer staying alive for as long as possible. And they get the white, but it's not really going to be an awful lot here, as Linz is still going to be a thorn in the side. Won't find the second. Out towards the most difficult spawn to get a score from. See how long this state of play continues.
At some point, BTD need to find a creative way to get behind enemy lines. I feel like that has to come by way of Detain or Henry. And neither of those players can get past the 50-yard line as it currently stands. The Pit continually doing a great job of pushing up the map. Keep an eye on players number 5 and 8 on the mini-map. Mythix not going to find any value, but Linz has broken the defensive line, and they need to turn around to deal with him. Again, it's all about playing distractions so that EMP can get further up the map, and with F. finding 2, that's exactly what will happen.
F. is his own blocker right now. They just start getting in front of him and try and hold this one down, but it is definitely panic mode. BTD are feeling the pressure. They need that EMP back. They need to start spawning. Linz already finds one up top. Linz finds a second. This might be going home as they've got bodies to go through and one player remaining. It's Henry out towards the back, and it's a swoop. It's a reversal, and that goes in 5-2. The Pit EU are doing it.
Pit are so damn fluid at the moment in the way that they're playing. They are not committed to either of those 2 overload zones. They can take either of them if they want, and they always do it as a roster. By the way, you just saw it very briefly on your screens there. F. does have the Hellstorm missile, although it isn't necessarily a guaranteed victory, with the BTD being 3 overloads or detonations down. The Hellstorm missile basically guarantees a victory here on Scar Overload. Short of something sensational for the BTD, they're running out of time to pull some tricks out of the hat.
They just needed that one, but it's been stopped. Oh, Lucifer shuts down Detain. The Hellstorm comes in, and just when you saw the little glimmer of hope that could be, it disappears in an explosion and a knife blade. And now the EMP is moving once more. It is spitting on BTD. There is no need for this to go home, but it does anyway. 6-2. A slaughter in every step of the overload. And they have taken them to task. BTD have been taken out of the road to EWC by a team they beat so much earlier on. And the PDU 3-0 will continue into the lower final.
We were expecting them to get up and maybe have a little bit of a shouting match on the other side. That is a big victory for the Pit, not even just in terms of the reverse 3-0 from what happened previously, but also because of the history that we talked about. Sometimes you make roster changes in the lead up to an event, and you always have a bit of a nagging feeling at the back of your head that maybe it wasn't the right call. Maybe we should have left that player on our team. And when they got 3-0'd the first time around, I'm sure that those feelings bubbled up. But now they are certain they made the right decision, because this roster is now one step further to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I was expecting a little bit more of an eruption there coming through, but you know what it is? It's the overload being over for so long. They had a couple of minutes to just chill out. If it had been a really tight hard point or something, then it would have been a little bit different, but absolutely feelings on both sides of that for the PDU. Jubilant at not only staying alive, getting revenge and moving forward into top 3. On BTD, despair. A team they'd already taken down has just robbed them of the opportunity and the hope that would have been potentially their EWC key.
There it is, that key that the Pit are now one step closer to obtaining, and they will be breathing a heavy sigh of relief after that matchup, because I think more than any of the 3 teams in this competition, yes, Bush and Torn are terrifying squads that you have to try and take on. I do think that BTD was probably their most difficult opponent. Not in terms of raw skill, but I think just in terms of what that match will mean to the Pit. They've got BTD out of the way, and now they can focus on business as usual. They are just 2 victories away to making it to the Esports World Cup.
Well, there's a big win for them. Still one of the favourites to go through. We highlighted it at the beginning of this entire tournament. The Pit EU still rocking and rolling. Who do they face, though, in the next round? Bush or Ton? It's going to be a good game either way. Either one of these three teams could now win this, of course. And, hey, whichever one does it, they deserve it.
Yeah, 100%. I think, you know, we've got three teams remaining in this tournament, all of which are absolutely phenomenal. And I think regardless of who they play in this losers bracket final, it is going to be a tough match for them to keep their season alive.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to get that next game up and coming. We will see our winners final in just a little bit of time here on the LCQ. But while we wait, we are going to go to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler won. You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Mm-hmm. Fight.
Okay.
Let me hear you shout. Don't give up.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ. We have our winners final now gracing our screens. It should be glorious, and I was half tempted to make a joke about not streaming this game to see how bad the reaction would have been, but obviously we are going to. Torn and Bush Gaming are going up against each other. Joining me this time around though, Proper.
Hey, how's it going, Bryce? Fantastic work in that opening series. Was really hoping to at least get a map number 4, at least for the rematch, but it is what it is. Top 4 coming through for Henry and Co. It's a bittersweet moment, but I'm excited to get into this one, and I'm glad that you didn't make that joke because there's a handful of watch parties out there that do not need that heart pain this early in the morning in the United States.
Oh, the watch parties are certainly kicking off. I was going through them actually on our break there to see exactly who's watching what, and all seem to be in good spirits, especially for this game. Even got a little bit of prediction off of Benjamin Bance about a 3-2 for this one, which isn't too far out of the realms of reality. Torn have done that in the last couple of games up in the winners bracket, but who wins, I am unsure. Bush are obviously the heavy fan favorites, but fan favorites don't always grab the championship, but they are in a very good place.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to Challengers Finals. They were one of the favorites then, got bounced out then. Same thing when you go all the way back to Paris as well for that Open. It's just the namesake for Telluride Bush to be able to be on this pedestal, to make the name all the way to the main stage is what you want to see. And as the tournament has progressing, this team in particular, you got two halves of what was an old Bush roster, half of the roster that was the Huntsman roster at the end of Challengers Finals. They have been progressively getting better as the tournament goes along. But toward Esports, they have been consistent. Millie, do not chirp at this guy. He will put you in the dirt. Dak has been absolutely lights out, and TK in search is a real problem.
Certainly is. Well, I can tell you this, got to be as neutral as possible, but I am a big Bush fan in terms of how they've brought themselves and conducted themselves in challenges so far. Content games always going to get a thumbs up from me. Will this be the dream though? Can they ride this story towards the end? The team is definitely talented enough to do it, but first they have to get through Torn, who also have a source to settle.
Saw Den Hardpoint yesterday in winter semifinals for Bush versus Aerotech Edge. It finished 250 to 239 for that series. Den Hardpoint versus Bittersweet for Torn, 250 to 180 as far as recency is concerned. And I mean, Torn Esports starting off fantastic. Better side of the map already, 23 seconds off of P1. Not much more you can ask for, but Telluride Bush reintroducing themselves into the gunfights here. Bryce looking to threaten the spawns anew.
Trying to find their way through into P2 here. A little bit of scrap time that will give them a buffer, but they're not really making the push they need to. Fear trying to find something. Had his own kind of share of struggles yesterday, but then exploded on other maps like the Overloads. They do have a good spawn out towards the back here. If they can get some couch control, they should be able to push through.
Already have the back spawns. The biggest problem is what is the opening gunfight going to be looking like? Millie already takes down Prolude, so that's going to keep them at an AR's distance here, Bryce. They cannot reintroduce themselves, but Fear from that nade, Renegade from the second. Now it's the go time.
Well, there's the break-in. That's what they need here. Minso looking for more than one, and he finds a second. A trade they just did not expect to happen, and it puts them onto the back foot in terms of numbers. They're also now going to have to go across the rooftops to find something else, and a bit of a breakdown there from Telluride Bush Gaming.
Yeah, not what you want to see, and especially when you still have these back spawns. Millie's just cleaning house. That should flip out the spawns, and it does. Both Awakening and Prelude spawn out. Split spawns now into effect. What a play out of Millie, whether he meant to do it or not. This is some 5-head gameplay coming through. You got Bush members all across the map. Straight gunfights, 1v1s. Prelude takes down Millie. That makes the rotation anew a little bit easier. Telluride Bush trailing by about 40 points. They're about to get pinched from behind. TK in the 1v1 in the stairwell. What is happening? Renegade takes him down. It's a big gunfight to win.
They have this, so that's going to be another big kill there for Torn. They needed to lock that side down so they could push out in one direction. Hasn't worked out. Torn Esports have broken through again. There is a small chance with Fear on the flank that if he could find this kill, he could open it up, but he finds it a little bit too late to help his teammates. Pinch still developing here for them, but with 34 seconds left to go, this is just trying to equalize the hill.
I mean, Torn Esports from their positioning have been forcing Telluride Bush to spawn everywhere where they do not want to. The pinch constantly being developed, split spawns coming through. Awakening just spawned up. He's going to get shot in the back here by TK in a moment's time as well. Going to be frustrating just to be dealing with. Telluride Bush is looking for any sort of footing. Renegade trying to be the tip of the spear ahead of the rotation, and he will take down Millie in kind. You got Awakening spawning all the way out back P2. Got reinforcements here for Torn. They should be here for the gunfight. Renegade takes him down. The player to watch, in my opinion. He is starting off hot at 8-6.
Such a big kill by Renegade to get this spawn for his team here, and now Telluride Bush Gaming starting to come alive. Deck out towards this, might be caught with the timing. Does so. Awakening standing strong, goes down to Millie here, and already keep an eye on these spawns here. It's been blocked out towards the back, so it's a roof spawn for Telluride Bush, and that's exactly what they don't want. Numbers down, position out, and they've lost control.
Now you can just start sliding out over by rooftops of the M15s and just start peppering everybody with damage. Saw Prelude trying to do the same from spawning over by P2, and it's just nobody in position to try to take advantage of that. Finally, 2 do go down. 23 seconds remaining in the first set of hard points. Flank being developed from Awakening runs right past Mints, but it's 3 dead in the feed again. A fantastic first set of hard points, though. Telluride Bush did a bang-up job for what they had at their disposal after coming up flat on P2. They at least get 66 points on the board, but still trailing by 50.
Can they find a little something here on the P1? Not usually the soak map, but if they can find a couple of kills and at least hold it down, they should be able to get some, but it's also going to be about that P2 rotation. Last time, they didn't have it all the way they would have wanted to do so. 50-point game here, winning a couple of these fights, allowing them to slay out and potentially thinking about getting back onto that point. TK is ready for it as well. That nade goes out. Mint's getting a kill at the same time, and it's Fear to stay alive with 6 health.
SMGs are doing okay for Telluride Bush, but Awakening is double negative at 8-16. You feel like that if Big Wake can start getting online, it's going to make these SMG routes even better. Renegade staying in the fight. Wake will take him down, but it's Millie on the hard point for 2. That'll clean house. 20 seconds here on P1. Bush still have the spawns to new, but Torn Esports are finding all the kills.
This could go from bad to worse, and it might be. Awakening has to be the man here at the moment. Finds the first and the second. Wonderful hold for that P2. It is what they needed, now being 70 points behind. Awakening checks his corners, checks his angles. Renegade backs him up for the kill, but it will be a Torn push over the roofs.
Mint's gonna take down Renegade, sets up for Millie to try to follow up back through, but comes up short from the jump. Awakening able to at least take down one more, and that should be the spawn secured. Opening 20 seconds good for Bush here at 2.
Awakening playing a game with TK for as long as possible. TK doesn't end up winning that fight. Traded out by Renegade. Finally get the team in. Spawns out towards the back here. Got to be careful. Chaos spawns the Torn. Eventually they have been pushed out, and Bush, put somebody in the point, please.
Finally gonna at least dip a toe in there. Prelude was getting so much space over by weapons that you felt like you probably could have get at least 1 or 2 members in towards the hill. Torn Esports going to give this one more shake, at least for the scrap time. They have the leader's advantage to do so. Fear for 2. You got players spawning in the back for Torn, so they can recycle out more players. But it's Telluride Bush that should be able to get ahead of the rotation. They're all through mid. TK is going to be the one to try to defend it, and he gets gunned. So 156 to 107. Leads still about 50 to 60 points. Telluride Bush, though, cannot afford to get broken up.
Prelude finds one. They're looking for the kills here. Awakening will be massive if he can find much here. But switches out a gun and does get taken down. Bush will be in first here. Any good hold, any differential that they can find to bring this back into the realms of a short, just distance between the two teams will be magnificent. TK still fighting alive into the dojo as the rest of Telluride Bush Gaming come to reinforce.
Awakening's going to get hit with nades. TK should clean him up easily. And off of Millie being able to find his 21st kill is really a cornerstone of light for Torn Esports of why their lead is as high as it is. This guy is slaying all the way through. Vince will take down Fear as far as the trade is concerned. Torn Esports, it feels like at this point can do no wrong. They're holding all of Telluride Bush at an arm's length, and they're holding a rotation over towards you, sending 2 players to deal with the tree push.
This is everything now for Telluride. That is a big kill that Mints has just made onto Fear. That was their biggest opportunity to get back into this point. Torn Esports in the holding position. They've got one player onto the flank as well. It's a bit of a mess going for it. Awakening will cut him down. Probably will find a second. They're doing this from the hard side. But they are losing the trades again. TK and Dak shut them down, and the dreams are starting to burn.
Everybody just starting to fire off on all cylinders. Just one player positive. Prelude is even 22 and 18 out of Renegade, though it feels like Torn Esports in the trade department are just constantly having a leg up. Renegade does find 2. It means that he has to go absolutely God mode, and he cannot be prepared there for the next of Mints. But still, spawns will flip for the back 20 seconds. It's going to have to take it. If you are Telluride Bush, any second is going to be a good one because you are trailing cataclysmically through the second set now.
The Renegade has been everything for Bush so far into this. It's the highest fragger in the game right now, but that is not enough. They are 60 points behind. Torn Esports are moving closer to lethal range above that 200 points. And this could be everything. A P1 needs to be broken fast. You cannot allow them to soak. Once you do that, you have to get into P2 and go for a big hold. And that's just to bring the game even. Torn Esports increasing their lead to the biggest it has been this entire half point.
Oh, man, and they just have all the irons up. Trophy system finally down over by P1. Prelude's looking to make a route all through mid-cut to maybe try to work this with his teammates, but now he's just the last alive, and he can only find one. It is as clean as you like. Torn Esports can still win here.
Winning on the P1 is not what I expected from it at the same time. There's going to be 3 down. That's a break for Bush. A well-needed reprieve. Now the hard work will truly begin. Torn Esports are firmly in the driving seat. 21 seconds to win this map. For Bush Gaming, it would have to be a Herculean effort. They've not only got to get into this P2, they have to hold it and then bounce it to P3.
And another 1 player's on P1. They got the spawns over towards New. Fear actually spawns all the way out parallel there with Millie, so it's a 2v2 now for the current time. TK's in towards the back. Prelude will find the trade, but Mints drops down, and that should be the spawns at least secured for now, but it's split in towards the back.
Oh, it's a good spawn for Bush. It's a good spawn. Fear needed to make that kill. They're still holding on. Telluride Bush have not gone out of this yet. They're back into the point they're looking for at the same time. Wonderful double chow coming through. Torn looking for a way forward. Dak will find one. More bodies piling in as reinforcements start to arrive. But there is a wipe. Telluride Bush just got 2 versus 4 in P2, and it may have cost them the game. It doesn't look like they're going to have a big opportunity to get back into this, but now the pile in. Bush Gaming run into the gauntlet, and they are wiped again. Map 1 done.
Decisive scoreline there at the end, like we were talking about. Being down by a whole hard point on Den, so difficult to combat through, especially when you got broken as early as you did. And I mean, as they were constantly developing through that Den hard point, it really did feel like that Telluride Bush were making the right adjustments, start double challenging together. You were calling out perfectly. They were trying to thrive within the chaos, while Torn Esports was just pure chaos. I mean, these guys were finding a multitude of 2 pieces. Millie just was going popping Juggernaut at certain points in time, just was not going down easily. And just by the time you dealt with 1 member of Torn Esports, it felt like either TK was right behind you, Vince was right there to be able to clean up the first, then find a second. Torn Esports playing Den Hardpoint to a fine T. Telluride Bush currently 0-1 down as far as this series is concerned. Got to wake up a little bit ahead of the search.
And they really do. I mean, Dak dropping 31. I mean, it didn't go great here. Renegade had a pretty good start. It was certainly putting some pace down, but at the end it faltered here, and maybe it's the pace. We saw a lot of ARs popping up from Telluride Bush Gaming that may have slowed them down a little bit too much. The NPC certainly can change things very dramatically going through, and for Torn Esports, it was just pace after pace, and there were flashes. There were moments where Telluride Bush Gaming could have come back, but they didn't hold what they needed to. They didn't get the rotations that they wanted to. And once that happens, it is always fighting uphill.
It's a very easy thing to decipher when you're looking from top to bottom. KD ratio, the assists aren't too far gone. If anything, Telluride Bush actually were getting a lot more team shots. But when you're looking at the biggest sway as far as the stat department is concerned, look at the objective kills. Every single time that Torn got set up inside of a hard point, they were locked into that hard point, anchoring out the spawns, setting up pinches, making sure that there was always a player to recycle, if not bump forward. And that's why their objective kills are just skyrocketing. It felt like every time that they had a setup, it felt like Telluride Bush had to have one of those Herculean moments that you were talking about at the end that was required for T-Bush just to be able to find a break. But yeah, I mean, KD ratios, damage is all good. Telluride Bush are definitely shooting. Awakening came back from being doubled negative to 23 and 33. That definitely needs to be pointed out as well. But still, not what you want to see out of Telluride Bush. Not from these namesakes, but they've been dropping numbers all year long here. Brycey find themselves down 0-1 to Torn Esports.
Well, some people might be despairing, that is just map 1. Hold on, keep the faith, and see how it continues to go. Because these two teams are ready. And we don't play just one. It's not a best of it. And we certainly have other game modes. The S&D could be a strike back for Telluride Bush Gaming. Torn Esports, though, will be feeling happy about that win so far.
Let's go into Raid 2. And this is continuously for the recency of the last match that Bush played versus Aerotech Edge, formerly known as Omit Brooklyn, with Paul X and Co. It was the map 2 yesterday in winter semifinals, and they lost 4-6. And there was a lot of hesitation, poor decision making, but ultimately just a lot of first bloods were going the way for Standy at that point in time. If you're going to be looking for any one player in particular to try to recreate that same exact idea, you're going to be looking at TK and Mince on the opposite side to get a lot of mid-map coverage. There is VOD to watch. I'm sure these boys probably went back and started watching some of that VOD from yesterday just to set themselves up for this success of this best of 5, Bryce. I mean, for the first 2 maps, they have all the VOD in the world just from one series yesterday.
They certainly do, and we're just going into a technical pause here. Might have been some comm issues in that last game, so that will be sorted out before we go any further. So do hold fire. The team are on it, and as soon as we know when this will continue on, we will go through. And it does look like there is some team talks going on the other side. Torn are discussing possibly strategies for this upcoming. Whether or not it's a call for breaks yet, or whether or not it's a reminder of what they have practiced so far, we can't tell because they won't let us.
Dak, just as the wily veteran for this team, of course, covering up his mouth, covering the microphone, making sure that the very adequate lip reader, aka Prolute, can't watch it, even though he's having a nice little discussion there. But still, nonetheless, yeah, you'd like to imagine that the playbook is going to be pretty deep as far as Torn Esports are concerned. I mean, even before making a name for themselves as far as challengers and throughout Elite is concerned this past season, a lot of S&D on Torn Esports. Even when Dak was like pseudo like retired, not really competing at challengers, he was still taking a lot of S&D wagers. So you expect for that to still be a pretty big wheelhouse for them. But the same could be said on the opposite side. I mean, when you got players like Prolute, who's been making S&D namesakes and plays and really dissecting a lot of teams down to a fine tee all his career long, it's definitely something to be on the lookout for. So I think as far as this map number 2 is concerned, going to have to be looking for the aggression out of Torn Esports, and then if Bush are even prepared to deal with it.
And we'll see here. And we'll see no pause will continue for as long as it takes to get it all worked out. We see some of the players still warming up into the firing range. There is also an alternative. What could have been happening there might not have been a team talk. Maybe he was just practicing beatboxing. We can't be certain, you know. It might be happening, you know, a little bit of a map 1, map 2 beatboxing competition between the players keeps their minds fresh.
It does.
Very unknown tactic for a lot of people here, but obviously I'm just spitballing to see what is happening as we wait for these to get through. But I mean, I'll say this: Torn are locked in like they're in a game. They're in the firing range. That's all they're shooting targets.
Dak's got that gamer lean on point too. That man is shooting very, very straight. And the same thing could be said for Millie as well. I don't even think they had a warm-up scrim before this. They were probably just playing 2v2s, but whatever it was, these guys did not skip a beat from what we saw out of them from yesterday. And now you can see on the opposite side, Telluride Bush getting in towards the firing range, just making sure that everything is all good. Comms are all straight and making sure that the gunny is as hot as possible going in towards this raid search and destroy, because the biggest discrepancy as far as that opening map was concerned, at least in the first several hills, was the slaying discrepancy. And I think that that's something you're going to have to really keep an eye out for in the trade department, that Torn Esports still had a leg up on Telluride Bush, which is very indicative to a round of search and destroy.
Well, we'll see how these two go. But while we are waiting, let's take a little look at the brackets. Remind everybody how we got to this position for the winners final. So when we go through, obviously, two sides of the bracket. We do have the lower bracket and the upper bracket we can show you. This is going to be the lower bracket. These teams have already gone through. Only one remains in this side so far. The loser of this game will go forward to face the Pit EU, who, by the way, have been on a bit of a run. Not only 3-0ing BTD, they took down Aerotech Edge, who were one of the favorites for this competition. You might remember them as Omid Brooklyn. Then we've got the Pit EU team down Bittersweet as well, 3-1, and 2unks 3-0. In fact, their only loss of this tournament so far has been against BTD Esports, who they just 3-0'd in lower bracket round 5.
Yeah, I would say pretty emphatically as far as that overload is concerned, and the hard point. I mean, the gridlock search and destroy, a little bit of a scare for the Pit EU, but I mean, they're looking really primed. And I mean, once you 3-0 Steve Vortex, I guess he just joins your coaching staff at this point to be able to help you out in your lower bracket run. And yeah, the 3-1 we didn't get to see versus Bittersweet GG yesterday. Saw a couple scoreboards and some tweets coming out from those boys over on Bittersweet, and I mean, it was a really hard fought battle. And you know, the matchup versus Aerotech Edge just last night as well. I think that kind of really puts it into the light of how strong this team really is. Again, dropping Henry, picking up Linz. We kept on talking about it throughout all of yesterday, and it was hinted at this morning as well. It's just the pace differential that you get with having Tom on your team. Linz is a very cracked out SMG. We've come to expect that every single time. But yeah, I mean, we're started off with 16 teams, right? So we're down to just 3, but there can only be 1.
Wow. We will find out. Of course, I mean, on the other side of it, realistically, the upper bracket has been a bit of a gauntlet as well for these teams, and we can follow all the way through for you as we wind our way into how we got to here. On the upper side, of course, Telluride Bush Gaming have had a pretty good time. 3-0 Team Ultra MVP. Then Omnia Invicta fell 3-1. Aerotech Edge, that was actually a very good game, but they also fell 3-1, and that's put them into this final. On the other side of it, Torn Esports have not had quite the smooth ride. Now, admittedly, they got a DQ in their first round against a Voltic, so all good there. Then against Bittersweet, it's a 3-2. Narrowly getting through that one, by the way. Then against BTD, the same scenario. It went all the way to a map 5 again, the S&D winning it out for them. And that puts Torn in this position. Both of these two teams, of course, already into the top 3. But they do want to get not only top 2, but they're desperate for that top 1. This is a unique tournament. It is all about getting that key, getting that road to EWC.
Yes, it is. And I mean, Torn Esports, you talk about how close shave that Bittersweet 3-2 was. That was a reverse sweep, and they only won that Den Overload by a single detonation. When they got to that map number 5, Bittersweet just ran out of gas, and they smoked them 6-0. That was a Den search. As we're getting some fist bumps coming through, as the logic would suggest, that means we're getting very, very close to starting the game. And the reason why I bring up that 6-0 Den Search and Destroy and Reverse Sweep, that is the map 5 in this best of 5 series. And if we do end up going that distance, whoo, man, you know Torn Esports going to be excited for that one.
They certainly are. Now we have been told everything has been sorted, everything is ready to go. We are out of the pause, and, well, if you have eyes, you can see that looks like a map on a player's screen. That means we are loading in, and fingers crossed, everything should be okay for us to launch straight into this S&D.
Great Search and Destroy, going to be a game of pace. You're going to be looking for anybody that maybe pull out a sniper rifle. Yeah, it could be Dak on the opposite side. He was actually rolling heads the other day. We'll have to see offense here for Telluride Bush first, giving a good look at Ring. They were struggling with getting this bomb planted early yesterday. Have to see if they are able to rectify that today.
Smoke's already out. Is this going to be a plant here? Right now, Torn Esports don't have all of the information. They know a push is going in towards A because they know where Telluride Bush aren't. Luke going to stick his head out, taking a little look here, and well, he goes down because of it, but that will be a trade. Big trade from Fear coming in. 3 versus 3. Bomb is still not going to be down. Everybody's just going for the fight here. TK finds another, and now Renegade falls as well.
Not the biggest fan of the laundry pushing towards that. You throw a couple shoulders, get some information, but it's just a little bit of miscommed perhaps on just trying to get the challenge over by the staircase and then out from the backside of laundry. But you could see what Telluride Bush were mostly wanting to play for was just for the gunfights, play for the trades. And if you can get down to the 2v2, then you can get the plant. But just a little bit of mistimed, unfortunately. All Torn Esports had that information from early nades and just from shoulders being thrown on the laundry side. So first ring push on offense for Telluride Bush stuffed. Found 1 kill along the way, and that was Fear. So Torn Esports coming into this one hot still. very quick over towards B.
A little bit slow going through, but Fear finds his second kill. Straight on to Millie. Advantage, first blood done.
That's a raid boss down too. That's a big kill to have for yourself. TK is going to break away from the rest of his team. Go get a poke and prod over towards driveway, see what he sees. Prelude will be over here defending, and I believe TK just saw that nameplate.
He's looking for the player out here as well. Guns him.
Wow.
3 versus 3. This opens up the map a lot here, and well, Mint's finding a second one that he should not be able to find that easily. 2 versus 2. This is another big 1v1. It's all about timing. TK is looking for the player here. They're going back and forth. TK has a better position and wins it. Now a 1 versus 2 for Fear. The only player who has any kills for Telluride Bush Gaming will have to get an ace.
Timing could be good here. Top art to maybe rip 1. Oh, he gets the damage into TK, but it just gives away his position. This becomes so losable now.
Fear running. This is an opportunity. This is a 1v1 if he can take it. Oh, I'm going to go down, though. That player's back into the game here. Needs to win the gunfight. Isn't going to happen. And Torn get another round after losing the first blood.
Yeah, first blood came through, but you still had presence over by the poolside. But TK makes the play, and it's an egregious gut check call. Rolls over towards ring single-handedly, takes the 1v1 over Prolute. He had that information from throwing the shoulder driveway, and then takes a very close win. And then also gets the info on Awakening, takes the 1v1, gets good timing on both, just narrowly escaping with his life. If that play doesn't happen to take the 1v1 versus Prolute, you saw what happened over by the poolside. Everybody from Telluride Bush turned around, and then they all got shot in the back. 2-0 lead for Torn.
Bit of a stun check going through here. Bush have stacked, but they don't have map control yet. Nothing towards the middle. Oh, this is aggressive. Maybe they're waiting for this. It could play out for them at the same time. TK down. Trade coming through, though. 3 versus 3 again.
Bomb still trapped, all on the backside of Art. Probably doesn't know where to bring this thing. They know that Millie's pushed all the way up inside P5. They have no information over by Ring, but that's where they have to go.
Bush are hoping for more to come through here, but Prolute gets caught by Mints. No map control and dwindling numbers for Bush. Torn Esports have all the cards. For Bush Gaming, this is very much a case of either find some space or just find a pick. You need to get those numbers down.
Damage traded out. Millie over in P5 actually gives away his life, so 2v2. And now that opens things up over towards the B side. At least they think so. You still have one player. Dak is still lurking over towards Tiki. Mint's still lurking over by driveway. Takes down the bomb carrier. 15 seconds.
And that'll be enough. Torn get it done here. There were moments, there were opportunities for Telluride Bush Gaming, but spent the majority of their time just trying to find any space at all.
When I talked about trying to deal with the aggression coming through from Torn Esports, they just straight sprinted through Ring because they know that they are gunning you. So these early tacks, nades, need to be adjusted for Telluride Bush. Some shoulders need to be thrown because they are lacking some critical information through the early stages of these rounds. And even before the gunfights really start to ensue. 3 rounds in, and all in Torn's favor. Combined 8-2 between TK and Mints.
More pressure here from Torn. Oh, Dak finds the first blood onto the Awakening team, and it's not going well. They're just giving them kills. Mintz is absolutely threading a needle. There's no fear. Gonna get this one down now, 2 versus 4. The Bush are in mid-control, but don't have an awful lot of options as Dak finds Prolute. A renegade shot from 8 angles. He finds Mintz. Oh, they're all at him. TK grabs him.
Just swarming him as well. Big fist bumps, big pop-offs coming through here for Torn Esports. It really feels like they can do no wrong. They are shooting hellaciously straight. Goes back to just chilling in the firing range, acting like they're in a match, just getting that accuracy as straight as possible. Mintz's M15 is a laser beam right now. TK up to 5-1 is flying with no fear whatsoever. And when you're looking at it, I mean, Renegade was able to at least get another kill, but I mean, Fear has the majority of the eliminations on this Telluride Bush roster through 4 rounds. He just cannot find any numbers advantage whatsoever. It combined 6 kills through 4 rounds for T-Bush.
A little bit of information, but Millie doesn't actually grab one. That's a huge kill by Awakening. Squares up and takes it. First blood for Bush. Opportunity for the first time in so long, as Despair has pretty much taken seat in the heart of this team.
They don't plant the bomb. They're playing off of the jump play for Renegade, who is in the Creddy spot. Mince picks up the Verse Recon from Millie's corpse. Now Renegade can get activated.
1, 2, 3 potentially. He's got no health. He's going to lose that one down, but it's wonderful enough that Mince is now going to be backpedaling. He's in a 1 versus 3, and I think Bush might just go for him. There we go. Get him. First round for the Bush.
Yeah. Finally get themselves on the board. All off of the smoke play through pillars. Nades come through. They get a lot of presence over towards ring, and I mean, they just don't hesitate this time around. Obviously helps when you're this late into a search and destroy, Bryce, when you get that trophy system over by driveway, deny any sort of ordinances that are being thrown over your way, and then it allows you to be able to get that space a little bit further forward. But it was just one set of tacks and nades over on that side defensively for Torn, as they were trying to battle back through the middle of the map with Millie hanging around the gunfight. I mean, when you got 4 rounds of a lead, you can afford to throw away at least one. He stays in the gunfight a little bit too long, loses his life. Telluride Bush finally get there first off of Renegade, getting into a very cheeky spot.
How's this one go? Bush have swung for A so far. Proloot take mid-map control. They're just playing for information here for Bush, but the pressure will come from Torn over towards B.
Renegade has an NPC over here. Already got a lot of good information. Pokes his hat out inside Tiki, sees Mince. He's got Awakening's help over by the wheelbarrow as well. Can't afford to go down, though, for either side. Torn Esports are fiddling around with the idea. Do we rush over towards B? Got no information. Open stairs. Do we wrap back towards A?
Proloot's making a move here. Should be able to get this first kill, but TK guns him. First blood to Torn. Proloot tried to make a play, and what it has done is given opportunity to Torn Esports. Dak is out towards the middle here as well. They have taken map control away from Telluride Bush.
Dak Laundry there. Dak playing the Creddy spot. Almost had a really good angle to take down Renegade. TK will take him down in kind. Now it's just fear for a 1v3. It would be a technical ace on the round if he can get it. Not looking too great, is it?
Well, big kills going through. And this is going to be map point already. Just that first kill onto Proloot, it took all of the pressure off of Torn, and they took map control pretty quickly there. You've got to give them credit. No hesitation in the play call.
Very different rollout for them, too, how they were just kind of posted up over by bed, expecting for a mistake to come their way, and Proloot delivered it on a silver platter. Just trying to find that pre-fire, the bottom side of bedroom. So now Telluride Bush going to go over towards the pool side. It's a split defense for Torn Esports. They are set up for this, and they can also play for a little bit of a pinch as well if they would like. Nades ceremoniously traded out on both sides of Tiki. Mince off the pool play, can catch good timing.
Here he comes. There's one. First blood again here for Torn. And they have pushed Bush into the middle of the map. They go straight out towards A. Prelude finds TK. Bomb now going down. Opportunities for Telluride Bush to go for the defense here. In a good position, but Dak already finds Renegade. Awakening will have to do something. There's one. Trade is going to be good enough. Mince still alive as well. It's Proloot versus Mince, and Mince wants it. Proloot in a 1 versus 2.
Got the NPC at range. Someone's just going to hop it. You watch the top window. You know what it might be planted for, but they're just trying to figure out where Proloot's located at. They got the time to do it.
Proloot hasn't even shouldered this yet. He is in no worries about it being diffused at all, and this might be masterful, but he's been found. Now he's being chased. He's been caught as well. And they already know they'll go to the defuse. Fist bump's already going to be out. It is a showcase from Torn. 6-1, 2-0 in the series.
Oh my goodness. Telluride Bush got some splaining to do. Proloot quickly off of the setup, trying to get a mental reset. He really did not have a good map number 2. It took him 7 rounds just to find his first kill. And Torn Esports, outside of just the previous round to the one that concluded, was just all aggression, just through and through. Exactly what I expected to come through from Torn Esports off of what we got from the Den Hardpoint. These guys are playing on a different level when it comes down to their trades, when it comes down to their first bloods, and just the overall flexibility on the map. I mean, TK and Mince just going absolutely AWOL. You got to combine 2,400 damage between Dak and Mince. Felt like that these guys could truly do no wrong. But most importantly, when you're looking at these stats, first bloods to first deaths. I mean, you only got the 4 first bloods coming through from Torn Esports, a handful for Telluride Bush. Torn Esports, just off of their aggression, when they found that first blood, it felt like that they were never losing around.
Just a massive amount of confidence, really. That's the way that Torn were playing it. They just took the angles that they wanted to and never really backed down. And well, it's only 2 maps gone here, and there's still an awful lot left to go. At least one overload for this series, but whoever loses will have that second opportunity in the lower black regardless. It's going to be an interesting one for these 2 teams, though, because at the moment, Torn Esports look like everything.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, from slaying to fundamentals as well, it just feels like that everything is firing off on all cylinders, and going into overload might just be a hot 3-0 here, Bryce.
It might be, but we will have to find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the LCQ after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ. We are in the middle of our winners final, and at the moment it is 2-0 against Torn Esports against Telluride Bush Gaming as we go into the overload. Not been an awful lot of highlights for Bush so far, but hey, reverse sweeps do happen and have happened this tournament. Will they happen again?
Yeah, you know, the reverse sweep that did happen was from the other team on the opposite side, the reverse sweep versus bittersweet. So, I mean, maybe it comes back to bite them in the rear. I'm not too sure. All I can tell you is that Telluride Bush are looking like a shadow of their former selves, even from what we saw yesterday. Very uncharacteristic search and destroy out from Prolude. Very interesting calls. They could not deal with the aggression. Bryce came out flat in that den hardpoint, but off of the 2-3 break, could just be the breath of fresh air that they might need.
Well, we will find out. Only time will tell for these two teams. For Bush Gaming, the story has been pretty magnificent. It's all been public of how this team was picked up and how they've been sent here. On the other side of it, Torn Esports are looking to kill the dream, at least momentarily. But there is still hope. There is still opportunity. Here comes the first flurries as the teams play for positioning around the EMP.
Yeah, just trying to play for some opening gunfights, get some shot control. Prolude's going to be the first one there. Going to get crossed up by Dak over to the backside of P2, who's, oh my gosh, still shooting as straight as ever. 3-0 start for Dak.
Renegade, it's a big kill to slow down any momentum going through, and there's going to be number 2. Already pushing forward, Renegade. Long shot against Millie. Not going to work against the M15 in that situation, but they are still trading around this point. This might be slow from both sides. There's 2 again here, but this is all just TDM. Nobody is getting an advantage yet.
And nobody really finding any sort of advantage, right? I mean, if you're the boys in blue for Torn, you're looking to at least get TK a little bit further forward, get a player in towards green. Awakening's got to take down Millie before he can get in that position, and TK also gets naded. If you're looking from Telluride Bush's perspective, you would love to get a lead blocker in towards blue. This is the best look thus far, Bryce. They only lost 1 member along the way, and now they can start surging forward.
Has been grabbed, but it has been pulled over towards plane here. They need a blocker as TK is trying to hold them back. Doesn't find it. Renegade will get the kill. But it is a reset. The rest of 20 spots will be up before this EMP moves.
Gonna trap themselves over here by plane too. I mean, you can bait them into the next wave of gunfights because you have the God Heady, and that's exactly what Torn Esports give them. Next wave of gunfights should be a score.
They're trying to get it through here, but Millie's already found 2. Renegade is thinking about going for this, needs to win something, can't get it done, and the trades are the problem. Once that EMP moves at a certain speed, you are able to reinforce from the defensive position much more efficiently. And that is what has just happened. However, watch this. A net slip. Renegade is going to have it, and he tries to dive for gold. Not going to be enough.
Yeah, that's some Halo veterancy right there. Just touch the flag, reset it. Maybe we can make this play happen, but comes up a little bit flat, and now the push is starting to surmount on the opposite side. Mints takes down Renegade off the respawn block. Everybody from Telluride Bush, they're trapped. 1 top green, 1 back 18. Torn Esports need a series of gunfight wins to be able to get this capture to be.
Big kills. Mints finds another. Awakening, though, shuts down that push. Again, Bush, EMP control, now making a move. Millie's going to go down to Prolude. Prolude is punching a hole. Needs to find 1 more. Goes down to Mints, who finds 2. And again, a defense from Torn. Both sides. TK, man of the moment, finds Awakening. Looking for Fear. Fear will get it. Millie will trade. Both teams now piling in bodies for this one as well, but it's more than good enough for Torn Esports. That one's going home 1-0.
First detonation coming through from Torn Esports. It was a battle of wits there. Telluride Bush had it over by the goal line. Then they're going to get snuffed out. Oh, and this push that's coming through from Torn Esports is going to force everybody from Telluride Bush to spawn in towards P2. What a push coming through from Torn Esports, and they're going to be able to rally this so effectively. So many unanswered kills. It is a sublime call from Torn Esports. What a double capture.
Oh my god, they've just got across the map and killed everyone again.
They're going to do it again.
Renegade last man standing in any position to do anything about this. Millie already out towards the back here. Millie finds 1, not going to be the second. Prolude holds it. At last, Telluride Bush have some semblance of defense, and they will not be capped again instantly.
Got real close. TK is looking to make the play, though. Back green here. Jumps right over an enemy, and that's going to be his ultimate demise. 3-for-1 trade. Millie should be traded out, and now the push can start to be developed here for Telluride Bush. They're going to try to wrap this back over towards the plane side, though, Bryce. Try to play for a couple kills, see what Renegade can find. He gets gone. Awakening soon after, so they're going to have to wait for the respawns and then reset.
They have control. They're looking to move it. They've got to be careful having it this close towards their base, though. This is the issue. Push coming in from Renegade. Maybe, just maybe, they find something.
Gotta be able to take down this one and towards the back. Oh, Dak even over the fence is able to find the kill. Prolude still tried to slide it in, but Mints will take down Prolude at the goal line, plus the second of Awakening. resets the map, and watch player number 2. Millie's in the spawn, and this guy's been beaming, finds the first, trying to reset for Awakening, takes him down, plus pro loot. Are you kidding me?
Oh, Millie's getting silly. It's a 7 streak for him as they look to put the hammer down. And then there's a reset out towards the middle. 26 seconds, 3-0 onto this side. Prologue cleans house eventually. TK, though, still going to be a problem in towards top green.
Rio, you got to make something happen here if you're Telluride Bush. You're finding kills in the middle of the map. Somebody's got to start pushing over, though. Prologue thinking that somebody's coming through from shops. Mince is taking away P2, and he catches timing from behind. This might be a 4th capture for Torn Esports, and it's going to end in a score unless Awakening can hold on, but he can do no such feat. It is a 4-0 half. Torn Esports in a commanding lead.
Wow.
Oh, Millie.
That was all pace and fury. And right now, Torn Esports are feeling good. The S&D was all them. So far in the overload, it's all them as well. It's not over for Bush if this next 5 minutes doesn't go well, but it will knock them into lower, and it will send Torn into the grand final.
Yeah, and you do have that safety net, I guess, if you want to call it anything, of the lower bracket. And we've seen Telluride Bush be able to make that happen for themselves in a handful of tournaments, but love to at least push it to a map 4 for confidence sakes, for crying out loud. Torn Esports, though, they are just flying and frying. 20-11 through a half out of Millie. This guy's KD ratio at the end of this is about to be closer to 2 than further away.
Is there something in the Bush camp? Some new gear they can switch into because they need it now more than ever. Millie finding more kills into it. That EMP is now moving again. They don't even have that many blockers, but they're still moving. Eventually shut down. Bush Gaming do manage to get a little bit of a rally going through, but Mince finds 2 to stop any sort of push out of spawn.
3 dead in the feed. Hellstorm being called here for Millie. This should be a capture. Everybody's over by boat, and they should get hit with a Hellstorm missile. Millie again as the Hellstorm finds 3. They could do nothing, and there's the 4th as well. 26-12 for Millie now. Everybody spawning by plane. They could go nowhere.
They tried to make that push. They got the spawn out towards where the reset would be, but it did nothing as the fight's still continuing. And Telluride Bush Gamer, they're just fighting for their own spawn control here. It's being a bit of a nightmare for them. Oh. How has TK won that? He meleeed in front of Prologue and still won the gunfight.
Things that should never be happening. But TK, again, turning heads throughout this Challenger season. Looking very, very good with the gunny in his hand. Converting gunfights where he has no business doing it. 5-0. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this half. And Telluride Bush need a miracle.
Oh, this is where it gets a little bit crazy. It has been non-stop pressure. Torn. They don't even have lead blockers for some of these EMP runs. They're just running it at them. Renegade tries to get it out as well, but it's going to go down. 3 minutes 18 left to go. Telluride Bush Gaming needs something out of a Disney film.
Yep, and they're trying to fight over here by Whitewall, trying to at least get this control. Vice should at least be picked up here by Renegade, and Fear's going to take down Millie, so that's Plain Heady now in their control. Awakening the lead blocker here by P5.
1 for Awakening. Not going to get the second here, and now they're switching it back again. This is good work from Bush. They have the numbers to get this one through. It's Prologue. He goes down straight away. Fear and Renegade get something, though, and there is one. Bush finally get a score on.
Fear just got taken off of his 7 spree as well. Probably did more than enough to be able to get Hellstorm missile. We'll have to see if he starts calling that in off the respawn. But still, Device respawning over here by P2. 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to play. Awakening is very quickly on this flank, but his teammates are all dying.
Awakening at least gets one here.
Hellstorm.
Yeah, that is being a problem. It's Fear who's managed to grab it, but doesn't get an awful lot here. But what it does give them is some sort of position. Fear finds a second Fear. A little bit of fire as they now can try and move this EMP back. The issue that they are going to have, that Bush are now up against, is time. They are
start rallying.
Yeah, they are fighting. This is definitely a lot better from them. Fear is caught fire. But this is still slow. They need to get it in. It's going to have to be reckless and heroic for it to work.
And man, Prologue just trying to find value over by the A portal. Renegade had no other lead blockers. Other 2 teammates had already died, and it's a wipe and reset. Fighting back through the middle of the map. Awakening, trying everything within his power to join the likes of Fear, who has been absolutely lighting things up. The device resets back over towards P2. Somebody might have to turn around or just wait for Awakening to pick it up off the respawn, but you cannot afford to lose more lives, Bryce. You're still trailing by 4, and there's only 90 seconds left in the game.
Oh, Fear trying to get it done. Like I said, they are now pushing. We've actually seen Bush do this before, where they're just really trying to get forward without that EMP moving quite as effectively as it could do. Dak now looking from. That's 3 down as well. Dak here going to try and play spoiler. Does so. Looking for more. Renegade will grab this. This needs to go home. I don't even know if a relay is possible at this point, but there is a second score as Bush momentum swings towards them. Unfortunately, the one thing they cannot beat right now is time.
Oh, and Fear can't catch good timing. Had the read top church, but gets gunned from behind. The device respawns through P1, and there's one player that's watching it, and it's Millie. Not going to allow anybody to pick it up. This is becoming very, very close as far as the clock to score ratio is concerned.
They want to scoop. They want to scoop, but Millie is just going to be an absolute pain. There goes another scoop. And I have said, I think Telluride Bush have been the better team for the past 3 or 4 minutes. Unfortunately, it has been a slow burn. And with 25 seconds left to go, hope has dripped away from them. And I don't think even with the relay now that this is possible. I mean, they are finding all of the kills. They are finding the map position. They aren't finding the scores. And with that one going down, it will be good night and lower bracket bound. 3-0. Torn Esports have run them out of this game.
Oh, this pop-off is about to be immense. Torn Esports put these guys in the absolute ground. Millie was shooting, Dak was piecing, Mince and TK, everybody firing off on all cylinders. What a performance coming through for Torn Esports, even though when you're looking at it from the side of Telluride Bush, not as much time spent together comparatively on the opposite side of the stage, but still from a namesake alone, you feel like these guys should be able to piece it together, but it just was never there. 6-1 raid search and destroy, 5-2 overload, got smacked around like it was yesterday's news. Now all of Telluride Bush really got to start looking inward for themselves, have a conversation, because they got a lower bracket run to complete.
Well, they've won from the lower bracket before. And it's still not out of it. I mean, realistically, it's still 2 games for Bush to win their spot at EWC. For Torn, that now goes down to 1 game. The next game will feature Telluride Bush Gaming again. In fairness, if you are a fan of Telluride Bush, this is probably your best case scenario. You get to see them in 3 successive games if they make it that far. But it is still now an uphill battle. We will see whether or not they can pull it off. It wasn't the greatest performance they've ever had. Maybe it's just a case of playing this first game, came in a little bit cold, and it went bad from there.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously that discussion. You and I were talking in depth yesterday how much Call of Duty and all of Controller esports, or all esports in general, are just so day to day in general. And this is Telluride Bush coming into their opening series very, very flat comparatively to a very white hot Torn Esports. Those guys, even in the firing range, like we were talking during the technical pause, were locked in like nobody's business. And when you have that much preparation, that much confidence, yeah, I'm taking every single gunfight like I'm Millie in Prime 2026, man. Absolutely insane. Telluride Bush, though, I know that they're looking to make content. I just don't know the lower bracket was the content they wanted.
I mean, yeah, maybe not, but I still have faith in this Bush team. I really do. They were one of the favorites coming into this tournament. 1 loss does not make a tournament. Fortunately, this is double elimination. I very much am looking forward to seeing them against the Pit EU. It's all difficult games from here. There was always about 5 teams that we thought could make this run, and now we're down to just 3 of them. But uphill battle or not, Torn Esports have got a great job getting through into that grand final. Their pace was truly ferocious throughout the entire time, and maybe that's something that Bush can adapt to when it comes to them if they get that rematch.
And that's exactly what they're going to have to really think about, because when you're going up against the Pit EU, that's exactly what you're going to be going up against. We literally just saw it in the opening series of the day. Lins will be running at you. Not just Lins, also Ben Mythics. You got to be watching out for them. And if you're not prepared to deal with the aggression, dealing with the Pit EU and dealing with Torn Esports is never going to happen.
Well, we will find out. That is coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. We will find Telluride Bush Gaming against the Pit EU right after this.
Wow. Dude, it makes me so mad.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Oh, hang on one second.
Come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but go!
Tyler, why? You're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than me hard-sucking masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Half from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
name in the lights. Better get right, I'm champion.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the road to EWC for Black Ops 7. We are down to our final 3 teams here in the last chance qualifier, and those chances continue to shrink. We are now about to jump into our lower bracket finals. I'm Infinity, joined by Proper for this one. It is do or die for these 2 teams.
Yes, it really is. And, you know, we were talking about the Herculean run that the Pit EU have been on this entire time. It feels like the lower bracket is their home away from home, though, given that they're from Europe, it's really not that far away. But for Telluride Bush, I mean, this is the season right here. Like, this is shades of what we saw from the organization back at Champs, falling absolutely short. Getting to this LCQ, it's either making it to first or bust. And we know that the Bush roster and the boys back home would love to be able to see these boys succeed, but the Pit EU have been playing phenomenally all day.
Yeah, there are some incredibly high stakes at the moment between these 2 teams. Obviously, if you guys were just watching the last matchup, you'll have seen Bush lost 3-0 to Torn, and it was a pretty convincing 3-0 as well. Proper, at this point, I'm kind of querying, can anybody beat Torn with the way that they are playing? They look unstoppable in that form. Here's a look at where they sit then in the grand finals. With that 3-0, Torn now await the winner of Bush and the Pit.
Yeah, what a run coming through from Torn Esports. I mean, they down 0-2 versus Bittersweet yesterday with the reverse sweep, and then being able to win in 5 versus BTD Esports, excuse me, and then coming into today with a 3-0 emphatic win over Telluride Bush, probably the household favorite, has really just swayed the decision that Torn Esports are not to be taken lightly. Things that we already understood, because Millie the Gunny is, well, he's frying. I guess pretty gross.
Yeah. He is. It's all 4 of them, right? I mean, I think in the past we've given a lot of love to TK. It is not just TK, though. It is now everybody firing on all cylinders, and that's a scary prospect for anybody facing Torn in the grand finals. But we do have to decide who will be making it towards the grand finals. We got one more best of 5 before we get there, and it will be Bush versus the Pit to decide who goes in towards that grand finals. I do want to start the conversation with Bush here just very quickly because the map is going to load in very soon. I think we're literally loading it right now. Bush, I don't think they were in form in that last series. I think that the key to victory for them in the past has been Renegade firing on all cylinders. He wasn't doing it in that last map, and really we didn't see the same fire from the likes of Fear, Wake, and Prolu either. If those boys all turn up here, the Pit might find themselves in danger.
Yep. Didn't see the same fire out of Fear because he changed his name. Go figure.
Nope.
To tell you right, Bush, I think even more so than that, like, you're calling out the usual suspects, but Prelude and Search and Destroy was lackluster. Awakening in the respawns was not that great, especially in the map number 1, which, go figure, was then Hardpoint. So we're back here again. Telluride Bush on the favorite side of the map to start things off. They got wiped cleanly. The Pit EU holding them at an arm's reach, just trying to soak up more time before they think about pushing through.
I do have to admit, when we talked a little bit about, oh goodness gracious, there's a couple of kills coming through from Mythix. Never mind. Every time you want to say something, Mythix comes through and has a stellar start to every single game. And what I was going to say was, Proper, you know, obviously we get a look at the veto process before things begin, right? We can see it as it's happening, and we were seeing those maps start to flowing, and we're not going to reveal every map that's being played in this best of 5, but I think Den Hardpoint was certainly one of those confounding decisions, given that Bush really struggled in it versus Torn, albeit Torn are maybe a different beast in the last game, and the Pit have looked so consistently good on this map, and of course on the mode Hardpoint overall. So Bush definitely fighting an uphill battle here, but they do finally shut down Mythix. That is a good start.
The 250 to 176 win for the Pit EU just to start off our day in the lower semifinals. It was really Lin's to be the one to do the majority of the legwork, but I was talking about it before we hopped to break. If Telluride Bush need to rectify one thing coming away from Torn Esports going against the Pit EU, it is dealing with the aggression of their SMGs. Mythix and Lins are a problem. Shout out to that gunfight win right there.
Renegade in a position where he could potentially done something there. Unfortunately, he does fall. So now this entire hit around the backline going to come by way of Bush, and they're not even any breathing room whatsoever. Lins have a running down the backline, comes up back towards the hard point for a second frag. Prolu might not even get towards 100 HP, but does still win the fights in the middle of the map. Fear decides, well, he wants a slice of the pie that is the scrap time, and will be refused from it. So 10 seconds go the way of the Pit. P2s have always looked stellar, but Bush is P3. This is probably where the best hardpoint that we've seen them play on so far. Here on Den Hardpoint, we've seen them on this map, and it's already going relatively well. The ARs fire little cylinders. Fear picks up yet another frag, and Lin's the last man standing. He will puncture a hole in the defense, but it's a good stance so far from Bush.
It is. Now they're trying to get a little bit more space in towards Dojo. Renegade doesn't win the opening gunfight. Awakening's there to find the trade plus an extra, so immediately taken back. 30 seconds still have to fight over. Mid-cut also being watched. Lin's dealt with. Didn't have anybody nearby for the assistance.
Now, this is a really good hold so far from Bush. You've seen more individual plays, though. Fear can't procure a two-piece. So now down a Renegade, who is weak for the second fight here. He'd be hard-pressed to survive more, but he does get the coverage from the players coming off the respawn. Really good help there. Renegade will survive the onslaught. And now Bush, right back at this game. They had a slow start proper. Now they're in it.
Oh, yeah, it's just about a full 60 here on P3, Brody. You got players spawning all the way over on P2. Now, Telluride Bush, probably not fully aware of that, but they should have an inkling that that is the idea because they are pushing all the way over by Dojo's side. Last two players will go down on that push, so going to have to get a little bit of a reset coming through. But the Pity U don't exactly have a stellar defense ahead of this hit.
Yeah, they did not block those back spawns. You see Fear spawning in there. Now I'm going to have to invest resources to ensure that Fear isn't a big problem, and in doing so, you've weakened the front line. Renegade will be able to exploit that, not able to find that kill. Mythic's now looking for the double, but not going to be allowed it. And towards the hard point, Lucifer isolated. That is 3 down in the feed. The Bush are in.
A good selfless play coming through from Lou. 10 and 7 now, but he's constantly just trying to poke and prod for these back spawns, and it will come through in effect. 20 points now is the difference in between Telluride Bush and the Pity U, who are really close to trying to get this break coming through. The problem is that reinforcements are not too far away, and there's no trophy systems.
Now starting to lose players around the front of the hard point as well. Mythix has been on one. 12 and 7 starts to this game. Now needs the help from the team. Fortunately, can't stop Renegade going through the doorway. Proloot, though, does get stopped as F. doubles up, and Linz will find the third in the ensemble. So Bush fighting tooth and nail to try and garner this scrap time away. One final fight from Wake will mean that they should be able to grab it. And just 20 points now, the difference between these two teams as we go into the next set. So far, feels like the Pit are doing a better job on the slaying department. You look at the likes of Mythics in 12 and 8 and Lucifer at 10 and 6. But again, Bush have such potential to step things up. If Wake and Proloot get in there, Bush will be right back in this game.
5 unanswered kills going back in towards the second set of hard points, though. The Pity U, they still have that 30-point lead over the Telluride Bush, who are trailing pretty heavily, but 3 to 4 rotation will beckon them to only trail by about 40 now through the center of the map. It will be Lucifer to at least find 2. He's going to be the last one over here. He'll clean up for 3. So Harry going to try to hold on strong, has a player to deal with. If Renegade through mid-cut gets traded. But this is a good look now for the Pity U. They have the better side of the map. They're finding the kills as well, keeping all of Telluride Bush at bay.
This might well be a pendulum swing here in this game. Bush are 40 points down at the moment. We know that the Pit, if you ask me what hard point here on this map they are best at, it is P2. This is going to be the most difficult one to break, just given how much SMG pressure they do apply towards this hard point. But Wake's already found a couple of kills here. All of a sudden, players isolated. F. can only produce 1. Harry left alive, and everybody down for the Pit. Bush have done what they needed to. They've broken P2.
Yeah, they sure have. And you also got Renegade trying to take the fight over by Hole. Now couches are open. Prelude's got to double back to try to pick this up, but that's not where the hit's coming from. It's all from couches. Awakening has to go huge, and he just simply cannot. What a push coming through for the Pity U. They find the break, and now they can work a spawn trap.
Now this is the stressful part. Pit's setup is, generally speaking, very good. There is one player that's now spawned out on the other side. Renegade, I think, should be able to catch these guys off guard. They've got no reason to check for it. Mythix does turn around for that kill, but he's soon to be swarmed by Bush players as they go in for the last 20. One last little check from the Pit. Can Lucifer do anything? He should get shut down and goes to the pistol for the kill, but won't find any more than 1. So big hard point there for the Bush. They were down by 40. We know how good of a team the Pit are on P2 on this map. So they managed to hold it, and now there's not much to separate these two teams at all.
Yeah, exactly. It really does go ahead and show the testament for how emphatic that last break for 20 seconds did come through. Renegade pick 1v1 versus F. Will be the trade, of course, and he can't take that next child because he's got to wait for the regen. Waiting for Awakening to maybe try to hit this from mid-cut. Already lost Renegade along the way. The Pity U have a stellar setup here, but here comes Awakening from mid-cut.
Yeah, Awakening's already punched a hole in the defense here. And bullets in towards F. Softens them up so that Renegades can win that gunfight. Now the Pit will have to fight from the back foot on this hard point. Still 35 to go. Doubles back in here for Awaken Proloot. Mythix putting some shots in through the middle of the map. Not able to actually deliver on that gunfight now, so the Pit not going to find an opening through Dojo. And Lucifer peppered up a plethora of players here, but cannot find a finish regardless of what happens. Now with 20 seconds left, this is actually a massive 1 versus 1 that Lucifer cannot win. So not only did the Bush get the majority time on that hard point, they've got 2 players with a good look at the rotation as well.
Yeah, big gunfight win for Fear. Again, you remember from 3 to 4, this is exactly where Telluride Bush started to really claw their way back into what was about a 40-point lead of the Pit EU at the time. Lose anchoring out the spawns on the 3 spree all the way in towards the back, but Prelude still spawns so far out. That means that they should know that the Pit EU are nearby.
Can they win the gunfights? Wait, good for the first one up front. Let's get the knife out for the second one. Gives F-Dot an opening that he will take. And now the Pit still daunting around the front of the hard point. F-Dot good for the Semtex on towards the first one. Proloop just trying to play his life here. The Pit have numbers in towards the hard point. Are they going to survive long though? TK involved in the ensemble. Another one coming from both sides now. Mythic's left alive. Can't do anything. Lucifer trying to get the kills through the doorway and he doubles up. Not more than that though. Bush with the back spawns continue to replenish their forces towards this hard point.
Lucifer with the TK on the Lins didn't exactly help out the efforts. Now did it, Brody? If he didn't take down his teammate, they would have had numbers at least for the break on the back 20 seconds, but it's a lead flip. Lucifer trying to play some exits. The last ditch effort from F-Dot. It's 3 in the feed. So they will find the break for the last 7 seconds, keeping this game dead even to the center of the map once again. Slaying is just really not in the wheelhouse for Telluride Bush, but the fundamentals coming through from 3 to 4, they can do no wrong.
Honestly, it's kind of funny you say that because I was literally just thinking in my head, I'm like, actually, the slaying differential between these two teams is really not that big at the moment, right? I mean, you've got a couple of players negative on Bush, but those players that we were talking about previously in Mythics and Lucifer, they have slowed down. Like, Mythics is only 20 and 18 now. Lucifer is only 21 and 17. Like, they are not storming their way through the game and they were in the first set of rotations. Bush have done a great job at silencing those very loud voices on the Pit roster. And you're very happy to trade things out in the middle of the map as well. You're currently 20 points behind. You do want to get some time off P1 if you possibly can. Things looking very stagnated here. Proloop might well be the one to break the deadlock, and he absolutely will. 2 kills through the middle of the map. That's big scrap time for the Bush.
And just to build off of that previous point as well, like, look at the difference in between the ARs. 21 and 24 for Awakening. Fear's on 25 and 24. He has so many engagements as an AR back here, just trying to anchor things out for his team. Renegade needs to step up, gets damage at least into Lins. Does end up getting Awakening to spawn in with him as well. So that means that the break should be coming through, especially with Prolute's able to manifest through couches.
Yeah, Prolute has to play distraction now through the couches doorway. Kills coming through. There it is. Blue in the feed. Bush are in. TK not going to help matters, but they're starting to push out a little bit. In doing so, now you're going to see the spawn flip come on through. As soon as Prolute spawns out on the other side of the map, Bush will make the call. The Pit are in the back line, and they will be domineering before you know it. Here we go. Push through. Lins for the jump shot. Not going to happen. Trophy system takes him down. The Pit trying to get in through the side door now. Trades galore. It's F-Dot towards the back line, and he is done. Wake and Prolute on a combined 4. Bush hold.
And look at the spawns coming through. 1 and 4, Renegade and Fear. They actually spawn over by weapons, so that one they know that it should be parallel all the way towards the bottom side of the mini-map. Prolute aware of it, takes the chow towards F-Dot, loses it. But now it's going to be a lot of straight gunfights coming through. Awakening with the NPC inside of Hole. Knows that he's got 1 player to deal with in towards the back of F-Dot. It's 2 players there to actually deal with him, so it's a full 2v2 for the rotation.
Renegade and Prolute tried to make a long flank happen through Dojo here. At the same time, you do kind of need the likes of Awakening and Fear to stay alive by the old hardpoint. Only one of those has done so. Wake not going to hit the full regen back towards 100 HP, so now Bush will filter in through Dojo. And Prolute's already started to find the first kill. 1 spawn out on the other side. That might well help them later on, but I don't think they want to wait. I don't think they can afford to wait. Wake doesn't want to wait. He picks up 2. It's 4 down on the feed, and the Bush have broken them.
Big Wake coming through, 27-26. Looking to play cutoff here over by Lockers. He also has assistance as well. The nade comes through, takes down Lucifer. Renegade there for the second. That should be another 20 seconds guaranteed, unless you have some heroic moments coming from Ben Mythics through mid, snuffed out by Fear. And this is Telluride Bush within striking distance to close map 1.
We wanted to see a bounce back from the Bush, and it feels like that's exactly what we've gotten here in map number 1. The Pit, desperate plays, and there's no plays to be made. Do they get the tick over? No, they do not. We have to go towards another hard point, but it is going to be a foot race. Lins has to win 2 gunfights here on the next hill, can only produce 1. Jump on the hill, and Bush will start this series strong.
Yes, they sure will. Big moments coming through, not even going to be popping off along the way, too. Just business as usual. They got some work to be doing, but big moments coming through from Telluride Bush and immediately rectifying what happened over against Torn Esports. Obviously, a different opponent on the opposite side of the setup for them, but the same is still right there. We talked about the hot start coming through from Mythics, immediately gets snuffed out and then stuffed as well. Anything that Linz was trying to develop as far as an aggression follow-up alongside Mythics was also stuffed as well. That starts and stops with exactly what I was crying for in the Torn Esports best of 5. Stuns, nades need to be on point. These ARs need to be working off of each other to be able to stop these SMGs from getting in these very annoying positions. But most importantly, as far as the 250 scoreline is concerned, the majority of that 250 came from 3 to 4 for Telluride Bush. Brody, you talked about it during the moment of the first set. It has always been a big boon of success for them, and they're able to showcase that right there. 4,500 damage from Lou. What?
I think that just that P3 from Bush is insane. Like straight up, I think that you should consistently expect that Bush are going to be the ones in control of that hard point over and over again. They just know how to play that hill as a team. I think that shows out in the hill time as well, right? You talk about the kind of the damage and the KDs across the board here. Look at the hill time for the entire squad. Like, all 4 players are above 1 minute inside the hard point. They're never pushing out of the hill. They're always just playing together inside the hard point and trading off one another. It is just excellent team play for the boys. And the majority of that, again, is just coming from the fact that 4 stacking P3 pretty consistently. And then, as you said, locking down that rotation of P4. That is what Bush are so darn good at. And they showed up there on Den hardpoint. For the pit, I think they'll be disappointed because Mythic started so strong, finishes at 23 and 27. Lucifer barely breaks even there at 26 and 26, and both of those boys had a storming start to the game for the first set.
FDOT was averaging 430 damage per hill. He went 30 and 35 with 4,700 damage, leading the lobby with 15 assists. It's absolutely insane. This guy was... the amount of one-shots that are probably coming through from Felix, this microphone is probably very, very high. But regardless, you look from top to bottom, the objective kill is much better, like you were saying, Brody. The heal time, playing around the HP, much better for T-Bush this time around. And then the pity you for the latter half of that game, just playing off of the back foot. So for the first time today, in a small sample size, Telluride Bush will have a lead in a best of 5 series. On the opposite side, the pity you can find themselves down 0-1 ahead of the Gridlock Search.
Alrighty, well, let's start talking big picture here then for a second, because you and I had a discussion before the break about how we expected this series to break down. Now, obviously, our expectations have already a little bit, at least my expectations a little bit, have been rocked by that Den hardpoint going the way of Bush, given how good of a map that is for the likes of the pit. But Search and Destroy, I think, is different gravy, because if there's one mode this entire weekend that it feels like Bush have struggled on, it is Search and Destroy. And both their picks in this best of 5 are peculiar, I think it's fair to say. Right now, again, we don't want to spoil what the map number 5, if we need it, is going to be. We can say that map number 2 is going to be a Gridlock Search and Destroy. We've already seen Pit play this once today, and albeit they barely won it, they did win it full stop. Against a Bush squad that I think has not looked that great in Search and Destroy, I do still feel confident there's a way to equalize this series here if you're the pit.
We don't have any Gridlock Search and Destroys on our ledger as far as Bush is concerned. It was going to be the map 5 versus Aerotech Edge yesterday. They won that Den hardpoint by 11 points to deny that. But I'm willing to agree with that status wholeheartedly. When you think about it, like in the past calendar month, none of these 4 players outside of Awakening and Renegade have played with each other. So, like, yeah, you're not going to have, like, that trust, that faith to be able to make that gut check call and to always know where your teammates are going to be to make the decision that makes you find success. And that's what you're really going to have to try to find. And it's going to be a quick check call coming through on these rounds to be able to read and adapt what the pity you are throwing your way to set up that man closest to your screen on the left-hand side for success. And to see what Renegade can do on a map like Gridlock Search and Destroy. If he can get lost, get a couple flank opportunities coming his way, that could be a lot of different retakes, if not for a lot of good offenses.
Bush got to find a way into this Search and Destroy. It has been their kryptonite the entire tournament thus far. If they were to win this, this would be everything to the Bush. Can they get it done? The pit already throwing a curveball right at the beginning of this one. But Bush have actually somewhat read this one. Renegade in a bit of an unusual spot. It's not something you're going to check, and it works to perfection. Not necessarily the one to walk away with that kill, but the team shots from him and Wake will be good enough for it. Wake now trying to find a second, and what was a brilliant start of the round for the Bush has fallen apart.
Yeah, this is exactly the aggression that I was expecting from the pity you. Telluride Bush never really fully dealt with it, even on Raid Search and Destroy versus Torn, and same thing comes through from here as the B push is still happening. It might just elect to try to push all the way through from Sushi. Linz is playing for a trap.
Very late in the round to make a flank like this happen. Are they going to do it? Okay, I think that's just Linz just double checking for a second. Like, hey, nobody's going to flank us here. We're not going to get some horrendous Call of Duty timing. They are going to go back, so they're playing off that timing. Bush might well keep a member over here, but I think they're leaning more towards getting that rotation, and this is going to be some horrendous COD timing. That's unfortunate for Pro Loot and Fear.
Gonna clear it out entirely. So there's the Audio cue, bomb planted at B, and they're going to do it in an isolating form. Fear's going to start pinching back Sushi. Prelude's going to look to go through Ice Cream. There's going to be a couple players they're going to have to deal with, but one is isolated on the point. If they can snap Linz, gives them a chance.
I'd imagine that bomb is planted for the street, though. Even if Linz goes down, his entire role here is just to waste time. There he goes. Down for the count. Now you'll have Lucifer on the street. Mythics as well with the sub. Just down to the last remaining player. They know where Fear is. Fear does not have time to make this happen short of something incredibly snappy from Fear. And I just don't think Lucifer or Mythics are going to give enough of their bodies away. They are throwing some wide shoulders at the moment. Looks like some incredible dance moves being happening in the ATMs. It's good enough for the Pit to take round one.
That sure is. And, I mean, when it comes down to it, a fast B hit, no sniper rifle looking over top of it. Hardly any stuns and nades, a lot of them going over towards mid. What a first round bait play coming through for the Pit EU, man. And when you're thinking about it in longer hindsight, like, that just made all of Telluride Bush kind of play off of the backside of Sushi, late over towards mid, lost that first blood off of the aggression, and then just never really had any semblance in numbers. But the patience and discipline still coming through from the Pit EU, even when they had such a steep numbers advantage. Things you love to see.
A good start from the Pit. Here we have a more standard setup in towards this round. 3 hit on towards 8. It's going to be difficult for the Bush to break. At the moment, they're just playing slow and steady, and oh goodness gracious, slow and steady does nothing when F dot is in your FOV. He will be mute. And now the Bush starting to loom over towards A. Every single player going down. You have to get a little bit more desperate and proper. It's all down to Fear.
Yep. Not going to be able to come up with anything whatsoever. Very emphatic hold coming through there for the Pit EU. They just keep everybody trapped inside a tree. And yeah, like you're saying, I mean, the ordinances come through. They find any sort of opening damage, and the push through comes soon after. When you think about the things that have been working quite well for the Pit EU all weekend long, it will be their SMG gameplay between Linz and Mythics. Second, you get it happening over inside of Showers. That's where you know the party is going to be jamming.
I think we just got to start to see some ingenious strategies from Bush. I know we're only 2 rounds deep into the Search and Destroy, but as I've said multiple times now, Search and Destroy is not the strength of the Bush. If they're ever going to win this series, it does kind of feel like it's probably not going to be in the S&Ds. Cannot be losing these first bloods. The Pit, slow start to this round. Good plays on the defense here for the Bush, though. Renegade pushed all the way up. Could be good for a first blood that the Pit might not necessarily expect.
F-Dot shows the glint, and then he slides back over towards Tree here. He has an SMG this time around. Awakening's not a part of this, so it's a 4v3 on the site.
They've got control. Bush could use that smoke to push through. Yeah, Renegade's going to go straight for it. You'll take that 1-for-1, especially as now the trade's going in your favor. 2-for-2 now. Fear, trying to get away. Not going to happen. Wake takes down Mythics, and now it's down to Wake. And F-Dot 2 flies out towards the right. F-Dot closes the round. Good effort there from the Bush, but even they can't hold.
Yeah, it was a domino effect. F-Dot, top of the truck, shows a sniper glint as Awakening is throwing a stun. He sees it, probably communicates it to his team, and as they're starting to take more space over towards A, they see nameplates, they see nades, and then that smoke comes through in Showers, and it backs them down ever so slightly, but the moment comes through, 3 seconds, wait for the smoke to blossom, try to pounce in there. Renegade does find the first blood, and the subsequent trade comes after. Like, you did have numbers, but there in the end, I'm taking the MPC over the M15 every single time. Not to mention how Felix did have himself an HP advantage. So, Telluride Bush find themselves down 0-3. They're looking for a little bit of a slower approach this time around. F-Dot again looking for that first blood there with a sniper. We'll pick up the M15 instead. Bomb lurking over towards A, depending on what Renegade can find on the tree push.
And the good news for the Bush here is that they're facing the setup for the Pit that doesn't work most often. That is Linz isolated towards A. Generally speaking, the game plan for the Pit is that Linz backs away. Not going to be able to this time. Reaction from the Pit. Deep flank through. Fear. Has he found any value? No. Gets caught out. But crucially, only sees Mythics on the flank. So the Pit now have at least one player that Bush have no idea where they are. But Bush have pushed through to the other side. This is a great play.
It's got to exhaust so much more time. Lucifer at least sees one throwing his shoulder. Now the pinch needs to start coming through yesterday. Mythics and F-Dot need to go. 20 seconds remaining.
Bush have been pushed out of the site. And I love the play call from Renegade. Make the flanking play. Pit have to put one player, but Harry calls it perfectly. And yet, still with 10 seconds left, Bush needs now just to check the bomb. No choice but for one player to jump on it, and Mythics can't cover the bomb diffuser. Great play from the Bush. Get that bomb down and get the hell out of sight.
And the biggest thing that could have been the opening there is like when Lucifer slides towards the backside of the Zen Garden, maybe he could find himself a couple of shots to get in towards the first player, and even calling out the flank only caused for another 2v2 to be coming out. And at the end of the day, with the bomb being planted, with 25 seconds remain, you only have about, I want to say like a second or two to be able to make that gut check call. Do we just flood on in, play for the trades, play for the isolation? Because that has been going their way throughout the search and destroy much more effectively than Telluride Bush, but at least the aforementioned get their first round on the board. Have to see if their defense can stop this Pit EU from being really aggressive. They're spaced out across the map. F-Dot still looking for that poke and prod over by B with a sniper. It's going to elect to keep it this time around, bro. Oh, no, never mind. Swaps the M15, my bad.
Hey, listen, I wouldn't mind F-Dot with a sniper rifle on this map. Of course, he did call game earlier on versus BTD here on this map. Round 11, 3 kills. So definitely capable with it. Bush are getting very aggressive through A here, and I actually really love this play call from Bush. They're going to back up ever so slightly. They're going to give a lot more respect to the Pit than maybe they probably should have done. That was quite an oppressive defensive setup. And so the Pit now just have to overtake Prolute towards the backline. Prolute backing even further up now, needs help from his team.
And they want to play a 4v4 retake. They're giving it up. The problem is that I don't think they have the information on F-Dot. Yeah, Awakening finally finds it, but not before losing his teammate. 3v3, that's the bomb plant going down. And you can already see Lucifer, cogwheels are turning. Got to be someone on the flank, surely.
Yeah, they just know how Renegade plays this one.
Oh, yeah.
Renegade is always going to be flanking, so one player will be dedicated to ensuring that Renegade doesn't do so. It's called timing on Lucifer's side. Doesn't matter. Renegade's been peppered up. He's not much use here. He's just an elongated 1 versus 1, but he has turned the attention of the Pit towards the other side. They've dealt with him. That's given Bush an in towards the site. Now can they win this 2 versus 3? Prolute shots out. Not enough to finish off a kill just yet. It's all down to Prolute now for the 1 versus 2. He's lost his teammate. Back up towards 100 he goes. Shots through in towards both, but again, not enough to actually finish the fight. Renegade tries to open the door for his teammates, but it isn't there open long enough.
It's back-to-back retakes now where Renegade tries to go on the flank, and it's just so easily read. And I mean, by the time that they recognize that Renegade's in towards the back, yeah, I make the call. You got 3 players around showers. Like, yeah, just overwhelm this guy in towards the back. He keeps trying to flank, and unless he finds at least the first kill, it's just not effective enough, you feel, in a 3v3 full-on retake like that. F-Dot being able to find the first blood, and then the subsequent aggression in towards the A bomb site, put the Pit EU in a win condition scenario. Now they're leading by 3 once again. Offense for Telluride Bush going over towards B. You know, F-Dot likes throwing a shoulder over here with a sniper.
Back up. Now Mythic is going to be the one. Oh, it's a position where he does go 1 for 1. Of course, he softens up Renegade long enough here that buys some time for the Pit to get their way over. Beautiful nade from Renegade, by the way, at the same time that Wait takes out Lucifer. So Bush are taking full control of this round. My one concern here for the Bush is that the player push forward is the one with the bomb. It does not matter. It's a risk that pays off. That's a beautiful round for the Bush.
Yep. Massive round coming through from them as well. This Renegade will be credited here with the final kill, of course, and I honestly did feel like that the way that Mythics was playing that in towards the corner, he had himself a really good shout to be able to get a second kill, all off of the information that F-Dot was able to find from that sniper rifle. Nate doesn't come up with anything, unfortunately, from F-Dot's perspective, but still able to get inside of Sushi. That's the aggressive B hit that you want. You are Telluride Bush. Unearth the sniper rifle, take their positioning away from them, and just wait for the rotation soon after. Awakening now, double positive.
Big round for Bush. Between 5-1 and 4-2 is monumental. Bush starting to get a foot in the door here. That's a nice nade from Prolute. Information garnered from it. We now know that at least one player is looking towards A, but with Lucifer picking up the frag versus Awakening, I wonder how long that's going to be the case for Bush. What do you do here? The play call has been made. They're going to push through, but Pit read it absolutely perfectly. Players we conduct, doesn't matter. Prolute finds that blood. And now what was a great position for the Pit, not so much anymore.
Lens and Mythics are too weak. They couldn't try to push for that trade either. You saw 4 HP, 66 there from Mythics. Then they're going to try to get around is Lucifer towards the backside of Sushi. Prolute sees it. Renegade as well. He's like, hey, that's the guy that isolated me last time. Let's get this guy. And because they're doing it, they're giving up the A-bomb site completely.
And this is the end of the world for the Bush. They can play this one together. If I'm Bush here in this retake, I do not put Renegade on the flank. That's been read twice through this search and destroy so far. Just hit it as a 4-man and the 3-man on the hope that somebody from the Pit is separated out to deal with Renegade. As soon as I see him, though, Lucifer will turn ahead. Here we go. Entry point, Renegade down for the count. Now Proloot takes the next one down. 2 for 2 we go. 25 on the clock. Proloot back up towards 100 HP through the showers. Proloot now needs to try and hunt down Linz. Linz trying to run away. Proloot has spotted him out. Linz has no idea that Proloot is hot on his tail, and the chase will be done. Proloot, the victor in that situation, and Bush find another round.
Yeah, 2 rounds now in a row for Bush. I really did feel like that dead slide was going to be the difference in between Linz getting away or not, if not just being able to turn around for that gunfight. But yeah, I mean, that's the right call, right, Brody? We talked about it 2 times where the retake comes through for Bush as they attempt to get Renegade on the flank. He gets scouted out, isolated, but even in a 3v3 like that, that's just some good gridlock search and destroy. Like, play for the confident retake. You saw the isolated player. If you can get the 2v3, it makes it obviously a little bit easier, but good stuff on Lucifer just to be able to turn heads and then run all the way back through the underpass to join his teammates there in the post plant. Just did not get the effect that he was hoping for.
Big couple of rounds here for Bush. Starting to really feel themselves now. The right decisions being made as a team in these mid-round situations. F-Dot hasn't been as effective as the sniper rifle as he probably would have liked. He's going to actually put it away in favor of the M15. I don't necessarily hate that play call. I think he's a much more effective defensive player over here by B. And it is going to be so effective, as a matter of fact, that Bush are now considering a rotation towards A. If Proloot sasses out this bomb site quick enough, they'll realize it's a completely free plant.
Doesn't want to give away his free blood, though. And that's the biggest difference between Proloot now and what we saw the Proloot in Torn Esports S&D. Now the bomb's going to get planted. They're playing it safe for their side. Proloot's going to be able to get the shoulder. He's got all the information. If he goes 1 for 1 here, it'd be huge.
Proloot got a lot to do. Spots out Lucifer. Does he know the second player is on his left? Does have the help, but not for long. If it's going to TK, though, that makes it manageable for Renegade and Fear. Former now down. Just down to Fear for the 1v2. Picks up 1 more. And 1v1. Back and forth we go. Shots taken. Both players on full health here. Fear back and forth he goes and ends up losing the fight to Mythix, who has been beaming time and time again. It's another big 1 versus 1.
Now, the Mythix had the advantage in the gunfight the entire time. HP advantage on the get-go. And, I mean, just had a lot more fixtures over inside of Showers just to play with, didn't he? In between, like, both the walls. Had the bomb on his side as well. So, I mean, if you're Fear, you're just hoping to be able to get that first snap of a headshot multiplier and just beam him. That's Mythic's 11th kill. It's actually just 1 bullet away from being able to find that kill. So good shots coming through from Lou. Just was not enough to be able to get their 3rd in a row, as it may be. So, tell you right, Bush. Now looking across the stage, the Pit EU are up on map point to tie up the series 1 apiece. And the biggest question is going to be coming through, at least for me, the hell is this offense going to be doing for the Pit EU? Because we've seen a lot of different looks thus far. And we're going for a little bit of a difference. 3 players strong towards A. Linz is going to cause ruckus over towards B. But the difference is, look how fast Proloot is covering mid. My God.
Good smoke. Gets away. Linz is going to be the spot on his tail. Oh, I was going to say, he looks like he might be able to. If he'd gotten a little bit further there, Wakening should have been able to cover him, at the very least get a trade. Now no longer the case. The Pit feeling themselves now. It is a 4-man train through the showers. Bush pushed out of the site. They've got a retake.
Nobody can flank. Renegade not in a position to be able to do it. So it's going to have to be straight through the front. Fear's there for the trade. 3v2.
F-Dot down to the just last remaining player now. It's down to Fear. He hasn't been able to clutch up before. Can he do it now? Finds the first. Turns around for the second, but hits the hip fire at the wrong time. Fear collapses. And Bush collapses in search and destroy.
Made it respectable at the very end. What was that, about a 4-0 lead to start for the Pit EU, and at least able to bring it back to a 6-3 scoreline, but still nonetheless, that's exactly what you want to see, at least from the Telluride Bush. Shades of at least dealing with the aggression and the antics that the Pit EU are constantly throwing their way, but still, I mean, the Pit EU, that's now 4 different A execute looks that they've been able to get away with. 2 of those go their way because Renegade gives away his life for free off the flank. Yep. Very easy read coming through from Lucifer. And then that one, of course, comes through because, like, Linz is on the trap play, but Proloot, he's just playing through the middle of the map. It's something that we didn't end up seeing. If he can get the aggression and through the timing to get behind the Zen Garden push, because to be fair, like I was saying, the Pit EU are constantly going over towards A. It could have benefited them. It just comes down to that good old Call of Duty timing not being in your favor. 1,500 damage out of Mythix, double positive 12 and 5. My God.
Look at the first blood differential between the 2 teams as well. I was thinking this throughout the entirety of the Search and Nusra. I'm like, the Pit are winning first blood over and over again. And that is the case. 6-3 in terms of first bloods through those 9 rounds, I've got to envision that the rounds in which Bush won more often than not were the ones where they drew those first bloods. And you're right, it kind of feels like Pit of drawing that first blood towards the A site, and there's not really much recourse for Bush to get back through. I think their strategies are not very... I mean, this is something we talked about at Search and Destroy, generally speaking. The S&D playbook is just not that deep for Bush. It's not going to be at this stage of this roster. They haven't been playing that together for that long. Search and Destroy is always the most difficult thing to get right. That's why you're seeing this team look very good in Hardpoint and even Overload, but Search and Destroy is their weakest mode at the moment. That just shown out there. I mean, I think they're so reliant on the likes of Renegades flanking or finding those first bloods, and when that doesn't happen, their Search and Destroy folds. So Search and Destroy is a no-go for the Bush, but Overload might well be a dub. I feel confident about this team and the respawns. Are they feeling confident? We're going to find out after this break. Welcome back, one and all, here to the road to EWC for Black Ops 7. We are into our losers bracket finals right now. 2 maps deep between Telluride Bush Gaming and the Pit EU. And right now, Bush in Search and Destroy, not their strongest game mode, but their hardpoint looks electric. And now we wonder, what does Overload look like here as a swing game in this series?
Yeah, I think the biggest discrepancy between this first series of the day for Telluride Bush and the second is that the slaying is definitely a whole lot better, obviously. That's why their respawn was a little bit more better versus the PDU. Obviously, the difference is between the opponent on the opposite side, but Mythics and Lins are dropping numbers, man. So I can only put that one to be so far. So going into the Scar Overload, as far as a map mode combination, like you were saying, a big swing map mode combination, you do feel like it is a must-win for Telluride Bush. Given that Raid Search and Destroy is the map 5, might be getting ahead of myself here, Brody. I think I speak for all of Telluride Bush and Barstool. Nobody wants to see them play that right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think, again, we've been saying this all the way through. We talked about this before we even got into this broadcast. It's just like, for me, it has always felt like Bush, if they're going to win this series, they need to do it in 1, 3, and 4. Like, I feel like they're a very good respawn team, and that's their way into this best of 5, because Search and Destroy has looked relatively milquetoast for them, for sure. I do feel relatively confident about their chances here on Scar Overload. Again, if you kind of get the likes of Renegade fired up and Fear in there, I was going to call him Fire there, but of course, that's so 2025. Fear up there firing on all cylinders as well. I feel like there is a real chance for these guys to come out and storm through this one. I think more pointedly, though, you got to find a way to shut down Mythics and Lucifer, because I feel like when they go off, that's when the pit are at the strongest. And I feel like these guys, if they do find a way to shut those two down, they will absolutely bully the pit here.
What do you mean it was so 2025? My guy was literally playing underneath the fire name at Champs.
Listen, I couldn't say it's so 2020. It's still 2026. This guy is a changed man.
It's so July out of Lou, man. It's all Fear in August, baby. But yeah, we'll have to see what Telluride Bush can end up doing here. And I agree. Just shut down Mythics. It's just that easy. But if there's one thing you got to be shutting down first and foremost, it's your opening breakoffs, because the PDU just slammed that shut. 30 seconds. Took him 30 seconds to score.
Just so dominant. Lucifer starting very strong. Lucifer almost transitions into a 5th kill there. Finally does get shut down. Big issue here for the Telluride Bush, as they do have pit presence inside their home base. They do deal with it. Now be able to get another one. Awakening goes huge for a double there. And now Bush might be able to fight back for themselves. Wait needs to do a little bit more, though. Players come off the spawn, and we asked Wait to do a little bit more. He is doing exactly that. That should be good for the capture. It absolutely will be, despite that 3K from Lins. Wait goes massive.
Yeah, that's the transition right there from just Wake to Awakening to maybe Big Wake. We'll have to see as the map will continue to progress. F-Dot will unearth Prelude over by Satellite. F-Dot's still lurking over inside of Blue. Don't want this guy staying back here for much longer. That device is still over by P2, and that's looking like a Juicy's capture.
You got to get rid of F-Top. You have to get rid of him. Finally do. And actually, that might be a very timely stop, because it forces the pit now to go back towards A momentarily. Bush now has presence on both sides. Big plays being made by Fear. He can only find one. Has he done enough now to buy time for the rest of the team coming off spawn? Mythics doesn't care. Makes the third player weak enough. F-Dot should be able to fight that through, but barely stopped. Right on the precipice of getting it through. More kills. Still not done. Another player trying to slide across, and Lins and Lucifer can't bang it home. A goal line save for the Bush.
He dies mid-dive. That sends it all the way back to where it was at the goal line. Oh, no. PDU so close to getting their second, and then will be denied. Awakening scoops it up. You got shop coverage coming through from Renegade. He finds 2 before he gets traded. Fear's there for the assistance. Awakening tries to fly forward. This 1v1 could be the capture, depending on what assistance comes through. Fear wins it, but he's too weak to push it forward.
There's still presence over here. Time Prelude. I just play away for this kill. Does not grab the ball in time. That's fine though, because it's going to reset towards that motel side. Now you've got presence inside. Renegade, big double. That clears out the entire base. But can you get the EMP device through? Because Fear has no help whatsoever. Renegade is so preoccupied with players coming off the spawn. He influences the spawns to a completely different direction. And that leaves Fear high and dry. There goes Prelude as well. And of course, that team nade from Wake does not help. And all of a sudden, it is a total reversal in favor of the pit as they look to get this EMP device through. That is exactly what's going to happen. How about that? From riches to rags. That goes completely all right for the Bush.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things that you start recognizing, especially for Telluride Bush, that maybe the synergy just is not really there. You got Renegade getting lost inside the spawn, finding multi-kills after multi-kills. Just nobody would be able to pick things back up. It was one player that was left over inside of shops that if they just keep their focus to mid-map first, that would have been a very easy capture for Telluride Bush. But the PDU, they flipped that pressure, like you were saying, rags to riches, completely from one side of the map all the way to the other. Lickety split with a 2-1 lead. 140 on the clock. Device here in the middle of the map, fighting for motel control. Prelude wins it with 11 HP. He has to hold.
Towards the back of the map here. Lucifer Good for first, not good for the second. Now you need to get that EMP. This is the big problem for the Bush. As they continue to get players forward, they don't have anybody on the EMP device. Both Prolute and Fear are locked into finding those kills off the spawn, and not a single person is focused on the objective. Now, that's the second time that has happened for Bush. Hopefully this time, if you're a Bush fan, it doesn't result in the pit flying through, but the way that Linz and FDOT are playing, it feels like it well might, and that's exactly what's going to happen.
Oh, Prolute finds the one device carrier. Does that give an opportunity for Awakening to stop the goal line? And it does. Wow. Moments away, but some shots coming through across the map with the MPC for Prolute stops that before the third capture comes through. And now the pressure is starting to surmount over by the plane side. Lead blocker for Awakening. Fear has the device this time. Can't find the trade onto FDOT, so the device will drop mid-cut. Now the Pit EU looking for the third once more.
Bush have already done two incredible goal line saves now, actually, consecutively. I feel like they're capable of another one. Renegade should be good for the skill against Linz and will be. Liking play from Mythics will weaken things up. On the re-wrap through, they just don't expect FDOT to be this closely forward. Whips out the knife and somehow still gets away with that kill. Literally getting away with murder. Slows up the play enough that despite the fact that you got both Renegade and Awakening pushed up the map, it does not matter. Bush will have to work to get this EMD device capture through. Can they try and get it through towards green before they get stopped? Prolute needs to help out his teammate, and he just does not know where all this pressure is coming from whatsoever. He can only find one, and Bush cannot get it through for the equalization.
No, they cannot. And that's a big half coming through for the Pit EU, given the side of the map that they were on, Brody. Whether you love it or hate it, that is a solid defense coming through. So many times did Telluride Bush have opportunities to be able to get the score. I feel like a broken record at this point through the EWC LCQ here in the STC contenders area, man. Like, it's just frustrating to look at. I'm sure that when you have an opportunity to be able to get that capture, Prolude's finding eliminations inside of their base. And then Fear, nobody from the Bush in any situation could get themselves in a better position to be able to pick up that device. We'll have to see what the second half still has to offer for us as we start to get underway here. Pit EU with that 2-1 lead on this blue side of the map, and it's going to be Awakening to start things off in a bombastic way.
Big two-piece from Wake. Prolute now starting to push through. This could be a very quick cap coming through from the Bush. Prolute needs to be the tip of the spear, though. Has to find more value, or you can just do it off a wall jump, and that's exactly the case for the Bush. Brilliant start to this half. Now, if ideally you need to put players through, but with Linz picking up a double like that, it's very difficult to do so. Headsets coming off, controllers going down, and it feels like we're going to go to a technical pause. Now, this is a bit of an awkward one, because there was an EMP device capture through at the beginning of the round, so I wonder where we'll sit with that.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be interesting. Of course, we'll let the very beautiful admins on the ground there on Potty to deal with it, of course. Nonetheless, yeah, I saw like Mythics, he was having some trouble there at the end, wasn't moving. But regardless of the matter, 2-1 split as it may end up being, it's going to be very, very fun to be able to see the conclusion as far as the swing map mode combination is concerned, because it really does feel like that it's still anybody's game. Got a lot of good bright spots coming through from the slaying caliber that is the Pit EU. The overall synergy for them to be able to move the device fluently and forward, but then the explosivity from Telluride Bush is just keeping them off guard.
It just feels kind of tough, doesn't it? Because it's almost like a pendulum swinging away, right? On one hand, you have the fact that, you know, they had 2 or 3 incredible stops, right? I mean, literally, there was that one where it felt like the EMP device, it was basically right on the rim, of the overload zone. And they probably should have got it in, but again, 2 or 3 incredible stops. And on the other side, it feels like they've also had 2 or 3 incredible opportunities to not just equalize in this game, but actually take the lead. And it feels like in both of those situations, they're not focusing enough on the EMP device, on the actual objective itself. Now, it looked like they remedied that at the start of that round, right? As a 4-man, they get the kills coming through, they get the EMP device up the map, they get a capture, they equalize things at 2 for 2. But those 2 big opportunities where they missed, I think the first one was more egregious, and I'll be honest, I think specifically it was probably Renegade's fault because he pushed too deep into the spawn, causing a spawn out that left his team high and dry on the re-wrap through. But on both of those situations, the problem was still the same, where like you've got players pushed up, but nobody is grabbing that EMP device for the capture, and you have to make sure that that team synergy is on point, because if you don't have everybody focused on doing their roles in that relay, in air quotes, you ain't going to get captures.
No, you're simply not. And again, it does start and stop with having one player getting lost. If you're looking over on the P4 side of the map, where FDOT was getting lost over by blue, a lot of opportunities for the other 3 teammates to be able to surge on forward because you have to deal with the F dot in your spawn. On the opposite side, that's what we were talking, how Telluride Bush were able to respond back as quickly as they did for their first capture, was because Awakening was just flying through the plane side. He goes on that 3 spree, everybody turns around and deal with him, and by that point, Renegade's in your spawn, cleaning things up as well. So that just means that Fear and Prolo can then fly on forward. But then you go towards like where it gets a little bit more scrambly, right? The device still in the middle of the map, right? You're trying to play for a lot of those trades over on the backside, and by that point, you have to make that gut check call. Prolute's the one getting lost in their spawn. Does Fear turn back for the device, or does he just join him to try to get more eliminations? It's such a tough call to make in that moment.
I don't know, dude. It feels like Prolute is definitely the key to these guys on offense, right? Because we've talked a little bit about Linz in the past being that guy, right? He's the reason, well, specifically, this is the reason why they added someone like Linz if you're on the pit side, because he's the one that kind of, you want to get lost in the source, right? He is their Prolute in a way. And so you're right, Prolute needs to be the guy. I don't even think that capture actually happened, only by way of the fact that they luckily managed to get a player to stop the B capture happening. But still, yeah, I think you're 100% right, mate. I think Prolute needs to be that guy. He needs to be the one up in their faces. If not him, I feel like Renegade, like if you just get Renegade up there, if he's going to start to find some fire here in this one, they'll be fine. Again, we saw it at the beginning of the last round. They're absolutely capable of pulling off some incredible captures.
Yep, absolutely. It's just about piecing it all together in such a crucial moment. Again, we keep talking about Telluride Bush. They need this map 3 win. And I say that ever so crucially because, again, Raid Search and Destroy is on the horizon for map number 5. If they end up losing this, they could obviously be under threat of losing it in 4. But that Raid Search and Destroy is just one of those things that you just don't want to see Telluride Bush play right now. This just has not been a good map mode combination for them all weekend long. So you're really hoping for the slang to continue to be consistent, and then the synergy to continue to be manipulated for Telluride Bush, so that way, or developed rather, not manipulated, so that way they can start to really push the device forward.
Yeah, and that is the key thing. Again, we'll talk big picture here for a second while we wait for this overload to get back underway, is that this is a very important map for Bush, right? Again, and I don't want to keep on ragging on them for their Search and Destroy, but I think everyone, even the Bush fans out there, know that the Search and Destroy is absolutely 110% where these guys are weakest. Like, no doubt in my mind, the Search and Destroy strategies, it feels like that's where the most holes in the game plans exist for Bush. And that's an issue on the whole, by the way. Like, that is a massive issue in Search and Destroy. The Call of Duty phrase, Search and Destroy wins championships, exists for a reason. You have to be a good Search and Destroy team to win. So that's a problem that they're going to have to continue to tackle if they want to be in the Esports Cup next weekend. Irrespective of that, though, I mean, it kind of leads you to a situation where you have to win the overload. You have to win the hard points in this series. This is a must-win map, it feels like, for the Bush. Otherwise, they're going to be in real trouble for this series. So just something to bear in mind, guys. If you're a Bush fan out there, you want Bush, obviously, to win this map, but there is a lot more weight on this than you might think.
Yeah, a lot of pressure surmounting as well as we slowly get through this technical break as well, so that we can get back in towards this map number 3. It's just one of those things, again, that you have that opportunity to be able to communicate a lot with your team. And this is where you really have to take advantage of that as a competitor as well. Start really talking about what went wrong in a lot of those crucial moments, specifically like what we were just talking about in those 2v4s where you have Fear and Prelude in a situation where they could end up capturing the device. Maybe you could end up hashing that out right then and there, something that you can rectify even though you're on a different side. But even more so than that, just making sure that the vibes stay up as well. Don't stop the small talk. The moment that the game relaunches, get back into the firing range and keep that gunny warm, because it is a very crucial series here. Again, you lose this, you go home, you win it, you face Torn Esports in grand finals for the Covenant last spot available for the Esports World Cup Black Ops 7 event next week.
Yeah, 100%. And you're right. I think you should be taking this opportunity, and they will do so as well, especially with their coaching staff. Are you allowed to talk to your coaching staff between games? I know that rule exists.
Not during technical breaks.
I was going to say, I know that rule exists, but I guess technically speaking, not for the technical break. If the coach could talk to them, what you just said is exactly what they would be saying, right? I mean, like, they would be talking about what went wrong in that round number 1. And again, we're talking about what went wrong, like they're down by a massive margin. They're not. They're already down by 2-1 here in this game. They will be talking about what went wrong and how to fix up those issues. So if anything, I know obviously, like, they want to start at 2-2 here in this half. They want to, continue on the momentum off the back of that. They don't want to reset at all. But the reset can be actually a kind of a blessing in disguise in a way, because it does give them an opportunity to figure out what went wrong in that first attempt. So they will be doing that. and we'll be back in the game very soon. This is the same thing as yesterday, by the way, as we're just kind of letting the first half play out, and then we'll be back in towards the second half with that 2-1 scoreline that happened before a player's audio disappeared, I believe it was, in that second half. So just that's where we're at right now, just waiting for that first half to complete. With that said, though, again, really enjoying this series so far. I think we've seen a lot more life from the Bush than we saw in that last series versus Taunt. This has been a much better Bush roster.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, again, like me and Bryce were talking about, even in the winners finals, like this team has progressively been getting better as the tournament's been going along. It's what you almost expect. And even to throw it in towards that secondary talk as well, can coaches come over and talk to them? I don't think the Bush even have a coach on in Paris right now. Like they don't have anybody like in venue that is actively coaching them.
So that's where times with the Bush.
I'd say I'm gonna FaceTime Jersey Jerry and be like, yo, man, what are we doing right now? Like, we need some help. But like, I think that's where you're like really relying on like your veterans, right? Like you got Awakening, MW 2019 Challengers champion. You also, runner-up with that Triumph Gaming roster, excuse me. But still,
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I know, I'm pulling it back. But like, I think it's another one of those things too, that like you have to rely on ProLoot, somebody that's been all the way up to the CDL and the highest echelon, playing with the Optic roster, of course, not saying that what Awakening and Fear and the CDL have not produced anything to be that caliber. But when it comes down to being able to stay cool, calm, and collective, ProLoot has made a name for himself on being able to do that through a multitude of seasons through Challengers and CDL to make sure that his team is in the right mindset going into whatever break is after.
You know what's weird in my mind? I know that I should be past this because obviously it's been a while now since these two have played together. I just don't envision ProLoot playing without Spark. I don't know what it is. It's just like, because those guys played together for the longest time. I think they might be like one of the duos outside of the CDL that have played together. Like, you know how like obviously like CDL have like the duos that everyone talks about, right? Like Simp and Abizi, for example. Like I feel like if you talk about Challengers duos, so if you ask me like who are a Challengers duo that have played together for the longest time, ProLoot and Spark always comes to my mind, just because it feels like those two play together pretty much constantly. Obviously now no longer the case. It always feels weird when ProLoot plays about him. Either way, yeah, I feel like ProLoot's very good. It kind of actually flies under the radar how good and how much experience a player like ProLoot has, just because he has spent so much time in Challengers. He doesn't get talked about enough. And that's something, by the way, that like exists for a lot of these players. Like there are so many players in this lobby that have played in Challengers for a very long time, to the point where they kind of go unnoticed in a way, and that's especially true on the pit side. I could do a whole podcast. I could talk all day about how Europeans get kind of, I don't know what the word would be. They get the short end of the stick by being European, because players like Mythics should have got a shot at the league, and they simply haven't, time and time again. There are many players that have existed in Challengers and have a long tenured history in Challengers that most people probably haven't even heard of.
Yep, I mean, that's just one of the biggest struggles, of course, being across the pond. North America League, obviously, you got a whole bunch of different logistics. You got to work through the back end, but obviously the competition is starkly different. But, you know, that's when you come over, if you're omit EU, you come over into the Pro-Am, turn a lot of heads, able to win back-to-back lands as well. I mean, that's exactly how you want to end up doing it. It's proving it over and over and over again, that it feels like we're always in the wheelhouse in the conversation. It's just like, wow, Europeans can play Call of Duty. You're like, yeah, no duh. Like, they've been doing it for quite some time. You know, shout out Bance, of course, what he's been able to produce in his entire career. You know, Toby, Insight, all of these guys come to mind as well. Like, yeah, there's some really strong European players. It's just about finding the right team that gelled together. Shout out that Awubabub's roster way back in the day, so that you could start to get notice, like Abusa, like Linz, and then you could start getting those opportunities in towards the league. But it's just one of those things, again, that like you have to continue to turn heads, and you have to continue to take down the big dogs on the opposite side, and that's what the pity you have right in front of him right now.
Yeah, 100%. We are just waiting for the game to get underway again, folks. We'll be back in there in just a second. I promise you don't have to wait that much longer. We will stop yapping sooner rather than later. And then we can start yapping about the game that is actually on our broadcast. Let's talk future real quick here as well, because obviously, you know, we got CDL coming up again next year, 2027. A lot of teams will be on the hunt for new talent. Actually, one of the players in this lobby, you know, obviously we want EMEA talent to get involved in the CDL. And, you know, there are some players on Omit that have been looked at. Unofficially, of course, we don't know, but obviously rumors, murmurs, and all of that. There's one player actually I would say that probably should get given a look at, and I think Renegade has a good chance next year. Obviously, you know, he would still want, I know Bush would still want Renegade to play for the Bush next year, but there is a good chance, I think, that Renegade makes his way to the league, because he has been firing all cylinders in Challenges.
Or whatever the Huntsman end up being. Of course, we couldn't have a Huntsman roster here, of course, because Optic Gaming is the parent company for that. So you couldn't field two rosters if you are Hector. So I think it's one of those things like, yeah, it obviously depends on what Renegade wants to do going into next season. season. The world is honestly his oyster. There's not an FPS that I wouldn't see John play that he's not going to fry in. So it's really what he wants to end up doing. But it's just one of those things as well. It's like, who does he want to play with? And also at the same point in time, what CDL teams are approaching him and where does he feel most comfortable as well? Because as far as winning in challenges is concerned, if you're just straight up losing the CDL, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to take that former rather than the latter.
Alrighty, well, Renegade is a player that should benefit a team in the future, perhaps in the CDR. Right now, he needs to benefit Bush as we go back towards the second half. Now, remember, folks, we are keeping things as they were, back to the status quo at the half. So that first capture that Telluride Bush got at the beginning of round number 2 has been undone. We go back to 2-1, and right off the rip here, the Pit might make it 3-1. They're trying to get across towards the way. Fear can only stop one, though. He can't stop the detonation.
Carlo coming back in towards this mix. So it's 0-3, I think I saw. Kind of antics was he's getting up to that the pity you just had to put him down 3 times. My gosh. Telluride Bush, though, find themselves now down by 2 scores. The rally's about to be coming through over by the plane side, and this is just what they can do so well. Just trading out all these kills, being able to play off of where the next device respawns, and then forcing Telluride Bush to spawn on the opposite side of the map. It is manipulation incarnate of the map for pity you.
This is about the worst case scenario, isn't it, for Bush? They started so strong on the initial, and now off the back of the reset, they've lost 2 overloads already. Wake has to go huge here. Multiple different players, again, can only find 1. Kills coming through, but Mythix goes big for 3. There's the detonation as well. Has a Hellstorm missile, and things go from bad to worse for the Bush. The Pit setting them on fire.
That makes it even worse, too. Prolot's nade just cooked it up, threw it right into the banister as well. Got to start piecing things together now if you are Telluride Bush. Proloot through the middle of the map, not expecting Lins to be up top on the shelves. Try to figure out where the rest of them are located at, are the pity you. Finally, Lins does see another player over outside of the motel area, and here comes the push soon afterwards. A 3 dead, Bravo. Emphatic as you may like. Renegade's last alive, and at least he finds 2. If he finds a 3rd, it would be heroic. Fear's there for the help.
That's okay. You needed that. If you lost a 6th one, I don't even know where the Bush begin to have and come back in towards this one. 5-1 already feels like a daunting task. 6-1. Might as well put your controllers down.
Hellstorm.
Things will now stabilize. As you said, the Hellstorm is in the mix, and Mythic's actually going to use this one to stabilize. And I love this play call, of course, right? 3 minutes on the clock. You want to use this one to try and put as much space between yourselves and Bush as humanly possible. Whether you get another overload is trivial, to be honest with you. Just about keeping yourselves up with the tempo increased against Bush. And Mythic's doing exactly that now. 11-2 in this half. F-Dot finding another one. Will Mythix checks towards the corner. Doesn't do so. Fear able to double up now off the back of that one. And it is a stop for the Bush.
Yep. Prolot's going to pick it up. Start pushing over by the plane side. A little bit of miscommunication, though. You got 2 players starting to push over by the satellite. Lins should catch timing for a freebie. Knows that there's going to be another player maybe over by satellite, but Renegade hasn't made a peep.
Now he'll make some noise. 3 for 1. More kills now got to be earned. You really need Wake to stay alive there by Kayak, because now you've lost all pressure whatsoever. Fear gets beamed by F-Dot. Absolutely insatiable work from the Europeans. The Pit now on fire, and once again starting to push up that bottom side of the map. Can Lucifer do more damage here? Does get caught out on the rotation. Now Lins will have to be answering the call for these kills, and answer the call he absolutely does. It looks like a 6th detonation is about to come through for the Pit, and the Bush, the hole that they're in, continues to grow deeper.
12-7, 13 now in 5, 13 in 9. The Pit EU absolutely slaying out, and on the opposite side, it has been all but flat for Awakening. 3-11, Lynn's there for another 2-piece, taking down the aforementioned Awakening Renegade. The former duo of the Huntsman get put in the dirt. Fear's last alive, can't win the 1v1 versus F-Dot with the Jaeger in his hand and make it a 7th.
Pit just 1 overload away from closing out this one by score, which is something you so rarely see at this level of Call of Duty Esports. Prolute playing his life in the middle of the map. Not going to be able to do so for long. The Pit, 60 seconds to reach maximum score here in this game. Renegade doesn't want that one. There is life in this Bush squad yet. But with 50 seconds left, I don't think this is even mathematically plausible for this game. And Mythix knows it. He is just adding insult to injury. 16-7 through this reset. He has looked absolutely insatiable.
Yeah, keep the gunnies hot at the very least if you are Telluride Bush, because now you know it's guaranteed. You got to win a Scar hardpoint, go to the raid search and destroy, because this is mathematically too far gone. 30 seconds remaining, and the Pity U just going to continue to ride this momentum all the way into the sunset of a 2-1 lead in the series. What a performance coming through from the usual suspects, as you like to call them there, Brody. Mythics, absolutely massive in so many different moments, converting so many multi-kills and opening up opportunities for the Pity U just to continuously fly forward. At the end of the day, it's their sheer fundamentals on being able to recognize their opportunities that put themselves in the driver's seat for so many captures. It was the veracity that they were able to recognize, the opportunity that they had for themselves to get the kills, lead block, and get the device carrier while only losing one member along the way.
Pretty much perfect second half. What more could you ask for if you're the Pit? Everything goes your way. Yeah, a nuke would be nice. One player did have an EMP, to be fair, if it was legal in the game. Honestly, if swarms were allowed in this game, like they were back in the day in Black Ops 2, we probably would have seen one, let's be honest about it. Yeah, just phenomenal from all of them. And again, that's just an outslaying thing, isn't it? Yeah, every single player across the board is firing on all cylinders. I'll say this much, which is actually kind of funny. This is now the second time off the back of resets. Resets that the Pit have been involved in, by the way, where Mythics has come back off the reset and dropped an absolute bomb in the second half. Like, I think it was like 22-10 or something to that effect against Arrowtech Edge back yesterday, and today he finishes at 17-10. Of course, this time around, it isn't just him. It's Lucifer at 18-11, Linz at 14-11, F-Dot at 17-13. Like, literally B2A.
Yeah, everybody sharing the legwork as far as the damage is concerned. 29 non-traded between Harry and Mythics, of course. I think even more so than that, like, it's just one of those things for, like, Mythics throughout, I feel like his entire career, between you, me, Ton, and Bryce, like, we're constantly singing Ben's praise. Like, this guy's been doing this for such a long time. He does not get iced, man. Like, he could be sitting there for like 2 minutes, give this man like 30 seconds to shoot some bots, and he's just like right back into it. An absolute phenom on the map.
Well, we talked about it. That was a big map for the Bush. And off the reset, they could not do anything. So now, what a awkward position the Bush are in. The backs against the wall, about as far up against the wall as they could possibly be. You're 2-1 down in the series. We won't go in depth as to what the search and destroy will look like. The long and short of it is, you have to win this hard point, otherwise your Black Ops 7 season is over.
You can feel the pressure in the room through the camera. Prolute chattering away from his team, him and Awakening, trying to get their minds right. The venue will remain the same. The objective will change. It's Scar Hardpoint for map number 4. Of course, a raid search and destroy map number 5, just to find out if we go the distance to a raid search and destroy. And we will cross that very treacherous bridge if we have to get to it for a map number 5 raid search from the perspective of Telluride Bush. But the objective remains the same nonetheless. The MO for the Pity U. Let Ben Mythics and Linz just get lost on the map and watch these guys fry.
It is honestly insane. I mean, we can keep talking about it over and over again, but like, it is legitimately just shut down Lucifer, shut down Mythics, and you're not going to have a whale of a time, right? I mean, the other players on the roster are no slouches by any stretch of the imagination, but like, those are the two consistent ones that if they perform well, you know the squad's going to win the map. They can find a way to shut them down, slow down the aggression. It'll be easy dubs here on this hard point, but it does get more difficult as the fist bumps. You know that we're about to load into the Scar for map number 4, and it is the fact that it's a Scar that feels daunting for me. If you want Bush to get through, Scar is a difficult map to beat the likes of the Pit on. I've talked about this at length. Scar is just such a good map for the Pit. It suits their playstyle so well. They've got so many flexible players in the roster, like the likes of F-Dot and Mythics, who can pull out an M15 or an NPC whenever it is required, and there are a multitude of situations on this map where you do need to have 3 ARs or even 3 SMGs around blue for P4. I do like this Pit, just so damn good on the map. Bush, they're going to be up against it.
And as the meta has shifted from the NPC, you will see that 3 NPC setup. Sometimes expect the 4 NPC coming through when we get over towards P4. You're very right, Brody, but need those SMGs to constantly be online, because if you can win those 1v1s versus Mythics, that is way less pressure than to be dealing with, and it's all going to be coming down to shops control. SMGs need to be on point for both these sides to control the middle of the map.
Bush shine good. Going to be the ones in P1 control here for the moment. Wake trying to find some kills. TK probably doesn't help there, so now the team needs to find some more frags. Tipping it off the back of a heady. Can't just sit there. You've got to get involved into the hard point. Linz player to try and take down if you can, if you're the Bush, but nobody can deal with him at the moment. Linz doesn't have a trophy system, of course, early on in this game, so a long utility will take him down. A nice transfer from Renegade there. Wake will help out the Bush break, but they've still got players to contend with here, and it's Mythics that's one of them.
I'm going to be happy, at least for these last few gunfights coming through. Renegade spawns over by the shed. Nobody fighting for that top motel position quite yet because they got to be dealing with F-Dot. He finds himself 3 in a row. Now up towards the second life. Wallbang should be good enough to take down Prolute. No, he dives in, can't get the shot to take him down. Prolute will find that trade, but so most importantly, from those antics out of F-Dot, it's the Pity U ahead of the rotation anew.
Bush got to try and fight back through. Good trades. They will have a moment's breathe here towards this hard point. Wake will get shut down. Now the Bush, they will be in. Keeping an eye on that flanking play. Good read on towards Linz. Have to keep on investing resources to ensure that the pit do not flank through. Mythics cannot convert towards that gunfight, not able to do so, but the next player will. And that's going to split the forces towards the hard point. Pinstripe Pure Feed that does benefit Bush, but now it's just going to be Renegade isolated by F-Dot, who is even picking the players coming off the spawn. Renegade has no help coming anytime soon, and F-Dot makes the player that gives Pit the scrap.
F-Dot's kind of pissed at you, saying that it's just Mythics and Lucifer to be on the lookout for. Hey man, it's double positive 8 and 4. My God. Kind of got to shut that thing down, but still, you feel like from such a massive start from the Pity U, at least from one of the players, that it should be a much different scoreline. But Telluride Bush, their fundamentals in hardpoint have been very, very good through this best of 5 thus far. Going back to that map number 1, over towards the plane head glitch, it will be the Pity U here first, but Prolute, an opportunity through the mid cut does set up for an easy trade, but still no entry.
They continue to send players on these flanks. It's not a horrendous play call at all. It works out. He'll take the 3-1 trade. All this down to Mythics, who does get overwhelmed. And now here comes a solid moment for the Bush. You can push forward as long as Awakening has control of those blue spawns. You can see him playing so deep to make sure the spawns don't flip. This is allowing Renegade to make plays like this. A double for Renegade. Can't quite convert it to a third, but there are roaming subs for the Bush that are doing exactly that. This is a perfect hold from the Bush. This is a strategic masterclass.
Yeah, it is. And if you can still maintain this side of the map, especially where Renegade's located at, should make things easier going over towards P4. And that's where we're starting to highlight where those SMGs can really start coming out to play. Mythic's top of the plane, though, does find an opening. And he still has full HP, ready for the second to take down Awakening. That's the poke and prod you want. Player number 3 is Prolute. He's off in towards the mid cut, and he finds 2 of the reinforcements. Will be traded out. Now it's up to Linz to find more value in towards the back.
And he's already been dealt with. That's big kills against Awakening. Awakening needs to play his life there. Now Bush are spawning out. We'll have to hit this hard point. Off we go again. Back to the races. And kills now starting to come through already for the pit. Prolute, the only one to get past the defensive line, and he doesn't exist past it for that long. Bush, they've been broken, and they've been pushed out of the kill.
Yes, they absolutely have been. Renegade trying to cause distress in towards the back line. It's missed time, though. Awakening was still in the respawn screen. Linz, Lucifer able to find themselves those first 2. 17 seconds remain here on P4 before the rotation is called for. And I'll tell you right, Bush, I'm going to give this one last good shake and maybe try to force out a little bit of a spawn trap. But F-Dot again finds another 2-piece. 23 engagements for F-Dot. He's 13 and 10.
Bush reliant on Prolute right now, 16 and 8. Goes flying at the old hard point. Gonna get shut down, though. It's okay, though. You're trying to create some space between yourselves and the pit so they don't get a chance at this hard point. Linz misses some shots through the middle of the map. Pit will be able to double up. And all of this, again, just delaying the push from the pit as they will have to cross no man's land towards this point. Here we go. Linz, the first point of contact. TK by way of a trophy system. Doesn't get much more insulting than that. That will allow Pit in towards the hard point. But can they take control of green? Do they even need control of green with the way that they're playing around this hard point? I would wager no, not with 3 kills in the feed just like that. The Pit are playing this so damn well. That is 4 down and 20 seconds Bush do not want to give away.
No, they cannot give it away either. They gotta have to try to push through this and maybe try to contest all the way through the back end going in towards the second set of hills. 16 seconds is the separation between these 2 teams, but it's the Pity U that hold on. 7 seconds before we go back towards the center of the map, and it is a marginal lead. 30 points is the difference between Telluride, Bush, and the Pit EU. Some big performance coming through. 15 and 12 for F-Dot. Prolute 18 in 10. Leading way for his team. Need the SMGs to remain consistent, but maybe the ARs to step it up ever so slightly.
Bush push back at the moment here. Got to try and find a way through. You've got no shot control at the moment. I want to try and fight for that if they possibly can. Got to deal with Mythics. Have to have it, and it's just not happening. Mythics does get shut down, but Prolute's the one to do it. He's the last man left up, and he's weakened for the next fight coming his way. The Pit accruing a ton of time off P1, and this lead is starting to grow. The Pit looking so good here. Bush's last little gambit. Flanking play through blue. Nicely done. They will break for the back 20 seconds, so this should shrink the lead ever so slightly, and there is an opportunity now presenting itself for them to lock down P2.
Yeah, it sure is. Gonna have to keep them at arm's length, though. Awakening needs to stay alive. Top side of Motel. These nades are on point. F. finds Awakening, the one Guardian for Telluride Bush to keep that P2 rotation under their wing. Will go down. Spawns will now flip. F. up top. Just wall bangs coming through. Takes down Awakening once again. And it's the Pity U set up here, too.
Opportunity now for the Pit. Well played. F. now on 5 in a row to the pistol. Runs out of bullets. Cannot extend it to a 6. That's a good shutdown for the Bush. Prolute having to be wearing a potential flanking player. There's just so many fights you have to take simultaneously here. Loosefoot drawing attention towards the back line. Now he's been dealt with. The Bush can make their way over here. Kills starting to come through. Lins goes down by a way of nade. And the Bush have pushed their way back in towards this hill for an important 30.
Yeah, still so much more to do. 25 seconds. Got to try to pick up mid-cut. There's just no way that Mythics gets all the way through shop that freely. Had a good look to maybe to be able to find that second, but Lins is there for the cleanup. And such a sloppy effort coming through off of the rebreak for Telluride Bush allows the Pity U to keep it contested and racking up the score. 40 points is the difference now. Over towards P3. Mid-cut not even being sniffed at as Lucifer takes down Fear, and the rotation is won.
Here comes that big setup that the Pit managed to lock down previously, right? F. all the way back towards blue. Lucifer playing cutoff, Lins playing cutoff, and Mythics just soaking up time off the back of these two individual players. As soon as they try to get towards the hard point, Lucifer should be able to deal with the threat. I'm not necessarily sure they'll check it, and they don't. Lucifer able to catch not just one, not going to get the second. Mythics will be responsible for it, but the setup is locked down for the Pit. Not a single player from Bush able to touch the hard point.
Keeping the men at arm's length. 30 seconds. Still at the fight for Renegade. The Shroud of the Smoke from all of the ordinances finds his way forward. Fear Prolute able to find the first two, but you still have numbers here for the Pity U. And the head glitch is still firmly under their control as well. Nice jump off of the plane. Be able to at least unearth one from that head glitch, but still numbers here for the Pity U. They're going to be over 200 points, but most importantly, Brody, they also have the rotation anew.
Yeah, this is everything that Bush just do not want right now. They have to push through the old hard point to ensure even that 10 seconds of scrap time doesn't go the Pit's way. Beautiful nade coming off the back of that play as well from Lins. And then they have to get in towards blue. They have to lock down these back spawns. They've got to do it quickly. And it can't do anything when Mythics is beaming a turret through the middle of the map. No player getting past. Renegade thought he might have done so, but they are catching every single player that's trying to play sneaky-like. And all the while, the Pit are ticking ever closer to that 250 points.
They're looking prime to do it. They won't get the tick here, but they're going to put themselves damn close unless Telluride Bush find the break right here and right now. Renegade's in towards the point. Trying to go Herculean. Finds himself a two-piece, but you still got one player in towards the back. It's Lucifer. Trying to hold strong. Waiting for his teammates to come back through the middle of the map and try to work the pinch. He goes down, and now it's Telluride's Bush. 20 seconds left to soak over, but still so much left to do. What was about a 30-point difference, then grew to about a 50, and then it just started bulldozing out of control. Over to P5 we go. The Pit EU will be here first once again.
One player spawns in the back line. Should be able to read this if you're Bush. That's why Prolute was turned around to deal with that player. Checks the wrong area though, so Prolute should be dead in the play. They've actually committed 2 players to go and deal with that, and with 30 seconds away from the victory if you're the Pit, I don't necessarily think that was the right play call. The Pit have got that setup in, and Bush need to break it fast. F. is beaming them. TK coming through from Renegade. Prolute, no choice but to force it through the front. Checks the left corner, finds the first kill. Not the second though. Up top in green. The Pit just 15 seconds away.
F. jumps down, gives up the gunfight, wants to soak up the time, has some assistance. Mythics goes 1 for 1 down low. 240 to 139. The Pity U are going to close it out here.
Prolute can't do anything. Renegade can't do anything. It doesn't look like the Bush can do anything. The dream is over, and the Pits will make it to the grand finals.
One more match to go. Oh, Harry is chirping too. They know exactly what they just accomplished, taking down Telluride Bush for the last chance qualifier. One more shot to be able to see the Bush logo up against all of the other teams. Next weekend comes up short at top 3 in the lower finals. No EWC for Prolute this year. Awakening, for Fear as well, what he was able to produce last year. And then Renegades. Opening season for Call of Duty comes to an abrupt end here at the EWC LCQ.
Devastation for the Bush. They tried so hard, and their respawns, for the most part, had looked so good this weekend, but there was always that nagging feeling in the back of their heads that it wasn't quite 100%. There were holes in the game plan, and you could kind of see the result of a team that had been together for not very long. They did what they could, despite the fact that they'd been together only for a few weeks at most. And even that wasn't enough. Look, Hardpoint, I think they looked pretty good at all weekend long. Overload, I think they had their moments as well. They just kind of collapsed there off the reset in map number 3. Search and Destroy, we don't need to talk about it. But, I mean, look, third place, not a terrible position for the Bush to be in, but the Pit, just the better team in that series.
They are. And again, the more refined team, the more working system, of course. This is the gamble that you had when it comes down to Telluride Bush to scrap everything from what that team did look like and the shortcomings going in towards champs. Obviously, with Beans over by P7 Notorious getting picked up, meant that Cammy then had to go over there. So that's one more tool at your disposal already out the door. So you're in this glorified pickup roster where you got 2/4 of what the Huntsman roster at place top 6 at champs, and then you also have Fear coming back into the mix with Pro placing top 6 with that old Bush roster. It just felt like it was a recipe that could have potentially been set up for success, but when it came through, you just didn't put enough yeast into it, and it just fell flat.
Yep, absolutely. Feels bad, man. That's all you can really say about it. You know, they tried their best with the time that they had, but ultimately you're facing a roster that has played together at least the core 3 for the entirety of the season. The Pit are a team that have only really traded out fourths, and this is, I mean, look, it's difficult to tell because there are definitely challengers teams here that would probably beat the Pit in their current situation, Omit being one of them, right? So it's not like this is the best they've looked all season, but you do kind of get a feeling that this is a Pit roster that, you know, ultimately they've got their thing figured out. The fourth was the big issue. I think, you know, no disrespect to Henry whatsoever, because he was a phenomenal player, but I think they look slightly better with Linz. They're much happier now, and they are just one match away from making it to the Esports World Cup. 2 teams remain then in our last chance qualifier, the Pit, who have made a dream losers bracket run, and Torn Esports, who await them in that grand finals. They 3-0'd Bush. They will be feeling confident, but are they confident enough to take on the Pit and secure that last spot? We're going to go to a break. On the other side, one more best of 7 to decide who will fill out the Esports World Cup in the last spot.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but goal!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard suck at Masters.
You're going too far now.
Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy. Is that airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Hard from blow the house down.
You look nervous. You look short.
Everything's good? Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps?
Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ. We started with 16, we're now down to 2. The road to EWC is paved and they can see the start. But one more game and we will have our champions. My name is Bryce, joining me here for this finals cast is, of course, Infinity.
Really excited to be here, mate. Yeah, this is going to be a banger matchup. Both of these teams have fought tooth and nail through the rest of the competition here at Paris to decide who will be making it into the last spot at the Esports World Cup. It is all to play for. Again, a reminder, only one team will make it to the Esports World Cup. It is a literal winner-takes-all scenario. It is all to play for.
Well, we will see how these two teams get on. Today, a couple of dubs coming from them. Torn took down Bush, and the PDU did the same. They've also taken down BTD today. So all W's on this championship Sunday for both these teams that have made it into our grand finals. A best of 7 between the two of them should definitely showcase who wants it more.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a tough ride for both of these two teams. As is always the case of a best of 7, it is going to be a test of how deep your map pool is. And for both of these teams, who have been together more or less with the same core 2 or 3 players all season long, with a couple of changes leading into this event, they've both got a pretty deep map pool. So I'd imagine going into this best of 7, we're going to see some different maps that we might not have seen. Obviously, you and I, we already know what the maps are, so we can say that is true. I think there's going to be some curveballs here in this best of 7. We've seen like a lot of Den, a lot of Scar, and while that will be in this grand finals, I think we're set to see something a little bit different as well.
Well, hopefully it will be good for everybody involved. Now, truth being told, I really don't know who's going to win out of these two. Obviously, they haven't had the opportunity to play in this tournament yet so far. Both of them going to different teams. Obviously, Torn haven't lost at all. And the only time the pit lost was against BTD, and that was quite early on.
Yeah.
They've been making a wondrous losers bracket run.
Yeah, it's been really weird for both of the teams, right? Because I would say Torn haven't exactly plain sailed through the upper bracket. The best that they looked was in that 3-0 victory over the Bush. Outside of that, they've had to fight tooth and nail. They went a reverse sweep against Bittersweet. They did manage to win a Game 5 against BTD Esports. Outside of that, it obviously had been that 3-0. And for the Pit, I mean, you already mentioned the fact that it had to be the losers bracket run all the way through from round 2. They have been through it. But I mean, here is again a visual reminder of how that looks. Torn had to fight through the round of 8 and the round of 4 matchups. They were 2-0 down at one point versus Bittersweet. They thought tooth and nail to get back into that series and go for the dub. We didn't get to see that matchup versus BTD, but that one also went the distance to a Game 5. So like Torn have fought to be here, and I think it is the fact that they've been pushed to Game 5 by 2 different squads here that tells me this is not going to be a plain sailing victory for them.
Oh, no, 100% not. And one of the things we are looking forward to is seeing whether or not they go the distance in this best of 7. But their S&D has been pretty good. It's got them to this location right now. Same kind of on the other side of it as well. Obviously, we talk about how much it's been running into the lower bracket here. You can see that the lower bracket too, the very team at the top is the Pit EU. They went in really early, much earlier than they expected to. And it's been a difficult run for them in the fact that it's just a lot of games. Not so much the results, as everybody they've played so far, they've been beating pretty handily.
Yeah, it is crazy, isn't it? I think the Pit have literally had this on hard mode, not just because they've had to go through a lower bracket run of 4 consecutive matches now. I can't count. But the teams they've been playing for the most part have been difficult as well. Like they were on, I would argue, the more difficult side of the bracket. They've had to go through most of the difficult teams in this tournament. 2 Unks back in round number 2, Bittersweet in round number 3, Aurotech Edge, which is the former Omit Brooklyn squad, in round number 4. And then, of course, earlier today, we saw them get their revenge against BTD Esports 3-0. So no easy matches for the Pit, I think, by any stretch of the imagination. They have had to fight to get to this point, and that 3-1 victory over Bush Gaming, that has sealed the deal. This roster as well, I will say, I think they've been getting better. Every single time that we've seen them, they've been looking better and better and better, and I wonder what final form we'll see here in this grand finals.
That's the question we want to answer. Which of these two teams will be joining the rest of them at EWC to grab this? The key that allows you entry into the competition. Every other team already has one. This is the very last one. And straight away afterwards, the teams will be able to grab it. They will be able to sign their contracts for the key. And they will get themselves entry into the Esports World Cup that is starting next week.
Such a big moment for both of these squads for a multitude of reasons. Obviously, you want to be there for EWC individually. You want to be at one of the biggest events of the season, make an impression ahead of the 2027 CDL season. But as a team, I think for Torn in particular, they've had a tumultuous season where, for the most part, outside of a couple events, they've been like a top 8, a top 16 team in North America. Like, how crazy is that we're now looking at Torn Esports here in the grand finals of this LCQs? And really up until Paris, in which they got to the grand finals, they had been a team that had relatively middling season. Of course, making a couple of changes, adding Millie to the roster certainly did help this team. But it took a while for them to get there. And on the other side, you've got this Pit roster that, we've mentioned time and time again. This is a team that has been in amongst it in EMEA for all season long. They haven't placed outside top 3 inside Challengers Elite, but LAN is where they have missed. They've added Lins to the roster coming into this event, and that seems to have at least patched up maybe some holes in the game plan, because this is the best they've looked in a long time.
It really is. I know. I'd go to this fun thing I haven't really mentioned, actually. The Pit EU, the team, obviously, that everyone's become familiar with over this last 3 days, based off the Twitter, and a Twitter that we have shouted out many times in challenges for giving wonderful content. I'm glad to see them have a team into it. I don't know what their plans are, actually. I was going to message them and kind of ask, is this a continuous thing? Is this a one-off? What happens if they do qualify for EWC, and so on and so forth? But hey, we will obviously find out. Hey, maybe even we can get some jerseys out there last minute if they do make it.
We love the Pit. For those of you guys who don't know, Copy, he was the owner of the Pit, also has a stake in P7 Notorious, which is why that they couldn't basically represent P7 again going into EWC. So they needed another org, and this is very much the same situation as Omit Brooklyn. Of course, Omit have a team in EWC. They had a second team in Omit Brooklyn who couldn't represent that organization. That's why they came into this event as Aurotech Edge, who also have an affiliation. So it's kind of just like, listen, we still want to can help you guys out. We want to fund you, so we'll use a different name. And the Pit Pit is obviously a very reputable brand within Challengers. We absolutely love what they've done for Challengers over the years, continuing to provide coverage. So shout out to Copy for that. And what a dream it would be for Copy to get not one, but two teams into EWC.
Well, we'll see if that does happen. But standing in the way, Taunt haven't lost yet this tournament. Have been taken to map 5 multiple times, but they still have walked away the victors, and they have some speed under their belts. And speaking of speed, it does look like we are on the cusp of getting into this game.
This is going to be a big game, number one, so I suppose we can start talking about it. We promised you guys some curveballs here in this grand finals. We're going to give it to you, and it's going to come by way of Sake Hardpoint. Now, this is going to be a bit coming from Torn Esports, and that's not a surprise. We've seen it, I believe, at least once already in this tournament. And, Torn Esports have been pretty damn good at it. So I'm going to say they'll be feeling pretty confident coming to this one. I don't believe we've seen this map from the pit.
Well, that should give us a little bit of an interesting one to kick through to begin with. I am curious how it goes between these two. Obviously, we haven't seen them yet. But one thing we can say for certain is they have had a lot of pace on the maps here. Pretty high engagements and taking the other team to task. Oh, looks like Dak is... I was going to say, I thought we were about to load in here, but Dak calling for a last-minute possible technical pause before we start.
So actually just double check myself there. And Sake Hardpoint is something we have seen from the pit once this event, at least so far. And it was in that 250 to 202 victory over Aerotech Edge to kick off that series in the losers quarterfinals. So the pit are good on this map. They'll be feeling somewhat confident. Although I think just generally speaking, at this point when you kind of try and deep dive into the map selection and the vetoes and, are there any bad maps for these teams? At this stage of the competition, I think the answer is no. And I think just wholesale speaking, the pit are a very good hardpoint team. I don't think it particularly matters what map they spawn in on. The pit are going to be very confident here.
Well, it looks like we're still getting the warm-ups in the firing range. But all players are seated. All players have got their headsets on, the inner ears in, and controllers in hand. This does matter, of course, because it means that any second now we will be loading in, even with the last little flurry onto the fire that has been thrown down the firing range. Everybody just looking already. I just see on that little screen on the left-hand side, way snappier than I am.
Is that an achievement, Bryce? I don't know. To be fair, I don't know if I can say that. I don't know what you're like. I've never played against you or with you, Bryce. I'm not gonna rip into you, unlike I would proper if he were here, because he is terrible at the game. But these players, I think, most certainly a damn sight better than you and I would be. I certainly know that because I've played some games this season in a competitive setting, and if I learned anything, I learned that I am consistently the worst player on my team at all times, and I probably shouldn't be playing the game.
Well, let's get away from our terrible playing to what should be an exquisite demonstration of competitive play. Here we go then. Best of 7 loading in. One key up to grabs. The road to EWC. Torn Esports and the Pit EU. Only one of these teams will be happy at the end of it. But which one?
Torn Esports have looked sensational on hardpoint. Majority of that comes down to the SMG pressure of the likes of TK. Millie, Mintz has also been in there as well. Everybody on the roster firing on all cylinders in their previous matchup against Bush Gaming. And so Sake should be a map in which they feel at home here with the way that SMGs play on this map as constant nuisance, constantly roaming in and around the map. For the moment, though, that isn't being allowed to happen. The pit extending themselves out of the hard point with P1 control.
Back and forth. Everybody just dancing around looking for it as it is a massive trade. Pinstripe kill feed. So now, the Pit EU getting the first few seconds here, but you can never judge it off a P1.
That's all about that PT rotation. Right now, the Pit going to retreat themselves back towards it. They don't go far back enough, so Linz will spawn out in Narnia. Lucifer needs to find some kills on their transition. I love the outwardly play call from Mythics as well. It's not something they necessarily expect. He holds them up enough that Linz can come through, piece them up. And now the Pit in control of the next rotation. They deal with a one bit of nuisance that would have caused them some trouble. The Pit in a great spot at the start of this game.
Oh, the Linz is loose. Just running around. They're going to have to try and grab him here, but eventually they do. But look how far away Torn Esports have had to fight that fight before they even get close to it. The slaying game is not going the way of Torn Esports yet. 35 seconds left onto this point, and they're finally getting some bodies in the area.
Getting those kills around the back line now. Got to keep an eye on the side door as well. Lucifer throws a stun at the wrong time when the back half of that animation does get cut up. So Mince and Dak will find their way through. Valuable 20 seconds to grab if you're Taunt. Don't want to let a roster like the Pit get away from you. And now the Pit start to look towards that rotation. Now, it has to be said, this is a pretty weak rotation. Players still spawning towards the back of P2 means that we're relying on some big 1 versus 1s. TK could cause some issues here.
This is a fight. TK, though, he's used to these. He's ready for it. Ready for the second as well. TK all day. His first 2 kills, massive for the rotation.
Called it out perfectly there. TK, you could see him on the mini-map making that rotation. Filters right through some players in the middle of the map. And we'll now flip things out. This is a hard point where you can get a full 60 seconds on with roaming subs in the middle of the map. And trust me, Torn will absolutely have that. For the moment, though, a couple of them now will be cut down. So you'll have to wait for them to respawn towards the back. An opening should be here for the Pit.
More bodies piling through. Pinstripe, that gets 2 though, and Mythics gets 1, not the second. Eventually tries, and Dak has the pistol firing. Mythics ran out of bullets. And Torn Esports have taken the lead in pretty dominant fashion. Still a little bit of fight going on for this scrap time, but it's not really about this hill anymore.
And I would say, generally speaking, it is a miracle that Torn Esports are as ahead as they are right now, even if it's just a minor lead. You look at the KDs across the board, and KDs aren't everything, but Dak is the only one positive right now for Torn. The rest of the roster are actually kind of getting ripped apart here. Mince at 6 and 9, TK, despite having that one insane gunfight, is at 3 and 10, and Millie is 5 and 8. So despite the fact that these guys are getting ripped apart, they are still somehow in the lead here in this game. But the Pit with 4 down, that might not be the case for long.
Good hold so far. Millie, though, open proceedings for this next attack for Torn. Big hit about to come through. The Pity you have been waiting for it, but already after it goes down. Mythics managed to get a bit of a trade into it, but they are losing some numbers. Mythics will get his regen, finds TK. Dancing around, he knows he's outnumbered and will fall eventually. Lucifer gets taken down by Dak, who has been the main man for Torn so far in this map.
It's just insane how many of these gunfights Dak is starting to get into now. I called out Mince, but he needed to step up. He's slowly getting there now at 9 and 12 as well. The Pit, despite having a slaying disparity between these two teams, can't seem to grab the lead away from Torn. They might at the very least be able to equalize things going in towards the next hard point. And yet still, one player trying to be a nuisance. TK finds his 4th here in this game. 4 and 10 is not impressive, but that's yet another impressive gunfight he's able to win. And everything kind of feels like it's hanging from what he's able to produce, because the gunfights in the middle of the map are not going their way. More kills towards the backline now, and Torn do have those back spawns, but they've got 0 hill control.
He's just trying to dance around here. He's on a 4 streak as well, but they're looking to try and keep this lead. But a lot of pressure coming through Mince. That is a wonderful pistol shot to just drill that player out. And Millie comes through to combine, and it has been these players, when they hit this tempo, difficult to deal with. The only player right now that we have been seeing doing wonderful so far in some of the other series is TK, but he has had a slow start.
It's absolutely insane. I mean, I still can't believe that Torn, I don't mean this in a bad way, but they're effectively in a 3 versus 4 right now in terms of raw slaying, right? TK has obviously had a couple of important gunfights, but outside of that, he's really only providing some team damage. I'd love to see what his damage is at the end of this game if he continues on this path, but Torn, despite that, still in the lead here in this one as we go in towards the second set. The Pit had a good hold on P1 the last time around. Looks like they could well do that again. The roaming sub starting to pick things up. Lynn's at 20 and 14. Watch him go on the prowl.
Lynn's waiting. Will he get checked? Players coming up. Lynn's finds 1. Looking for the second behind him, and he's not be able to get it, but he does a little bit of damage. It's still going to be Torn Esports, though, trying to stream forward. Nobody really able to get a lockdown onto the P1 yet.
Somebody else besides Mythics needs to get in the hard point right now. Everybody else, 23 seconds outside of Mythics is the most that anybody on the Pit has in terms of time inside the hard point. Mythics now needs to be the next player to step up, though, because he's the only player with some control over the rotation. He's down to 20% HP. There's no way he wins this gunfight. What is that? How on earth has Mythics won that? Despite the fact that he does, though, it does not lock the spawns down. Mince is the one influencing them, and that gives Torn first look at the hill.
Oh, Millie. Oh, Millie. Eventually will go down, but was drilling players out of it. This is slowly but surely feeling like Torn Esports are getting the upper hand. Big hold here. 3 going to go down into the feed, and the Pity you have got 45 seconds to try to make an impact.
A nice stun check from Lucifer. A really good job. Hold out his life long enough that the Pit can now start to make a push through towards this hard point. Good push out, though, from TK again. Hasn't had much impact on the game, but sometimes it feels like 3 or 4 of the gunfights he has won have been crucial to determining time going Torn's way. Now Dak starting to streak out here in the middle of the map, does get cut down. The Pit, they know they need to lock down this rotation, but given how much they're far down, they cannot afford Torn to have one player filter through like we saw last time around. Last time it was TK that broke the mold here on the next rotation. That can't happen again for the Pit.
Big for them here at Torn Esports, really just a commanding lead. Millie's going to go in and look for the first player, but F-Dot will back up his teammates into this one as well, as he does find 2 they so desperately need. Is this an opportunity in abundance here for the Pit EU now?
Good opportunity, but you got to start to survive, and it's just down to Linz, the player they've added, and he can't survive as Dak will piece up. It just continues to get worse here for the Pit. It's the one hard point here on Sake. You're not supposed to get broken on. They get broken on.
Dak has just been everything for them. 28 and 17, back into the fire. Now 29, 4 streak, dips out and keeps on moving. The rest of the team pick him up here, and Dak says, I will still hunt down the kills. A 5 streak, a rotation potentially in their fingertips as well. This has gone from equal to, oh my God, as Dak just runs amok amongst the entire map.
I still don't understand how this is happening. I think part of it is Dak, right? Obviously at 32 and 18, he is basically solo carrying the squad right now, but there must be some incredible team shots coming through from Torn for them to be this far in the lead, and the Pit this far in the Pit. They are down by quite a large margin. I'll say it again, Bryce. They need a full 60 on this hard point. They need Mythics to hold this back, Dojo.
I think it's not got his regen coming in quite yet. They're going through all of this one. That's a big kill from F-Dot. Gives them the benefit of the trade. Allows them to start staggering that spawn. You'll see it from teams over and over again. If you can get one down, it means they will not be there at the same time to trade again. And the Pit EU are holding for now.
I don't think the team play is particularly terrible. You spend a few seconds here keeping the laser focused on the minimap, and you can see that the Pit are doing everything right fundamentally speaking. It's just the follow through isn't necessarily there. Good follow through there though from Mythics, who now finds himself on 4 in a row with that 3-piece through the middle of the map. F-Dot now starting to peek up again. This is good for Mythics. This is the Mythics you need to see show up if the Pit want to successfully transition in. He needs some more kills, and Mythics is finding them.
6 for him. Is this going to be a perfect bounce? They held down last hill just magnificently. They've got the rotation in. They are going to be first here. This could be one of the biggest swings we've seen in a hard point this entire tournament, but they still have to hold. Keep an eye. Dak attack from the back here. He has found a little bit of a gap, but he is going to get taken down before he can do the damage. And it is going to be even more kills flying towards him as Linz goes onto a 4. And somehow, some way, the PDU have swung this game.
Somehow, some way, I can tell you exactly how. It's Mythics, it's F-Dot, it's Lucifer, it's Linz, all of them going on individual sprees that have single-handedly, in succession, got the Pit in control of this hard point. There's still 20 seconds left fighting over, and Harry is having absolutely none of it as he now finds himself on yet another spree, 6 in a row for him, keeping Torn Esports well away from arm's reach, and they cannot even look at this hard point. They're going to say, stuff it. We don't care about that last 10 seconds. We'll take the L. Yes, we've lost our lead, but we might have a good chance at P1.
With that lead switch, we're going to see them go back into it here as well. TK, though, big kill to try and lock down some time. You see the PDU going 220. F-Dot finds another. This is an unbelievable swing from the PDU. Every single kill is now needed. Torn Esports are circling the map, trying to find a gap here. There's Mince against F-Dot. He gets the first one. 2 more for Linz, 1 for Lucifer, and nothing happens for Torn. They've gone everywhere. They've checked every corner, but there's no gold at the end of this rainbow. It's just death and destruction as the Pit EU are hammering them.
Again, the hard point, the Pit. I mean, they found kills there, but they jump out the hard point momentarily, so they could have found that 10 seconds. Now they're going to get one more wave of gunfights, and this game is theirs.
Oh, it's another 3 down. Mince falls as well. A full wipe, and it is a breakdown of monumental proportions. The Pit EU just slammed Torn in map number 1. That is a P3 to P4 to P1. Oh, sorry, P4, P5 to P1. That is outrageous. That is like a 170-point swing or something stupid.
I mean, let's start with the fact that they probably should have been winning from frame one, right? I mean, they were outslaying. It was the hard point control where it felt like, okay, things are just not going well for them. And, you know, when they're down by that margin, as we look towards P4, I'm thinking, okay, let me just spend some time here, looking at the minimap, seeing what's actually going wrong for these guys. Are they just having some timing issues? Are they not working as a team? Are they not taking team shots? The minute I look at that minimap, Bryce, they start playing well as a team. They're covering everything. They're making sure that any players that might have filtered through behind are being called out. Hey, we haven't seen this player in a while. They're trying to make a flank happen. Let's make sure that they don't disturb our spawn control. And everything for those 3 kills back to back, absolutely sensational.
So I've gone back and checked. 215 to 117 was the score when we got on to P4. The game ended 250 to 215. That is one of the biggest, most perfect bounces from P4 to P5 to P1 that we have ever seen in competition this year.
And the thing is as well, fundamentally, Torn did the right thing, right? You don't have control over kill. You've got 15 seconds left. Rotate. But both times they rotated, both to P5 and then to P1, they got slayed out, right? That P5, we talked about how there was a multitude of individual sprees that we saw from every single player on the roster. Everybody had their moment in the limelight at the beginning of P5. We go to P1 and they immediately get cut down, fall down. I think there's one long route being taken from one player. I think it was Millie that tried to make a flank happen through the elevator, immediately gets red and shut down. It is a perfect swing from 3 consecutive hills from the pit, and that right there just shows how good of a hardpoint team they are when they want to be.
I was carrying them out. Torn were in lethal range. They were at 215. They needed 35 points. They did not find 35 points in the next 3 hills. They didn't find 1. That is something that just doesn't happen. It really doesn't happen. And that is just a monumental kind of swing of momentum. I mean, you saw how much they reacted to it. They knew that they were in a bad way. A perfect P4 to P5 is difficult. To then manage to break back into P1 and hold that as well, they're sitting on cloud 9.
It has to be said as well. I mean, in a way, I kind of want to give Torn some credit for the way they played 60% of that map, because they were winning in spite of the fact that they were getting outslayed by such a large margin. Like, literally the only player that was even remotely competitive in that game was Dak. He was like 20, it's like 32 and 17, something to that effect, when they were up 215 to 117. I literally just checked it. Everybody else, including TK, who is one of the key players for Torn, is massively negative. They were getting so hugely outslayed. So it's a testament for Torn for winning at that point. But then I think as soon as the pit turn it up, they just don't have a response. Because again, at that point, Dak is still the only one playing the game. In a way, I kind of feel horrendous for Dak, because he played out of his mind in that map number 1, and he still lost.
That is just an outrageous score. I've actually gone back and just had a look at some of the slaying as well, as it goes down, because it is very, very crazy. As I just check these scores against each other. Yeah, I think some of them, like Lucifer, has gone, I think, 12 for 3 in those final 3 hills as well. It is monumental how big it was. I wonder how that's kind of playing on the minds of Torn more than anything else.
I mean, that sequence of events, I think it was like, I want to say it was about 40 seconds or so, where the pit just had these consecutive streaks on P5. Like, that has got to be so frustrating for you, because you try a multitude of things. Like, the way Sake Hardpoint as a map works is that you're consistently trying to get these flanking plays going, right? And if they're constantly getting shut down, everything you're trying, okay, let's just try and fork it through the front. Let's hope this works. Okay, now we're getting beamed by Lucifer. Let's try and flank. Okay, Mythix is watching the flank. Like, that is so damn frustrating. And I almost think there's probably a certain element of them getting in their own heads towards the end, because it's so frustrating. You're up by about 215 to 117, something to that effect. You're slowly losing your grip on the game, and as soon as you start to get beamed by that, like, you're in your own heads. You're in absolute trouble. So that is going to be something that's going to be difficult to bounce back from. It's a hell of a way to start a grand finals if you're the pit.
Yeah, it really is. Just come back and pull the stats. No, sorry, Lucifer went 11 and 2. It's actually much worse than you think it is. They've gone down to it. I mean, everybody has just performed there as well. It's Mythix who's gone 12 and 3. I don't understand how you do that in those sort of hills, to barely even get a death as we go through the last 2-3 minutes of that game. But the S&D now beckons to us. Teams are set in. One map, while it was very, very fun, does not a tournament make.
All right. Torn will want to bounce back. They do go back towards Sake, although it should be said this is a pit pick here in this grand finals. And again, I don't think we've seen Sake Search. I was saying to you before, actually, Bryce, that I haven't actually casted a Sake Search and Destroy before, let alone seen one here in this tournament. So this is a curveball being thrown in by the pit. We'll see exactly why as we start this one off. For the moment, though, just going to feel each other out here. Nobody wants to make that first move and get first blooded.
Oh, this is real tense between the two. Nobody wants to make a move. Oh. I think Dak had a little look there, but didn't see F-Dot. Does now. F-Dot sees them and finds one, but does go down very, very quickly. Everybody erupting, and now it's going to be Millie in a 1 versus 2.
Smoke was put down. Distraction play. Millie.
Perfect timing.
Perfect time on towards 1. Yes, he has. Nicely done. Now down to a 1 versus 1.
Oh, Millie for 2. And that is a round they really needed. Pick themselves off of the ground in the S&D and fight back into this final.
And yeah, I mean, literally exactly as you say, you really need something like that. If you start the search and destroy slow at all in any way, it's not good from a transition from a hard point like that into this map. So for Millie to pull off a big 1 versus 2 clutch, that is exactly what you wanted to see. Now, how do they come back from that? Where do you jump into round number 2? I've got to imagine we're going to see a little bit more pace from the squad, especially from Millie. There's always an element of confidence flowing from a round like that, a play like that, into the subsequent round. Util going out. 2-2 split on the defense here for the pit. Lins, as soon as he sees a player, should be able to back up.
Mythics finds one, though. It's the first blood. Mince gets F-Dot. Back down to a 3 versus 3. And he's checking his angles. He's already got a bit of a call going down. He's a little bit worried about the pressure coming through. Finds Mince. Knows that's not the player he saw. Smoke out. Going to try and escape. Not going to be able to do it. 2 versus 2.
And the pit have read this one as well. Still got Lucifer watching for a potential transition in towards B. His position is pivotal here as Mythix looks to ride hot on the tail. Lucifer will now validate the call, and Mythix should be good, but doesn't cleanly get away with a fight. I don't envision he's going to get a rewrap through immediately, but gets the second player instead. What a beautiful read there from Mythix.
No, TK, he's in the spawn of the pit EU. He's got 27 seconds to go. Pity you should just be playing for a trade around here. I suspect they may play for after that bomb.
TK has to make a decision. I don't think it's the right one. He's a run head first into these players. Almost finds Lucifer, but not going to find it. And Mythix absolutely wins that round. The play call from Lucifer. I'll keep an eye on the flank. I'll make the play call. You can push through if I spot somebody out. He absolutely does and picks up that kill just outside of P2. Doesn't even need the first kill. Absolutely beautiful from Mythix and Lucifer there in the 2 versus 2. That's a big round from them as well, especially off the back of that 1v2 clutch from Millie.
Back and forth we go in rounds so far. I find that Sake Harp S&D does play a little bit like that. It's so individual and so full of corners. Sometimes just playing some really good spots can help you win around here, but the smoke's already gone down. Everybody's having trouble with the fights that are happening here. The smoke is just causing chaos. Nobody can get something locked in through it. Lins finds 2 and a 3rd. Oh, Lins locked in.
What a heads-up play call there in that round. Straight down the middle of the map. I wondered how long it would take in this Sake search and destroy before somebody said, stuff it, we're just going to go straight down the middle of the map and hope for the best. We can outgun them. And that is a round that is huge, not just for the confidence boost of that, I'll give a player like Lins beaming like that, but for the entire squad. Because now, there's going to be questions in the heads of Torn as they move forward in order to search and destroy. Are we going to see something slow and steady like we saw back in the first couple of rounds, or are we going to see something pacey like that? Really does throw a bit of a mixy round in. The pit feeling confident now. Lins 6 and 2. Every single game, we start to see more and more why they brought Lins in.
Pressure going in. Trying to hold off here, but Lins catched. Advantage to Torn Esports this time. F-Dot might get caught here. It somehow escapes. But it's a 2 versus 4 advantage to Torn.
And not getting away if you're F-Dot. And they've just spotted out Mythics as well. Surely not long for this. Well, yeah, perfectly played there. Able to get the mid-map control. Find all the kills. And the last remaining players, they're trying to utilize the way that Sake is built. Some of those lanes to be a nuisance, but both of those players there in that 2 versus 3 not able to catch anybody off guard.
Adjustments needed from both sides. Playbook coming out there from the Pit EU did not work out this time around, and that's something they might not try again, especially losing that first blood. Lindsay's trying to be aggressive almost every single time. I mean, he's playing well, 6 and 3. But when you take those risks, you got to pay if it doesn't work out.
First blooded. Linz needs a quick trade here, and they will go for it. This is actually a push that we saw back in round number 3. This time, not as easy to get the push, and I love this play call from Torn. They're being aggressive here on a flanking play, and they're going to catch at least one of them off guard, and even 2 from TK. Lucifer will real position, and he's not long for this world either. Perhaps a little too fast there for Lucifer on the re-wrap, and it is read perfectly from Torn.
Just the patience to not take that shot and wait for the 2. And Dak is just spraying fire up there as well for his teammate. It is a lot of aggression that they are trying to play out here, but Torn are more than equal to it, and they've got their own aces that can swing.
It just feels like both of these squads at the moment are being so well reactive to one another. That little play from Torn there. 3-man push through the A lane was ingenious. Now we're going to see a butt heads in the middle of the map. Pit EU starting strong.
Top with 1, Linz with 2, Mythics with 3. And the last player is TK, who finds his first in his 1v4 attempt. But it's an uphill battle.
Does have the bomb. So that's something to talk about here positively for TK. The issue is as soon as any of these players from the pit see him, it should be game over, short of TK producing an insane 3-piece. Or, of course, him getting some Call of Duty timing. He's going to try and go for a B plant, and I don't necessarily think the pit will stop this one. So, first plant positioning here for TK is everything.
Oh, he's found 1. He's found 1. It's down to a 1 versus 2 already. They're looking for him, and well, F-Dot was just waiting for TK to appear, and they do make sure that they don't get 1v4'd. So round for the Pit EU on this one.
Yeah, good effort there from TK. Had the right idea again. He did need a bit of Call of Duty timing on his side. Had an idea of where they were going by the direction that that first player he encountered was traveling. F-Dot ensuring that he had the middle of the map covered. One of a couple of ways he probably could have gone there in that situation. So these guys continue to face off in the middle of the map. The Pit feel like they might be a little bit better at those mid-map gunfights here. And honestly, the different looks we've seen from these teams so far, it's very difficult to read how they're going to play these rounds.
Everything's still up for grabs. Here comes the attack, though. The Pit EU. Already looking at, bit of a stun check going down. TK backing off as he has caught some here. Fortunately, he got some regen coming through before that next nade hit. Mince mixing it up mid, does manage to take down Mythics and gets out alive. Advantage now to Torn.
Tell you what, if that nade connects a tad earlier, this round looks incredibly different. Mythics is down. That's a big player to take off the board. Linz with the smoke, hoping to use it to try and bait out some players from Torn. Not going to happen because Torn are doing what they did previously. They've gone straight down. This time it's the other side, but Lucifer's wise to it, and he finds some value. This completely scarpers Torn's plans.
3 versus 3, but everywhere are Torn. They could just get some lucky timing, and it's down to a 2 versus 2. Lindsay's waiting. Tries to get through the door here. A few seconds delayed. Going towards the back. This is all timing for Lindsay's going into a gunfight backwards. It's a 1 versus 2 now for Dak. Dak is like, where are these players as they have scattered to the 4 wins? Oh, this is frustrating. He has to check everywhere. He doesn't have an awful lot of time. That bomb will be checked shortly. Oh, he gets away with it. Linz with the reflexes. Players will now just use the timing, use the shoulders, and get it done. That was a chaotic round.
And that round just kind of falls apart there for Torn on the retake because they do try that same thing they tried before. Of course, you don't have mid-map pressure. All right, let's use one of the outer lanes to regain control on a potential flank. As soon as it is red and the first player loses their fight, you don't get the trade-off, and you're kind of stuck high and dry because a retreat towards your side of the map isn't plausible. You can't do that. You don't have the time for it. You have to commit, and they just couldn't find the fights. So now going to be the Pit here, ever so slightly in the lead. Back and forth we go. F. Coming into this round on 4 in a row.
Here comes the pressure from Torn, and Dak almost finds his first hit. A lot of players now trying to scramble for it. Linz finds the first blood and the second, looking for 3. It's good for Linz, and now Millie with the trade will attempt a 1 versus 4.
Linz has been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal in this Search and Destroy. That's his second major 3-piece at the beginning of a round to get mid-map pressure. Millie, already got a 1 versus 2 here in this game. That happened all the way back at the beginning. Now needs to procure a 1 versus 3. And has to do it all silent-like. As soon as they see him again, that's going to be Millie done for.
This is one of those where he knows he has to basically pull a rabbit out of a hat. First gunfight. Mythics gets him. 5-3, map point.
Good read, good team play. Again, sometimes the round just comes down to one player making an insatiable play. In that round, it was Linz. 3 kills through the middle of the map. Once that happens, good luck, because 1 versus X without separating out players here on Sake S&D is very difficult. And now, it's map point for the Pit. Again, we've seen a variety of different strategies from them. Players pushing through the middle of the map, players going towards one of the sites, slowly surveying what Torn are bringing to the table. How aggressive did the Pit play this one? Looks like pretty aggressive through the mid-map once more.
Linz is going for this one again. He found so many kills here last time, but he's looking for more, but this time he gets cut down, but his teammates are backing him up. F.Dot's in 1 more player into this in his 2 versus 3. He's called that one out, but he's not flown out the door to get it.
TK's still involved in the play as well, by the way. He could be a proper nuisance to this one. Mince and TK might well be separated, but this is one of the situations where that's probably the best thing to do in this 2 versus 3 because the Pit have to look in different directions to get this one going. They are hunting TK down, and they can't seem to find him. They're going to settle for 8, but TK can still scarper this.
Oh, might have been in there. I think it has been, so a little bit of information for both sides. Bomb is going to be down here. Torn Esports on the retake. Both firing from the same direction. Lucifer will be first under the gun. TK finds him. 2 versus 2. Mythics gets his trade, though. Now it's Mince for 1 versus 2. 27 seconds.
Do you have time for this? Even if he does, F.Dot's going to be on the God Heady. It's going to be difficult to take him down. Mince needed the perfect shots there. Does not get him to the pistol. Doesn't have the bullets in the AR. And doesn't have the gunny either to win the 1 versus 2. The Pit come into this best of 7 grand finals, and they're storming through it.
And there are smiles from that side, including Sivodex, who's just turned up with big smiles, giving it a little bit of a head shake. It was looking a bit dangerous there for the Pit EU for some time, but Torn just could not keep a lid on Linz. That was a difference maker. Relentless aggression from Linz over and over again, but aggression that was working.
Man, Linz is so damn valuable in Search and Destroy. Like, on a map like that, like Sake, it feels like it's built for a player like Linz who, I mean, it's not all he knows, right? How to be aggressive, but it is one of the best parts about having Linz is that he is just an aggressive player. He's a train that ain't going to stop for anybody. And on a map like that, that is a map where you're absolutely happy that you brought Linz on the roster.
You certainly are. It's an interesting best of 7 finals so far from the Pit EU, who dropped in early, have made their way here and are now up 2-0 in a grand final. They get 2 more maps. They will get their key to EWC. But we'll find out if that is what happens. We go to a break. Don't go anywhere. More action right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the EWC LCQ for Call of Duty Black Ops 7. We have two teams in our grand final and only one of them will get that key. Right now, it's looking like the Pit EU are the front runners. They're up 2-0 so far in this series against Torn Esports.
And they've been looking so good through this series. If you're just joining us, it was a Sake hardpoint followed by a Sake search and destroy that went the way of the Pit. I think that first map is still kind of lingering around in my head, Bryce, because it was absolutely phenomenal. They were down 215 to 117 and then brought back 3 consecutive perfect hardpoint holds to close out the game, 250 to 215. And I think the result of that map is still ringing throughout this series because the confidence in which they're playing that search and destroy, I think absolutely is a result of what happened in map number 1.
Yeah, I think so as well. But here's the thing. It's definitely not over. Torn have been taking the distance multiple times this tournament already. They have an opportunity to do that even more so in a best of 7. They still need to lose 2 more maps before that dream is over. Can they win 4 before then?
Yeah, the big question I have, though, coming in at this point in the series is going to be a case of what the rest of the map look like in this best of 7, because, again, even at first glance of knowing what this best of 7 is, I initially thought that the later it went onto the series, the more it was going to favor the Pit, because there are some great maps for them in the middle of the series, because next up, we've got a double dosage of Scar, a map that historically has been incredible for the Pit. Now, granted, we've also seen some good maps from Torn on Scar Overload in particular. It was a map they managed to win against the Bush. That was a 5-2 victory in that winners bracket final, but we've seen back-to-back performances from Scar Overload, from the Pit, first against BTD and then against the Push, and they won both of them convincingly. So this is a map I think that the Pit will be feeling extremely confident on. They will be going into this match absolutely firing on all cylinders.
Well, let's see how they're feeling after that short break. A little bit of a team talk going on. Players are going to be in the lobby. And there are the fist bumps. That says we are loading in to this overload coming up.
It's do or die. It does feel like it's all to play for here for Torn. This is a big map. Again, they've proven proficient here on Scar Overload, but it doesn't get any easier. We look further and further in this series. If they can force it to a game 7, we do have a Fringe Search and Destroy coming up a little bit later on. That is a Torn pick for a game 7. They'll be feeling confident there. Honestly, though, everything else, it feels like the Pit will be happy to have in a best of 7. It's a double Scar, then it's a double Den. Pit just need 2 of them to close out this best of 7. I mean, you talk about what they need to do here, Torn, to shut down the Pit. Again, it feels like in the past I've talked a lot about how Mythics and Lucifer are the guys you need to take down. At this point, Bryce, it kind of feels like you need to shut down everyone.
Well, we'll see. This could be a bit of a swing game. We will find out. Already a couple of kills going down. Positioning for everybody onto this one. TK and Dak are going to be trying to see if they can play everything here, but Mythics is magic, and well, that's 3 from him. EMP not been scooped yet here, so they're gonna have to try and find some more kills if they want to put this one home. This
has been an immediate push through here from Mythics and Lucifer. Now it's just down to the latter of those 2 players, and Lucifer isn't long for this world. Love that play call from Torn here. Gonna get players pushed up, and actually I love this one too. Doesn't necessarily have to be Mince the player on the EMP device, because he can get through if you lose TK in the play. But your backup plan now needs another backup plan, because both of those players have fallen apart. Torn, at the moment, just going to steady themselves through the middle of the map. Dak wins a crucial 1, but fortunately enough, the rest of the squad's still there. They don't have lost control of the EMP device just yet.
So far, so good, and everybody just fighting very, very hard to be the defensive team that doesn't get that early score against them. Couple more kills going down. There's going to be 3. Already going to be Mince on the outside here, and F-Dot calls it, but gets beaten anyway.
And Mince is going to be a continued nuisance here, even on this hit through. He's actually overextended. This is a big play call from Mince. That is a reliance on Dak winning that 2-piece, by the way, because if Dak doesn't win that, Mince is so far out of position that is all but guaranteed to be an EMP detonation from the Pit. Instead, gunfights now being won by the Torn. They are the ones now able to move forward.
PK looking for a big kill there. And there's going to be 4. They're roaring into it. EMP scooped. Can they win these next series of gunfights? There'll be nades and tacticals thrown over this here as Linz finds 2 and 3. Oh, Linz has maybe just done enough, and that one should go home as it's 4 from Linz on a 6-3. Sometimes you just got to do it yourself.
Never mind Lin's doing enough. He's doing darn well everything for the pit. That is a 4-4 wipe coming out from him and the EMP detonation as well. And I have a feeling he's not done. Hellstorm missile has already been earned. Now he can take more and more players off the spawn. Unfortunately, Tyne's stun will take him out of the play momentarily. Actually does enough to remove him fully from said play. So the pit will have to reset now, but it cannot be understated. What Linz just did on that 7 spree had a relatively slow start to this game. And when an SMG like that gets involved, that's where Torn will feel terrified.
Pressure coming through again here. Torn Esports not relenting against this, and it's a big kill by TK. Way into the back, going for the scoop, and that should be pretty good. That'd have to be a massive kill here from Lucifer, but he's going to be cut down as well. Yeah, this one is going home, surely and slowly, but it is in 1-1 now between these two.
Big plays being made from Torn. Again, just getting players behind enemy lines for that overload is exactly what you need to do. Minz almost has a second one there. He could have kept his position. That would have been everything. But this is something the pit are notorious for here on Scar Overload, is getting into play in and around blue being a nuisance, and all 4 of the players are notorious for it. That does go down, though, so that's their ace up the sleeve done for. All blue in the feed, and now Torn are going to get their own ace up the map. I don't know if there's any stopping this. F-Dot really need to get away with some clean gunfights because there's nobody there to stop it on the other side. Torn, the setup looked absolutely beautiful. They are now in control of this game.
Oh, and they're continuing to be a pain towards them here. TK still pushing forward. Lucifer will eventually find 2, but TK now backing off. And if you're the pit of you know you got to clean him out. They're going to be looking for him at some point. They're like, where has he got? There he is. TK still alive. Now into a 4. Now into a 5. And that is shut down, and pressure swings the other way.
I mean, there's a high chance here. This is going to be an A capture. I guess the one thing stopping. Oh my god, that's perfect shots, by the way. Team shots, as a matter of fact, from both F-Dot and Linz to stop this one. They might actually get a reverse tilt now. The stun's going to stop that from happening.
Wait.
Or maybe not. There's just so many maybes in that situation. Opportunities that they barely get stopped. And how about this? This might well be a reversal. Another point for Torn.
Gone all the way out here, but they've been trapped over and over again. They just cannot move, and Torn Esports slam another one home. 3-1 now on Twitter, and the pit of you just fighting from their own spawn. They've been trapped almost completely.
Just haven't been able to get this player out of red, or green, excuse me, constantly. There's always been somebody up there. Even if they lose that player, Torn immediately put another one through. This one's done. They've got a 4th point, and no stopping that player. That is incredible from Torn to have as much pressure up in the face as the pit as they did, and they consistently were able to hold it. Is insane. There were always at least 2 players, either just outside Motel or in and around green. And try as they might, the pit just couldn't get rid of them for the last, 2 minutes.
It was just consistent chaos. And chaos that worked. Very good from Torn. They have shown resilience quite a few times, and this is just another case of it.
Well, the pit will have a chance to come back into this game. They, generally speaking, do prefer playing on the other side. Again, I mentioned it very briefly there in that half. You had players from the pit always love to be a nuisance in and around blue. They really only got a chance to do that once. Outside of that, they were the constant ones under pressure. Now, they've got to play from the other side of the map. So far, so good for the pit, though. They are holding strong, and one player is already in a position to cause some havoc, but you have to make sure that TK isn't a nuisance inside blue. He is going to ring alarm bells inside the pit camp.
Well, Lucifer's gone for the long flank, but his teammates are now wondering if he needs to get back into this fight. Going to go out of it. Lucifer will stop the play. In just a good enough position for that to work here, as he now tries to hold open the gate by himself the other side. Not going to work out, because I think Torn Esports have found their magic. Run around in the houses, out of the houses, and slay, and do nothing else.
That's exactly how the first half played out, and we're already starting to see brief moments of it here in this half as well. TK and Dak consecutively holding control in and around blue. Now the sub-pressure starting to mount once again. Good double coming through from Linz. Dak can't do anything outside of the 2 kills that he gets, but it isn't enough to stop the reset on the EMP device from coming through. The pit, though, absolutely still playing from the back foot. This is still flashes of what happened in the first half. They cannot even touch the 30-yard line.
Oh, this is still pushing forward. It's all good for Torn. They've got the bodies to do so, and that one is surely going home. They've got some players coming into it. It's a stop by Lucifer. Just a few seconds, just a few moments, and it works out for them. And right now, we are seeing whether or not there is anything left here for the PDU. They are fighting for their lives. A score would give them some hope.
I mean, F-Dot has to make an individual play. You're asking for literally a miracle from him. It's not going to happen. Now Lucifer needs to be the next one up to make some kind of crazy play, and he's just not able to do so at all. The Pit are trying to ask for miracles from their players. They cannot turn water into wine. Instead, it's turning water into manure. The Pit in danger here with 2 minutes 45 on the clock. They're just not finding the majority of the gunfights. Every single time, Torn are coming better off of these engagements.
And this is just a fight for survival. There's no pressure from the Pit. There is no pushing them out. They are just trying to win some gunfights in their spawn as this game goes to 5-1. And Torn Esports have opened up a furious lead here. And it should be their first map in this final.
2 minutes left. This is where you start to say, this one, every second that passes, it becomes to feel more and more unfeasible. That's a nice three-piece from Mythics, though. Finally, some alleviating of the pressure that had been building up against the Pit the entirety of this game so far, but it has to be a follow-up. You can't just have one wave of gunfights. You need really 3 in a row to get another detonation through, and then you need to get a spawn trap going, and you need to get all of those sequence of events happening pretty much perfectly in quick succession. And when players are consistently flanking you, like that from Mince, like this from TK, you have not a chance. Time continues to burn off the clock, Bryce, and the hopes of winning this. Scar Overload is going with it.
Oh, this has been over for some time. It's been unrelenting from Torn. They just will not let it go. That's now going to be picked up. That'll go in for 6. And yeah, this game is done and dusted. The Overload very much about Torn Esports completely.
If we had possession stats of EMP device control here in this game, I have a feeling this would look a lot like the World Cup finals. And Torn, very much not Argentina in this situation. The Pit, very little control at all, and honestly, it's crazy because this feels like the only time, at least on broadcast, that we've seen the Pit actually feel out of their depth. They have not been dominated once on broadcast. Every single time that we've seen them show up in the lower bracket, game after game, if they lose it, they only really lose it by a modicum of a few points. Outside of that, they have been so confident through and through. This is the only time where it feels like the Pit have had nothing of value to say.
Yeah, there's not an awful lot happening as everybody stands in the open. TK calling in a hellstorm. Everyone going for it. And they might even just try and put one home. I mean, 27 seconds going. They could end it with an 8-1. But I think they're just they're stat padding a little bit at this point.
Yeah, why not? Just make this look a little bit better if you're the Pit, I think, to be honest with you, because this does not look good whatsoever. I asked the question, Bryce, at the beginning of this game. Who do you need to shut down if you're the Pit? And while in the past, they would have said, yeah, get rid of Lucifer, get rid of Mythics if you can. They needed to take down everyone. They have done exactly that as Torn Esports finally find their footing in this grand finals.
Well, that is certainly going to help them get that confidence back that Torn have been known for. Very happy about it after what was a devastating reverse win the hard point and a pretty good thrashing in that S&D. The Overload, they have come to life. Pity you, not happy with it.
They won't be. Again, I mean, we kind of mentioned it before we got into the game, right? Scar Overload, not only was it their pick coming into this grand finals, but it's a map that they would have felt confident on. It's a reason it's the first map they go to for Overload. Back-to-back incredible performances versus BTD and then Bush in the losers bracket quarterfinals and loser bracket semi-finals and loser bracket finals, excuse me, in consequential matchups. So for them to come in here and lose it like that, that's going to be a shock to their system for sure, especially after how they started this grand finals. Now, for the first time in it, the Pit will feel a lot more unsteady.
Well, let's see how this does continue between the two of them. I did say I did not expect that to be a clear-cut final. And Tornham showed me that they definitely have what it takes to take this quite far. Should be loading back into this next map very shortly as everybody just continues to make sure that they stay hot.
Pit will want to lock back in pretty quickly here. Now, next up is going to be a Scar hardpoint, so we're not going to remove ourselves from the map for the next one. And I would normally say in this situation, Bryce, Scar hardpoint, it's a classic map pick for the Pit. They'll be very happy with it. Does that even matter at this point? Because clearly we're looking at a Torn roster that is proficient on Scar, that are very comfortable on the map. This all of a sudden feels not so much like a given that the Pit will come out here and start trouncing.
We'll see. Can they find that rhythm, that groove that got them into the lead in this final in the first place? Bear in mind that the longer this series goes on, the more the pressure will mount for both sides. Only one can be victorious. Only one can essentially stay in Paris to attend the Esports World Cup.
And again, just going to go back to what we said coming into this series, it is an incredible storyline really for both of the teams. Of course, Torn had a real resurgence towards the back half of the season, second at Paris, top 12 at Challengers Finals, with the addition to the roster of Millie. And the Pit, on the other hand, have been pretty consistent in EMEA all season long, but for LAN, that has not gone their way outside of the very beginning of the season. Back all the way at Dallas, that's where they got third. That is a really long time ago now. This has been their best performance on a LAN setting in quite some time. And what a time it has been for the Pit to make a loser's bracket run. It might end here. They finally lost the map here in this grand finals. They are still in the lead. The fist bumps are out though. And the Pit, we know anything about these boys, given how long these guys have been playing challenges, they will be able to, at the very least, find a way to mentally bounce back.
Well, here we go, loading in. It continues between these two squads. At this moment, I have no idea how this one is going to go. It felt like it was all about the Pit EU in the first two maps, but they just got thrashed by Torn on the overload.
I do feel like Torn are going to have a ton of confidence here coming into it, but let's not waste any more time, folks. Let's get into it. It's going to be a Scar hardpoint to continue this series. Torn were fired on all cylinders. Every single player started hitting the highest level imaginable, and they needed to be stopped. The Pit have done that off the beginning of this one. Immediate flank through from Lucifer. The Pit, at the very least at the beginning of this one, have got their mojo back.
Well, Lucifer going to go down there as he tries to hold down a little bit of blue. And that's broken up. Torn Esports do have a bit of a better position, as that is the favourable. They're losing all of the gunfights. Minch is the only one who's found one recently. I'll look for it, but he goes down as well. 25 seconds of time onto this P1 already for the Pit EU. This is still holding. Really not too worried about it. And eventually Torn should be able to get a point here.
Yeah, I'd be more preoccupied with the fact that the Pit need to stay on this side of the map and need to try and lock down that P2 rotation. Linz starting to heat up early on in this game at 6-3. Would have been nice if he could have kept himself alive here on this rotation, because now Torn will be able to get a look at the hard point. Lucifer can't stay alive for long enough, but they have dealt with the flanking players. All the pressure now coming through the front of the hard point, but it is 3 players from the Pit keeping an eye on the push through, and it's 3 players from the Pit that are keeping Torn off the point.
They get into it as well. It's a good hit here from Torn. They're still fighting from the backside, but it's all going to be good. They have the numbers, and they have some decent position for as well, as Linz tries to make something work as he flies over the top. But with that coming round and TK getting 2 onto the flank here, it is going to be Torn Esports in control.
Yeah, that's always kind of the breaking point of a P2, right? Is a player hitting through shop, and a successful flank will break it. No matter what happens around the front of the hard point, if you get a player like TK through, not really much you're going to be able to do about it. That also is true for the reverse, by the way, and Mythic showing us that opens the door for his teammates. Not quite ready for it, though, as Mince will double up. Dak will find the third, and despite that little flanking play from Mythics, not able to find the kills, well, you're not going to be able to get in the hill.
For this one on both sides, Linz is not going to win that gunfight against Minz. It's Torn Esports with a much better start, and the Pit EU had P1, but nothing else since. And again, Torn Esports are now looking to get into the ascendancy. Mythics is looking for something, finds nothing. Lucifer will give him at least a little bit of a trade coming through, but it's all good so far for both sides. Lucifer is just trying to hold them down from long range as best as he can.
An effort. The Pit They are winning some of these gunfights, but it isn't quite convincing just yet. They're allowing players like TK to get some solid shots in, but across the board, look at the 3 stack on plane. It's something you don't usually see. You don't want all of that pressure through the front because you need to make sure you've got some kind of mid-map presence. And the Pit will try and transition players in, but for the most part, this has been the solid hold that they needed. It's the first real solid hold of this game, and it's good enough to get them in the lead.
Oh, Lucifer not able to hold anything down there as well, and that's a second kill from a hold they so desperately needed. Torn Esports have gotten close. Lucifer finds one out towards the back. Trying desperately to hold on. Big kill from Lins to at least keep control of the hill for now.
Need to hold on towards those back spawns. The Pit, they know it. Also kind of need somebody in the hard point. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. The kills now starting to come through the middle of the map here. The further the Pit push themselves out towards the middle of the map, the further the Torn spawn out on the other side as well. They know that. But those players will now retreat. Torn all pushing through one lane here. They can't get through, though, the ARs of the Pit. Only 2 players will, and now Millie has a chance.
Back out towards the back. He's going to go down. Out towards the back. Here is Millie, and he wasn't able to grab that kill. He's going to try it one more time. He grabs one. He knows where the second player is going to be. Not going to work for him, though. More kills going in. Last chance. F-Top still finds Dak out towards the back here. And the Pit of you have done a good job at holding as we swing this one over to next.
Kills coming through. Torn will find them. So they should be the first to be touched. Big one has one happening on the flank, and F-Dot wins it. Had a sensational game at 17 and 10. Doesn't necessarily need to hold towards the back line, but you kind of need one of your players to do so. And Dak masterfully takes both of those players down. So Spawn's now locked in for Torn. They're currently down here in this game. This hold will put them back in the lead.
Trying to see if he can slip through any sort of a gap here as he checks his angles, checks for everybody, just going for the contest. A lot of players going to be here into the angles at the same time, but it's going better for Torn. That's why you try and go for the back at the same time. Mythics goes for a wild swing. They have managed to flip the spawn, which is the worst possible time for it to happen. You don't want back spawn with P1 on the horizon.
Yeah, it's also been read by Torn here. TK and Mince on a combined 7 spree. Make that 8. Make that 9! Oh, goodness gracious. Torn living up to their name, tearing through the Pit. And what a hard point to do it as well. We talked about them being down going in towards the last hill price. Now they were in touching distance, just 15 or so away. But everybody's scattered at the moment here. Nobody quite got an iron grip over P1 just yet.
This is a hard break. The Pit of you are on the backside. TK is going to go down first, though. They're now going to try and fight out towards blue here. You see the Pit of you have committed to it. They found a couple of kills. Linz will find the last one. That last player on the hill knows where the pressure is going to come from, and Dak will fall as well. The Pit of you, it's a good retake out towards mid.
Now Torn, more than within touching distance. They've basically equalized this game. Pit trying to ensure that they do somewhat laser focus on having P2 control. Dak momentarily rebels against that, but is only for a moment here. So the Pit should be the first ones in towards new. Big 1 versus 1. Lucifer back in his usual spot. It is somewhat tentative when you're over there. You can get pushed out, and that is exactly what happens. Rotational battles being won here by Torn, and they are now going to be the first team to touch in towards new. And now it comes back to what we talked about before. Torn Esports, not just to win the gunfights around the front, they have to make sure that nobody from the Pit, like they love to, flanks behind.
Right now, TK is just checking every single angle and doing a fantastic job of it, holding it out towards the front. P2 was good last time for Torn. This time it seems to be the same old story. 2 down, though. Opportunity for Pit.
Huge opportunity. Mythics does win one of those fights, and now his position becomes not just about flanking the players inside the hard point, but cutting off the reinforcements from blue. We'll hold them off long enough. I don't think the problem is, though, the Pit didn't necessarily expect those spawns to come through. Nobody had respawned at the time that the likes of Dak and Mince had spawned towards the back of green. And so the player inside had no real reason to expect that Mythic's hold wasn't holding the entire squad away from the kill. Torn, therefore, will come off better off of P2. Perhaps more terrifyingly, they actually might come better off the rotation as well. The Pit stuck towards the back of blue here. They're going to have to break in this roto.
More kills going down. Big fight out towards the middle here. Mythics will find it, but this is dangerous. F-Top finds a ridiculous kill. Out towards the middle here, they are trying to get through. Mythics finding one more. Advantage now to the Pit.
And this is where they held before. They had a solid setup, albeit a lot of it was kind of laser focused in and around that plane heady. They had more than just one body over here. If they do lose Linz, they might lose control of the hard point, and they realize that. That's why they're doubling, tripling up on this hill. They have to hold.
It's going to be close here, but will not win that gunfight. And Mythics gets cut down as well. Big retake coming in from Torn Esports to try to keep this lead alive. They're pushing. Player going to be close. Lucifer gets cut down before he can take down anybody. F-Dot finds one more. TK going to be close. Cleans that one up at the same time. 18 seconds to go here. And if anything, the Pit of You are scrambling just to hold some position.
I don't necessarily hate this play from the Pit, right? Yes, one player has spawned up. I think that kind of ups the urgency to hold towards the back line even more so. But you're already starting to lose some of these fights. Everything on Lucifer and Mythics here on this hold. They know it. That's why they're pushed so deeply back, but they're falling one by one, and they're both gone now. Torn, a couple more gunfights, and they should lock down the back spawn. TK continues this reign of terror. 27 and 18 now on a 4 spree.
Gonna get it on the other side here. Mythics will find one. That fighting close. It is massive from Mythics for 2. F-Dot for 3. TK will find something, but that's almost a wipe as that player goes way back into the spawn. It's Mince. Can't find more than one. Time ticking away as Torn are right back on them.
Pit still happy with this though. You know you're going to be on constant pressure with this hardpoint control. You just make sure that you don't lose those back spawns. 20 seconds. Linz, big 1v1, has the help of F-Dot. You will piece up towards the time. And now Torn in a not so great spot. Spawning towards the back. They need to surge through towards this hardpoint. Can they win the fights? They are winning some, but not convincingly enough. The good news for Torn is with that last little push, they do flip the spawns out, so they're not stuck towards the back of Old for the rotation.
Looking for this first kill, finds Millie. Player flying out, it's going to be Mince. Mince only finds some few bullets. Not going to be quite enough. Lynn's also onto the flank as well. There's going to be a player up top green. It's TK, and TK cannot find more than one. So far, so good as Millie heads towards that back spawn again.
They're going to read it though. Players already spawning. Never mind. F-Dot gets beamed. Second one doesn't, but Mythic shouldn't be long for this well. Dak tries to find him and does cleanly get away from the fight. Orders down to Lucifer now. What has he got for us? Good for the first. Switches towards the plane. Doesn't realize there's a player behind him, top green, but it is going to be Dak isolated. Pushes towards the back line so that the spawns do flip out. And now the Pit will fight this one from the front. You talked last time around, Bryce, how being here around the back line with 20 seconds left is not ideal. Tawny Sports showing why right now.
Oh, I start trying to just keep this one going. Mythics goes in for the trade one more time. They've already got a player out. It's Dak who knows he needs to split the map before this one gets locked in. And I wonder if they've managed to count the names yet. Probably not. They're not going to know he's here. He should pick up something out towards it. F-Dot's going for the chow. He's in a bit of a worse position for it up top with the pistol. And it's good. It's going to be Torn Esports that flip that spawn right back for the better position.
This game just continues to swing back and forth here on Scar Hardpoint. 2 incredible Scar Hardpoint teams, and they are giving us a showcase here on this map. Not much to separate them whatsoever. F-Dot, by the way, casual 40 bomb to his name here, is having a hell of a game number 4. Linz, he can pick things up 21 and 30. The SMG duo will be looking pretty good. He's done a good job at getting the kill inside shop. Just one more player to contend with, and TK thinks, yeah, I'm just going to try and get some flank on, but not going to happen. You can really start to see the Pit now getting together as a team and making sure that nobody sits the net.
P1 just seems to suit them. They get so much time off of this over and over again. 11 seconds to go. P2 has been a weakness of theirs. Is this going to be the same story, or have they got a different strategy to break it this time as well?
And the Pit still in the lead here in this game. Torn don't want to touch the hard point. Flanking play being made from Mythic should mean that Torn spawn in Narnia. They're not even going to get the close spawn here. Splits come through, and will the Pit have struggled to read this previously? This might be an issue once again.
Looking for it as well. More kills going down on both sides. F-Dot finds 2. He's going to drop there though in the end. Waiting for the pressure to come in, and Dak goes high. He's going to be a little bit damaged up, but still alive. Nobody able to get his trade quite yet. Mythics will find one. Dak still running, still roaming, still trying to get something as Mythics finds more. And TK into the hill finds the last little kill. 23 seconds left to go here. And it's Torn Esports in control, but the PDU are just 21 seconds away.
Yeah, they recognize that the rotation from P3 to P4 is the most important one on the entire damn map. Maybe even the most important one in the entirety of Black Ops 7 Hardpoint. So they're going to rotate early towards P3, give up 20 seconds. Yes, the lead will close ever so slightly, but they will be better positive to win this game here. And they're winning some of the gunfights on the rotation as well. So as far as they're concerned, they've made the right call. But it all comes down to this one on towards Millie. How much havoc can he cause?
Well, Esports just found every single kill. F-Dot finds one more back on the middle, though. We'll go back down again. F-Dot with another one. F-Dot, he's on 46 kills so far onto it. He is unstoppable, and he is the reason that this is as close as it is. The game clock is also going to be live, by the way. Under 20 seconds for them. Do they get on? Do they not? Eventually, they will grab onto it. There's a little bit more contest coming through. And now TK will fly as it's 27 seconds to go.
Oh, no.
12.3 stopped.
And yeah, the game clock is in effect, right? The pit will just try and hope if they can to contest, but of all the hard points that be on the board when the game clock is in play, this is probably the one where you're not going to get a contest. This is terrifying for the pit. They lost control of the rotation. They gambled to ensure that they got P3 and locked down P4. Now they have control of neither, and Torn are going to go towards the rotation. They're still 20 points down, and that game clock is going to go down to 4 seconds.
3.3. The pity you can win this with contests if they can get in. Out towards the back here. The back spawn is very much open for both sides. You see Mythix is looking for some sort of a kill out towards it as well. The lead may change in the next 9 seconds. Mythix is dancing. A still trade happening between these two. 2.4 seconds before it changes. And somebody needs to get in. TK is fighting for his life. TK makes a wondrous kill. And that is going to be the game. Surely. I don't know. We're still going. I don't know who won.
Who won?
We cut away.
We cut. It was 0.1 second on the clock.
I don't know
who won the game.
Cut away.
I assume that the pit win. They're bumping fists as if they've won. We gotta see this.
Replay of it.
238 to 234 is what it shows on the screen there. So they do win by 4 seconds. You can see it here once again. Oh, goodness gracious. Dak with a contest. I mean, he literally can't do anything else in that situation. Maybe he takes a gunfight from outside of the hill. But even if he does, they're still going to spawn to the backline, Bryce. There's still going to be another contest coming through at 0.1 seconds. There is nothing they can do in that situation. What
that was kind of a crazy ending. Game clock ending. Well, and there, what? That sweat off the brow. It's insane. And you had to get into it. You are right. I don't know if there was a way they could have possibly won it. If they kill the player off of the point, then they lose. If they manage to contest, they lose. I don't even know what the reaction time would have to be. Kill the player and step into the hill within a split second? I don't think it's really a situation we've gamed out very much.
Yeah, because it's so rare to see game clock ends to a hard point. Like, I think that just goes to show, A, how much sometimes these teams, despite getting kills, decide not to jump on the point. And secondarily, just how hotly contested that game was. I mean, like, these guys were setting pace on Scar hardpoint. Every single hardpoint was an absolute contest fest. It's so rare to see a game come down to game clock. And that right there is one of those rare situations.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we went to the reaction and nobody reacted for a second. That's what was confusing. It turns out the game was still ongoing as they just jumped into the point here. I mean, they actually couldn't have lost it from there, I don't think. Like, we were kind of gaming it out for ourselves as long as they had got in and had the points. But a 1 point game, essentially, as that clock was about to run out, and it could have switched. But hey, it could have also been one of the very few draws we have ever seen. That was a 1 second. If it had gone the other way and it got into a contest and the game clock had ticked over, it would have been a draw and we would have had a full replay.
Yeah, the other thing I'm thinking as well is just like, if Torn didn't jump out of the hill on P3, do they win that? Because they left like 5 seconds of scrap time on the old hard point, right? That wasn't necessarily time that went the way of the pit, but, you know, they absolutely gambled on locking down the rotation towards new with like 4 seconds of game clock left. I think less than 4 seconds of game clock left. You have to ask the question, like, if they hadn't have done that, they probably maybe would have won the game. I mean, we're maybe putting a lot of like ifs and buts on the table, but I mean, that is something we have to consider.
It certainly is. All right, well, we're going to take a little break ourselves to recover from that hard point. Don't go anywhere. More LCQ coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the LCQ. It is time for another map here in this wondrous grand final. If you are just joining us, well, you've missed some action. It is at the moment 3-1. The Pity U over Torn, and the two hard points have been a sight to see. The very first one was a massive 27-point swing. The next one has gone down to a game clock with literally milliseconds to spare.
Something so rare that we don't expect to ever see it. It's just like, as casters, you never look at the game clock, really. Like, the only time you ever pay attention to it is when you hear the ticking in a hard point, which is, again, so rare that it's just something you don't, generally speaking, pay attention to. So the fact that it's actually finally come into play is insane. You're right, these hard points have been wild through this series so far, and yet, in both of those situations, the Pit are the team that's come out on top. With that Search and Destroy victory in map number 2, they are now leading 3-1, and they are just one map away from not just being grand final champions here, but booking a spot at the Esports World Cup.
Well, we will find out which team takes it. Right now, the Pity U have had some pretty wondrous wins here. The only time they got slammed, Overload. And I don't know, for me, it's going to be an interesting one whether or not Torn will end up trying to take us to that map number 7. It's looking less and less likely.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the further we got through this series, I was going to say, I mean, it feels more and more like the maps start to favor the Pit. But the only thing I'll say about that is I'm not entirely convinced by that anymore, just because of what happened in that Overload, right? I mean, again, I went into that Overload thinking Scar Overload is a great map mode combination for the Pit. At this point, I'm thinking this might be a 4-0, and then they got mollywopped. So there's a good chance that I could also be wrong about the next couple of maps coming up, which will be a double den affair. Both maps, again, I'll still say it, that should work in the Pit's favor.
Oh, we'll see. It is very much the case of can they still do it? And for both of them, realistically, a good showing. I mean, for Torn, obviously haven't lost a single one before the grand final. Showed us a good time in Overload and could have won the hard points. Let's be perfectly clear to that. They could have won it. We could be talking about this the other direction. But fist bumps are now flying out. The players are ready to rumble. Is this the last time? Bearing in mind what is up for grabs here. Essentially, if you win this game, you go to the Esports World Championship in that last spot. That key is up for grabs. If you lose, it's the end of your Black Ops 7 season completely.
There's just so much on the line. That every single team that has come to Paris in the hopes of extending their Black Ops 7 season, only 2 have not yet had their hopes dashed. And Torn on the precipice of joining the not-so-exclusive clubs of teams eliminated by the Pit. It's been a long run through the losers bracket. Several teams in quick succession have fallen to this European powerhouse. What's one more?
There he goes. Already a bit of a swing from the Pity U over towards B. Well, Esports are out here. Looking for some control, bearing in mind there are no trophy systems, so everybody will be throwing very dangerous explosive, and Lucifer gets the first one. A little bit of trade coming through here as TK takes down Linz. Advantage to the Pity U.
Down to a 2 versus 3. I was going to say it wasn't long before TK would be found out. Dak does find one, though, and he does have an escape route. Just do not fall off the map. He's not going to. Hits the reset on the play call as well, but those shots, not particularly enthusing, because now the one bit of, I guess, dub that Dak had has fallen by the wayside, the element of surprise.
Dak is like, where are they? Not seeing anyone behind here. This is a bit of bad timing for him, and he gets tagged up, goes for the rechow. He knows he doesn't have a lot of options. First round to the Pity U.
I think I mentioned previously how on Den Search and Destroy, A hits off the rip are extremely rare. Just because they are almost a Hail Mary in a way. Like, you can't go through lights because you get seen from the middle of the map. There's only real one way to do so, unless you're just fast enough that you don't particularly care whether you get seen. Definitely a once in a blue moon push, for sure. But it is something that we're going to see the Pit utilize to great effect. They're going to do it in round number 1. Does enough to throw Torn off. Now Pit hit. Round number 2, where do they go with this bomb? It is going to be a solid standard B push, and there is a sniper in play as well. It is a full 4-man hit.
Oh, that smoke is causing all kinds of issues, and Millie, though, is going to be trying to get it through here. It's just wobbles around. The smoke just makes chaos here, but the pity you walk away, the victors of that little trade, saying that Dak tries to get it, but Mythics catches him before he can be a miracle maker. And now TK firing left, right, and center, but doesn't get it. 2-0 to the pit.
And that is one of those situations where they don't even think about having any mid-map pressure whatsoever. Nobody keeping an eye on the flank, just a full 4-man hit in towards the site. Overwhelming. The likes of Torn. They only had 2 players over there initially. The next 2, too little, too late on the re-hit. So, the pit, feeling pretty confident now through these first couple of rounds. FDOT hasn't exactly got involved with that sniper too much just yet. When he does, Torn will have to react appropriately.
Having a little look here, and he finds TK and drills him. Advantage to the pit again onto this round, and maybe a fast plant here opportunity. This does help out Torn quite a lot. They can now play around this bomb.
One positive at the pit here. They have numbers. So they are going to split themselves up, spread themselves somewhat thin. Just really to try and cover all of their bases. It's going to be a while before Mythics gets involved in this play. There could be some good timing here on this one. If Linz makes some noise, that's exactly what he does. Now watch Mythics get involved.
Well, Millie's already been hit by a nade as well. They're going to know somebody's out here, and Mythics is now looking for it. Convinced he's going to be on the outside. It's up top. It's Millie. 1 versus 3. Oh, he's not going to get it. They go for the double chow, and he cannot fire from a barrel in 2 directions at once.
Yeah, as soon as that first kill comes through on the 4 versus 3 from Linz, again, it's all about making sure that Mythics is the playmaker in that situation. There's only one feasible direction they can go, because there's no getting out the back when you're going to be facing down 3 players from the pit. Mythics knows it. As soon as they get that first blood, the last remaining player, absolutely no chance. So the roster as seasoned as the pit isn't going to double shall it. It's clinical work from a team that's looked so solid in Search and Destroy this entire tournament. And this Search and Destroy looks absolutely perfect. Linz now on 4 in a row. Mythics on 3 in a row. These guys continue to roll through Torn.
Mythics throwing up top, looking for some sort of opportunity, but should also get out of there with a check with the nade. Second push now coming in. This is a headbutt. Torn Esports have got bodies ready to go. Double trophies down as well. This should stop any smokes. Mimic's going to throw one out as well. Nobody wants anything flying into this but bullets and blood.
That's exceedingly difficult to get back towards his site. 30 seconds though. Torn are going to have to do this one fast.
Mythic's waiting. Mintz trying to drill it. 24 seconds. Nobody's died. Nobody's gone for it. Now everybody's going to rumble. TK finds the first. He goes off. He ends the second. Lucifer back and forth. He gets one. Still diving back and forth. But Lucifer goes off the map. 1 versus 2. And he can't get it. Back to the bomb site. And I think he's got it in time. Everybody throwing themselves into the abyss for a chance at a gunfight.
It's time of the essence. And both players who fall off the map. But I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily think those players need to play that any differently. Maybe Lucifer has to pull back a little bit because time is technically on their side, but we wanted to even the odds. That was so stressful a retake. And yet a good retake it was. It's exceedingly difficult to get a retake going when a team has got the bomb down on B and have retreated towards the archway. Torn showing us how it's done there. TK continuing to be a monster in the Search and Destroy. Here comes Felix. Here he comes. And here Torn go.
Not dangerous with that sniper the entire time. Oh, Dak almost catches a nade into the face here. They haven't got the plant yet, and the pit have sent bodies onto this flank. They've completely given up Dojo's side, and he's looking for him. Mintz felt the grace of God across his forehead there, but he gets away with it. TK now coming under a lot of pressure. They've got bodies onto both sides. TK needs help, or he is going down.
He's going to get it. Stun will connect, though. So the help is somewhat neutered. Flanking play being made from FDOT as well. You've lost players in the play. TK can't get the kill. Linz with that double, though. And now it's just Dak isolated. They've already found him out. He will find Linz. He will not find the second player. And the big problem for Torn there, right? You don't necessarily expect any kind of flank in that situation. Yes, they took a while, but even if they do, you're never, generally speaking, dealing with 1 player. You don't know how to deal with 3. And the standard setup is that if you're going to push on towards the site, the rest of the team that isn't the bomb carrier are going to push through. The bomb carrier being the furthest player pushed back in a situation where you're dealing with a 3-man flank is about the worst case scenario that you could ask for if you're Torn, because TK is stuck, nowhere to go, and that help just does not arrive in time.
This is feeling quite scrappy in some of these rounds, but the real score 4-1 is what counts. Oh, this is a stack. This is a massive, massive stack. Torn Esports have bet everything onto this. Oh, they're second guessing. Oh, the worst possible timing you could possibly have into this as F. strikes. There is some luck just happened for them as they now pile into it.
It's all going all right.
Second perfect.
It's all going awry. Just Dak left up, and even he goes. They can feel it. We can feel it. And albeit timing is involved, timing is one mean mother. That's just how Call of Duty works. It is an innate part of the game. And in this case, Lady Luck was on the side of the pit as they are just one search and destroy round away from rounding out our teams at the Esports World Cup.
I cannot believe that timing. I know sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, but I have never seen a team wait it out to get second perfect timing on 3 players. And now Torn Esports are under the knife.
Look at how they're playing as well. They want to go for an A hit. Are they going to check for Mythix? He's the big play call. Mythix finds one. There's a trade. Dak gets away. Not all is lost for Torn just yet, but this A push that generally speaking does rely on an element of surprise. Yes, there are a couple of men down. That element of surprise is gone, and the pit are being fast for the reaction.
All the way around the pity you go. Looking for it. There's one player. They've been spotted. They have the advantage. They have an opportunity. Lind smells blood in the water. He is moving very, very quickly, but Torn Esports are out of here.
I love this play call as well. Just be fast with it. TK's actually going to stay behind here. He's going to correctly predict that these players will transition across. What he's not going to correctly predict is where they're going to go. And so the play call that was a big gamble, it's a gamble that might not work out. The only thing that might benefit them is the fact that TK on this off timing might well be good for Torn.
Oh, he's looking for him. Dak finds one. That's massive for Dak. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2. Nobody's shutting him down quite yet. Dak finds 2. Not going to be 3. F. Doesn't know where the last player's going to be. And Torn, hold on.
Again, TK with that off timing is everything in that situation. Even if he doesn't find value on the transition for the retake, that's not the path that those 3 players from the pit choose to take. He is going to be there to trade off Dak, although it has to be said also just how good of a play Dak made inside tin. The first kill, nutty enough. The second kill, absolutely insane for Dak. Goes big. And he's consistently been able to do that for Torn Esports. They are not done yet. A huge clutch to keep them in this game.
Here goes. Can they do it round after round, time after time? Already smoke's going down. Mint's having to back off here. Lynn's looking for Dak in and out of the smoke. Oh, Dak is seeing bodies everywhere. He's seeing danger flash on his screen over and over again. Lindsay's going to run out of knee pads if he keeps going.
Has to break eventually. Dak goes first. Mintz with the immediate trade out now. 3 for 3 we go. This is fine for Torn. They just need to keep the pit away from the site. However much these players get peppered up, and it's not happening.
Mintz managed to get one back here as well, but he goes down, and now a 1 versus 2. TK 1 versus 1. And that will be the pit EU that are going to EWC. They grab the victory, they lock it down, and there is some conversation happening. Oh my goodness.
What a moment this is for the pit. It's been an incredible season for this roster. Again, they have been locked in as a top 3 team the entire season within EMEA. But in LAN, on LAN, that is where they have struggled. All the way back at Dallas, you'd have to look for a result this positive. And here at the end of the season, that is where they show up. Even in this event, Bryce, the losers bracket run of Dreams through 6 teams to get to this point.
An early drop and despair was probably felt by this squad. But they continued on regardless. They got revenge against BTD, and they took on every other top team in this event, and they beat every single one. And most of the time, not by small margins. A couple of hard points in this grand final could have gone either way. But when the going got tough, the Pit EU got going. And going they are to the Esports World Cup.
We often talk about these roster changes coming into big events like these. It's a gamble. You've played multiple events with the same 4-man roster, and yes, you haven't exactly got the results you desired. It still makes it a rather large gamble to change that roster going into this event where it is do or die, it is all or nothing, everything has to be left on the table. They bring Linz into the team, and there are moments, such as the 3-0, where BTD knocked them down in a lower bracket where you think maybe that wasn't the right call. Now they are at the Esports World Cup. I think it's fair to say, Bryce, it absolutely was the right call.
Well, they have earned it. They have grabbed it. They have got it. EWC. They've earned the key, and they're on their way.
A historic moment for the Pit. Again, this roster has done something really historic in Call of Duty esports history. It's one of the first ever Esports World Cup last chance qualifiers. They had one chance to make it to the Esports World Cup, and as they sign their key, they lock in history here for COD Esports.
I feel like there's a box they could have all put it in. It's like a box at the bottom, they could have all put the names in there, but the signing is what is important. They sign the contract, they get the key, and they get their entrance in to the Esports World Cup. That's what they've been here for. That's what they fought through in the last 3 days. The PDU will join their ranks and try their hand. What a road, what a victory. And this is something they'll remember. Can they now run a gauntlet that looms in front of them? A mountain of pros, of organizations and talent. They've joined the ranks, but can they ascend?
Just what a monumental moment for these guys. We've talked at length about what this means for them. Of course, you extend your Black Ops 7 season by another week, Bryce, but for these players, especially being a European team, getting to play at that event, it means the world and perhaps more because they will get another chance. A team's looking at them for the glorious players that they are. They have shown that this event time and time again. They've looked an absolute sensational roster.
There's the picture, the one that will be entered. They've earned it. There we go. Everybody hands on. They're trying to direct them here of getting a good picture going for it when well deserved. They will join, I believe they might even have the group with FaZe in it. I did see that earlier on as we went down and to see exactly where they would be sitting. Not the easiest of games for them, but with the world champions facing them. But hey, they've got this far. Maybe, just maybe. The Pit EU. It is a wondrous story as well, Infinity, as we were talking about it. That early drop was quite something. And then they had to fight everybody. And I don't think they lost more than 2 maps in any of the games.
Yeah, 100%. I would love to bring up the bracket here in just a second, just to show you guys the run that they made through the lower bracket and just how impressive it was. Because the one thing that we were continually talking about time and time again with every consecutive Pit matchup was the fact that they had the more difficult side of the bracket to be on. And that means no disrespect to the teams on the other side of the bracket, but we talked about the fact that we had these 3 or 4 teams in our mind, and really, I guess, teams on the bubble, right? Teams outside of those top 4. They played, I think, every single one on the path to victory. And that really is kind of puts them in as the ultimate team, right? They didn't just win, they beat everyone they needed to along the way.
Certainly will. Well, let's take a walk down memory lane to show you how we got to this conclusion of the LCQ. On the bracket, you will see just what they have managed to achieve. Through the upper bracket, of course, we do get to see that they didn't have the best of time, as they do end up falling against BTD. The PDU there get 3-0'd in the round of 8. Bit of a disaster for them. Tournament Esports on the other side just kept walking through. Got a lot of 3-2s and a 3-0 against Telluride Bush, but that is not where it ended. The PDU get 4-1 in the grand final. But more importantly for this story, we need to go to the lower bracket, because that, Infinity, is where the pit shined.
Yeah, when they first dropped down to the lower bracket, they did play 2 unks. We and ahed about how much of a competitive that match would be, and they still did have to try through that one. That was a 3-0. Then they faced Bittersweet GG, and that was a 3-1. And the hits kept on coming. The teams they played kept on getting more difficult. Aerotech Edge, BTD Esports, and then Telluride Bush to get back up into that grand final matchup. Again, if you were to tell me they would have to go through every single difficult team in the tournament, I would have laughed at you, but they did exactly that.
Well, more than good enough. And I look forward to seeing them play in the main tournament in just 3 days. They will have to have a rest, have a recuperate, and then try their hand one more time. And hey, a lot of fun to watch them now, so maybe some of the other teams in their group will have a little watch themselves.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like this team at EWC is going to be very interesting watch for sure. I wouldn't underestimate them. I put it that way. I think they've shown a lot of tenacity this event. And as always, anytime a team makes a roster change, it can completely upend in a good way the way that the roster plays. So I think if I'm a team in their group, don't underestimate them.
Well, it's been a long 3 days, but we have found the key holders. The PDU are your champions, and we'll join the rest of the teams in Paris in a short while. But what a tournament, what a thrill and spill showcase we have seen. Long may it continue, but it is the end of our journey. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
fucking dog shit! Don't fucking talk shit!
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.